Chapter 801, Cutting Off the Wind of Fire. Ace. Deuce, who was standing by, was shocked to see Ace bleeding, and the flame fruit he and Ace found it together. At that time, they didn't understand the secret of the devil fruit. They wanted to gain power together, so they ate the flame fruit together, but only Ace, who ate the first bite, gained the power. After that, the natural ability made them unstoppable. In the first half of the Grand Line, few people had a way to target natural ability users. Except for the Navy's prison bullets and sea stone, they were only afraid of falling into the water. Ace was careless in the attack of the two pirates before. He was a natural ability user, but his physical skills were also hammered out by Garp. Ordinary people were really not his opponents. It was just that they didn't expect that they could attack the body of the natural type. When it came to Iska, it was completely his inner instinct that made him make the choice to avoid, but he was still scratched. Seeing Ace's setbacks one after another, this was something Diaz had never expected, and the pirates around him also showed unfriendly eyes. No matter what the reason was, letting their boss take action directly was a slap in the face. If the one who attacked was a monster like the Sea Emperor, it would be fine, but a newcomer in the first half made them look a little embarrassed. They couldn't intervene in the boss's battle, so they naturally looked at Deuce. "You go and take the children away, he asked me to do it. Miss Lamy. It's okay, this is a paradise, isn't it? And I have also trained a little." The cult of Arceus is a very peculiar religious organization. In addition to ordinary believers, the clergy are put together. Except for the Navy and the Royal Group, other forces have no way to deal with them. As a member of the sect, being able to fight is a rigid demand. Lamy is not easy to play in the New World, but it is different here. And according to the management method of the beasts, when Iska started the battle, Lamy really had temporary jurisdiction over them. "Yes. Come on, kids, come this way, we will protect you." Many people in this team were brought back by similar methods more than 10 years ago, and what they said was not perfunctory. Looking at the girl who slowly came to him, Deuce didn't want to entangle with her because Ace's battle was not going well. In such a slum environment, Ace had many concerns and even dared not use fire on a large scale. The most direct result of this was that Iska suppressed him. The giant claw mantis is indeed weak to fire, but it is not paralyzed directly when encountering fire. At least before the temperature limit is reached, ordinary fire has no effect. In this case, Deuce also wanted to help the other party. "Get out of the way." "Ah, aren't you the ones who should get out of the way? After all, it is you who are blocking the way, Mr. Pirate." Deuce waved his hand to knock Lamy down. Because the other party was a woman, he also subconsciously felt that the other party would not be very strong. The fist that hit the other party's stomach was slightly retracted, but this punch sank directly into it. Lamy's abdomen has turned into the colorful mud of a Lola smelly mud, and her body is also showing a melting posture. Natural. Wrong answer, please lie down for a while. Deuce didn't understand what Lamy meant, but his arm suddenly lost consciousness, and this feeling continued to extend upwards. When he noticed the abnormality, half of his body had already lost consciousness. You. The tongue began to become stiff, and Deuce stammered and couldn't speak, and finally fell to the ground with an unwilling look. The human skin is not airtight. The moment you touch it, you lose. Lamy's body is actually very scary. When she is attacked, she can control the things in her body to combine into different toxins with just a thought, whether it is paralysis or a one-hit kill, or some viruses with unique effects. Like Quinn, whether Lamy has the ability to resist toxins is a dividing line. It will be relatively difficult for them to deal with opponents above this dividing line, but for the people below, they will show absolute crushing. DS. Being distracted during a battle is not a good habit. You are just a natural ability user. Don't be too arrogant. The steel pliers swung, and Iska's pliers hit Ace's chest with a sound of breaking through the air. He couldn't predict the position of Iska's attack without haki, and his body reaction alone was not enough to allow him to give up the position of being attacked in advance. The armed color grabbed the entity of the natural system, and the pliers hit it very firmly. Firefly Fire Daruma. Ace's hands emitted a light green light, and small fireballs flew out of his palms and gradually gathered around Iska. Then those small fireballs gathered together and produced a violent explosion. However, when the explosion began, Iska had already left the range of the explosion in advance. The two pliers hit Ace's head. Divine Fire Shiranui. Ace's hands turned into flames, and the flames gradually extended as he swung them, facing Iska's attack like a spear. Wind pressure flame cutting. Iska's attack did not stop, but the moment she saw Ace's attack, the speed of the insect wings behind her reached the extreme, and then a strong airflow suddenly spurted out from the pincers, forming a wind sword under her control. This is the disadvantage she discovered when she was studying in Wano country. The fighting method of the giant claw mantis is smashing, and it is not convenient to use weapons in the transformed state. Therefore, based on the heat dissipation principle of the giant claw mantis, she developed a new usage. The airflow generated by the swinging of the insect wings is compressed in the body, and then released from the gap of the pincers to form a wind blade similar to a high-pressure water gun. The sharp wind can not only replace the sword, giving her a sharper attack method, but also it allows her to cut off the flames she doesn't like. The flames thrown by Ace were split into two by Iska, and then the two pincers stayed on both sides of Ace's neck like a scissors guillotine. She discovered Ace's problem. As a natural ability user, they are best at large-scale attacks and can change the surrounding environment in a short time. This is a powerful force that can only be brought after the awakening of the superhuman system. For the natural system, this is one of the most basic abilities. They can quickly create their own home field. Except for the initial blockade of the Flame Gang, Ace has never used a large-scale flame attack again. It seems that he is worried about something, which makes Iska interested, so he just stops his wind sword on the opponent's neck. But before she could ask anything, a burst of artillery roared around, and teams of navy had surrounded this area without knowing when. White Pigeon. Chapter 802, This pirate is different. Wind can also put out fire. In addition to Haki and Sea Stone, there is another way to restrain natural battles, the restraint of elemental attributes. Enel's lightning can't reach a certain rubber man, Crocodile's sand is afraid of water, and the flame will be pierced by magma. And Iska's wind blade can also cause damage to the body of the flame. The wind helps the fire, and the wind can also put out the fire. If the wind is strong enough, the flame will be blown out directly. The giant claw mantis will overheat when moving at high speed. The insect wings behind it are a pair of powerful cooling fans. Now Iska just uses this ability to compress through the gap in the shell to form this wind blade that can hurt the body of the flame. This method also speeds up her heat dissipation and prolongs the duration of the battle. Even if it can't add Haki, it can still cause damage to Ace's body. The high-speed air blade approached Ace's neck, leaving a red blood mark on it. The newcomers nowadays are getting more and more troublesome every year. I advise you to surrender. Although Lamy's poison can be cured, it will have sequelae if it is delayed for a long time. Whether it is a lethal toxin or an anesthetic, they are all microorganisms in Lamy's body. In her body, these microorganisms form a clever balance and are under her control. But after entering the enemy's body, there is no problem for a short time. Lamy herself does not know whether it will mutate into a new species over a long period of time. Of course, this time is still very long. Now it is less than an hour at most. Iska's words are more to intimidate the other party. Although there are no natural ability users in the 100 Beasts, large-scale elemental attacks are not uncommon in previous training. Everyone on the sea has different fighting methods, but they can be divided into several major categories after all. In the 100 Beasts, whether it is physical skills or elements, they have top-level strong men. These new generations can be said to have undergone certain training. Fire Fist Ace, his most famous move is the Fire Fist, but he has never used it, and the combat power he shows is different from other natural ability users, as if he is restricted by something. At this time, a series of artillery sounds rang out, and the outer navy launched an attack on them. It is normal for the navy to catch pirates, but the reason why these navy came here is a bit special. Even if they landed in the illegal zone, the news that these pirates landed in the Sabayati archipelago could not be concealed from the local garrison, but they did not take action at the beginning. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the mission of the Sabayati garrison has gradually changed, from guarding the safety of the island to protecting the safety of the world government and the world's nobles, and even derived a buffer zone such as the illegal zone. The Sabayati archipelago is right under the eyes of Marineford, and the admirals of the navy will arrive here in a short time. If they are willing to clean up here, Sabayati will be the same as the G1 branch, instead of becoming this chaotic state. It is only because of the policies of the world government that this place has become like this. As long as the passing pirates don't make any big noise, the navy of Sabayati will turn a blind eye. They came here at this time because of the gangs in the slums. The people of Iska were not polite to them. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. They didn't dare to do anything by themselves, but notified the navy. Under normal circumstances, the navy of Shabayati would not be dispatched for such things. At least the garrison commanders at this time would not make such a choice. As long as the nobles of the world government did not have any problems, they would always let the pirates survive in the illegal areas. But their promotion also requires military merits. For the navy, there is no more direct way to accumulate military merits than catching pirates. Compared with direct conflicts with pirates, they prefer to benefit from the conflicts between pirates themselves. As long as the pirates are caught, no one cares how they are caught. It is almost a free achievement. Even if there is help from external forces, the achievements of the navy will be emphasized above. Because of this, they heard that the Beasts team had a conflict with this year's supernova, so they rushed to surround this place. Whether it is a lose-lose situation or a one-sided defeat, it is an opportunity for them. The subordinates of the Sea Emperor are indeed difficult to move, but it does not mean that the navy dare not move at all. The people below will still choose to arrest the other party if they have the chance, and the subsequent events have nothing to do with them. Even if a larger-scale conflict is triggered, it is the business of the upper level, and they can still get actual military merits. It's just that the navy generals are a little anxious this time. Seeing that the other side is fighting back and forth, they want to capture them at the same time. Whether it is a supernova or a member of the 100 Beasts, it can be regarded as a great achievement for him. Maybe he can take this opportunity to transfer out of this hellhole. There are good people in the navy who care about civilians, but this general is obviously not one of them. Anyway, he is poor. Slums, not worrying about affecting any people of status, he directly issued an order to bombard. The large-scale bombardment affected not only Iska and Ace, but also Iska's subordinates and the children they took away, as well as the people who originally lived here. Fire Fist. After his body completely turned into flames and flashed to the side, Ace's arm also turned into flames and extended far away. The huge flaming fist crossed the sky and stopped the shells fired by the navy in mid-air. Under the impact and scorching of the flames, the shells were detonated in mid-air, and the aftermath of the explosion did not cause any harm to ordinary people below. I say, no matter what, we are all pirates, let's stop fighting for the time being and deal with these navy first, how about it? You are very brave. The most basic requirement for the codders of the New World pirates is to be domineering. Domineering haki is purely based on talent, but armament haki and observation haki have a high level of proficiency through training. When facing an opponent who doesn't know haki, they can predict the future. Ace's fire fist is within Iska's perception range, and it is precisely because she sensed the attack direction of his fire fist that she did not stop him. She said that the other party was bold because of this. Ace doesn't know the haki now. When he chose to block those shells, he gave up defense. Even if his body was completely turned into flames, she had the ability to catch the other party's entity just now. Even without the haki, her wind blade could cause considerable damage to his body. Of course, she also heard the sound of the bombardment, but she didn't care. These people who followed her were also the elite of the New World. Not to mention how strong they were familiar with haki, and it was no problem for them to chop or kick the shells with a knife, so they didn't distract at all. Unexpectedly, Ace took action first. In this way, this pirate seems to be a little different. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 803, Muzu Mowing. Use prison bullets. That guy is a natural ability user. Do I need to remind you? In order to deal with ability users, the Navy developed special ammunition that launches sea stone nets. Because the iron nets are fixed with sea stone, as long as they hit the ability users, their actions can be restrained, achieving the effect of a small prison, hence the name prison bullet. The prison bullet has a slow firing rate, and it is usually difficult to hit directly against pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. The Navy's practice is still to use ordinary shells to consume physical strength, and then consider using prison bullets. Due to the price of sea stone, the price of prison bullets is also high. Even if the net can be recycled, it will cause loss, so prison bullets are not commonly used equipment, and the number of equipment is limited. If they run out first, they will lose the means of counterattack, but that is the way to deal with animal and superhuman ability users. When facing natural types, shells can't play a role in consuming physical strength. Ace was their priority target, and being able to intercept a supernova in the Sabayati archipelago was a great achievement. In this case, there was no need to confront the pirates of the New World head-on. According to the development of the original timeline, there was still a vacancy in the 7 warlords of the sea at this time, and Ace, as a rising star with a high reputation and a rare natural ability user, was invited to the 7 warlords of the sea at the suggestion of the Navy version of Iska. Iska in the original timeline naturally did not have this ability. At this time, the report was seen by Garp. He originally hoped that Ace and Luffy could become Navy, but they both embarked on the road of pirates. Compared with ordinary pirates, Garp thought that the position of the 7 warlords of the sea was a little more suitable, so he secretly helped a little. However, Ace was not interested in the 7 warlords of the sea at all and directly rejected the invitation. But it is different now. The expansion of the beasts has accelerated the struggle in the sea, and the 7 warlords of the sea have long been full. At the same time, he has no guide and there is no possibility of accepting the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is just a pirate with a considerable threat. It's just that in the eyes of the Navy, a pirate who has not yet entered the New World, even if he is a natural ability user, is far less threatening than the cotters of the Sea Emperor. It would be best if they could catch him together, but if not, they would not force it, so they brought all the prison bullets. It seems that you agree. When the Navy began to replace the ammunition, Ace did not get a reply from Iska, but he was not attacked. In this case, he thought Iska acquiesced to this request. I admit that I have changed my opinion of you a little, but the pirates of paradise are still so naive. Lamy, deal with it, it's time to withdraw. Leave it to me, Sister Iska. Different people have different focuses. Iska is not good at group battles. She lacks large-scale AoE skills. It's not that she doesn't have any, but it's that it's difficult to control the aftermath of such attacks. Iska doesn't like that. Unlike Iska, Lamy is more suitable for such battles. Move faster. There are also differences in the strength of the Navy branches. There is no comparison between the Four Seas branch and the Grand Line branch. But there are also big differences between the branches of the Grand Line. For example, G5 is the worst branch of the Navy. The Navy of Sabayati does not have a separate number, but they are definitely the worst group of people in the Grand Line. The sneak attack did not work, and the 2 groups of pirates even stopped fighting. This was not a good thing for him. The enemy of the enemy can join forces. This is a simple truth that pirates also understand. Of course, the development of things was completely different from what he thought. When he wanted to command his men to continue the attack, a girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Iska, who was just in front of Ace, had come to the front of this major general. Bullet even fist. The 2 pincers swung out red after images, and the continuous bullet punches hit the chest of the major general continuously, followed by a side kick, kicking him directly into the dilapidated ruins on the side. The already dilapidated building collapsed directly under the impact, burying the Major General inside. Major General. Even the adjutant around did not react to what happened. He had no time to check on his superiors during the battle, because there was a bigger trouble in the team. A colorful figure moved around in the Navy team, and the 2 liquid whips in his hands were waving wantonly without any rules, but as long as the whips touched the body, within 10 seconds, those soldiers would fall stiffly to the ground. The crowd fell down like cutting wheat. Whenever the soldiers focused their attention on one point, the figure would move to a new place. Although he could not use it himself, the adjutant immediately saw what the way of moving was. Shaving. Why do you know this? Are you a young master who came here to gild himself? How could an enemy teach you about this? Iska didn't even mean to attack him, because a hand was already on his shoulder. Sleep peacefully, Mr. Navy. Rami's hand patted his neck, and the liquid left behind quickly penetrated into his skin. In a few seconds, he felt the same as the soldiers. The paralysis was transmitted to the central nervous system, and he soon lost his consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Sister Iska, I'm faster than you this time. I didn't do it because I saw you coming. This was their cooperation. Iska dealt with the strongest leader, and Rami used her ability to quickly clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. She was the first batch of students who successfully graduated from FAS-F and could flexibly use the 6 styles. But because of her own ability, she focused on shaving, using a nearly teleporting method to move into the crowd, and then knock down the enemy with the toxins synthesized in her body. A team of hundreds of people was just a matter of minutes for her. At this time, Ace still maintained the posture of wanting to punch. Even if he was facing the Navy, he would choose to retreat. Originally, he meant to break through, but he didn't expect Iska and Lamy to directly wipe out the other party. He didn't even have a chance to fight. This is also the reason why Iska said he was naive. Facing this level of navy, she didn't need to join forces with others. Don't look at it. Now the trouble is back to us. Deuce? Are you okay? I don't know. The girl just patted me and I was able to move again. It doesn't matter. Don't you want to think about how to end this matter? After using a few minutes to deal with the navy that surrounded this place, Iska's eyes returned to Ace. Forget it this time, you can leave. Seeing that the other party had no intention of entanglement, Deuce hurriedly wanted to pull Ace away, but Ace's footsteps could not move at all. Can you tell me where you are taking those kids? Like Arceus Pirate Journey. White Dove. Chapter 804, You have the potential to be the best miner of the year. Hey, kid, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are interfering in our affairs. It is already a great honor to let you leave. You'd better know your place. Although they can get a higher position through challenges within the beasts, the hierarchy is also very strict. They will not disobey such orders. Seeing Ace being so ungrateful, some people can't stand it anymore. Take them to another place first, I will handle this. Yes. Sister Iska. After the battle, they planned to leave here with the people they had already absorbed, and Iska also asked Ace a question in return. Even if we really want to do something, why do you stop me? Even so, do you still want to stand in front of us? So what? Some things have to be done. Don't underestimate me. I still have many moves that I haven't used yet. No moves can change the essential difference between you and me. If you want to beat me, you should hone yourself in the new world for a year or two. You are not qualified to say this if you don't even know Haki. But you don't have to think too much. We are not human traffickers. We are just taking them to learn. Since Ace blocked the cannonball, Iska explained to him. If you are worried, you can follow us. How about joining us? If you are, Lord Arceus and Lord Kaido should not object. Arceus values character, while Kaido only looks at strength. For the time being, Ace is qualified in all aspects. Although he is not an animal type, he has passed the baseline of Kaido's recruitment target with his status as a supernova. This nosy character can barely be considered a good person. Recruiting new members is an unchanging habit of all large pirate groups, and Iska also has the right to make suggestions. Seeing that the matter suddenly came to him, Ace was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time he heard such words. Before he could react, several Navy officers actually climbed up again. Rami. Ah. Sorry, Sister Iska, I got the dosage wrong. These few have better physiques. Looking at the Navy officers who got up, Rami repeated the previous action. She did not use a lethal dose of poison. If it was Quinn who came here, none of these Navy officers would survive. He would never show mercy. It's just that Rami is different from Iska. They don't like to kill people. After all, they can quickly subdue the opponent with Rami's ability. These Navy officers are in this situation. They will return to normal after being paralyzed for a period of time. Waste of natural resources, this is Quinn's evaluation of Rami. In Quinn's view, Rami has not mastered the essence of his ability at all. Concerns prevented her from showing the strongest side of this ability. And this strange situation also made Ace believe what they said. There should be a fundamental difference between these people and human traffickers. Human traffickers will not show mercy to the enemy. Kid, are you still hesitating? This is an invitation from the beasts. Do you know how many pirates want to borrow this flag but are not qualified? Become our affiliate, and you don't have to be afraid of anything in the new world. The new world is different from paradise. It is difficult to survive there without a backer. You'd better think it through. Seeing that Ace had not given an answer, several people next to him began to express their opinions, but Ace did not mean to be moved. Well, sorry, I don't want to join anyone, whether it is Kaido or Whitebeard, they are just roadblocks on my road, I will knock them all down. The air fell into silence for a while, and several pirates belonging to the beasts slapped their ears in disbelief, but when they remembered that this was Shampoo Land, everything became reasonable again. Ha 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 ha, no sorry, this is too funny, I can't help it, you continue. Rami covered her mouth and walked to the side, but her laughter also started, and the pirates around laughed one after another, and even contained some contempt in their eyes. Interesting, so you want to challenge Mr. Kaido? No, according to the plan, I will visit Shanks first, and then challenge Whitebeard. As for Kaido, I will talk about it after I defeat Whitebeard. Listening to Ace's lofty ambitions, Iska blinked slightly dully. He almost took all the 4 emperors of the New World. There's everything in the dream, even I can't beat you, how can you have the courage to challenge Mr. Kaido? I told you not to underestimate me, if you don't believe me, find a spacious place, that's only part of my strength. Not interested, but I look forward to seeing you challenge Mr. Kaido. By the way, can you mine? No, why do you ask? Because I think you have the potential to become the best miner of the year. I wish you can come to our side alive, and when that day comes, I will recommend you to Mr. Kaido. Iska did not explain the meaning of the miner, turned around and left with his own people. This kind of newcomer with lofty ideals cannot be persuaded, and they will never admit defeat until they hit a wall themselves. So Iska felt that she could not convince him with words, and a natural ability user really burst out with all his strength. The damage caused would definitely not be small, and her main task was not to recruit such people. Seeing that her good intentions were rejected, she naturally lost interest. Ace didn't know that there were many troublemakers in the mines of Wano country at this time, all of whom were ambitious young people with lofty ideals like him, which was also the difference between the various sea emperors. If you challenge Charlotte Linlin, you will have a small chance of becoming her son-in-law, but more likely you will lose your life. If you challenge Shanks, you will usually have some parts cut off, usually your left hand. If he likes this person, he may just hold a banquet to send him off. If you challenge Whitebeard, you will not like him and will be given to the navy for money, but you will like him to be adopted as his son. If you challenge Kaido, you will be thrown into the mine for labor reform, either to join or to die. This is the fate of a failed challenge. As for success? That's a joke. These 4 monsters are not something that a newcomer without a halo can defeat. After ending today's chaos, Ace and Diaz returned to their ship and talked about what they saw today with their companions. Boss Ace, it may not be appropriate to say this, but you should understand the difference in strength. After hearing Ace's story, Scar pondered for a while and stood up. What's wrong? Those 2 women should have tattoos or patterns similar to numbers on their bodies. Wealth one who used poison didn't have it, but the leader's clothes seemed to have 7 written on them. What's wrong? That's the way the beasts pirates use to show their strength. They will fight each other to determine their own status. She is 7, which means that there are at least 6 stronger than her. Boss Ace, do you understand what this means? White Dove. Chapter 805, Your brain is normal. Well, it means that there are only 5 people between me and Kaido? Listening to Scar's words, Ace pondered for a while, and then came to an amazing conclusion. What are you thinking about? That's right, how could Kaido number himself? There are at least 6 people between you. Is that so? It's 6 people. Listening to Deuce's words, Ace clenched his left fist and knocked it on the palm of his right hand, revealing an expression of sudden enlightenment. He didn't expect that he had counted 1 less. Shut up! The notebook in Scar's hand fell to the ground. His captain's train of thought was incomprehensible to him. You said it, she is number 7, and there must be no 6, no point 1 above her, and Kaido must be above her. Just beat them all. Although that woman is very strong, the difference in number is not particularly large, only 5 or 6 people. Maybe I didn't make it clear, this is only part of the Cotter sequence of the Beast Pirates. Above them are the big Cotters named 3 Calamities, plus Kaido's daughter and the vice-captain named Arceus. Their strength revealed alone is terrifying. Scarl had also arrived at some ports in the New World, so he had more knowledge about these sea emperors, although he couldn't figure out the specific beasts. Sequence, at least not like Ace and the others who know nothing. So it has to add 5? It's not that simple. I don't know about Red Hair, he is a newcomer among the sea emperors, but the other 3, BLG Mom's children, the direct squad under Whitebeard, those people in them are all monsters. The 100 Beasts is the most special one. In addition to their own pirate group, they also have a special religious organization inside. The members of this religion are usually very kind, but as long as you violate their taboos, you will understand what a madman is. He once met the people of the Arceus cult by chance, and he also knew what those seemingly ordinary missionaries were hiding. Under normal circumstances, the pirates directly under Kaido are more unreasonable, but when they violate taboos, the people of the Arceus cult will be crazier than them. Unless they are stopped by their own direct high level, it will be a fight to the death. This kind of religious violent group is very terrifying in battle. The madness in the hearts of fanatics is something that ordinary people cannot understand at all, but it is not widely spread at present, so Scar only knows a little bit. The sect you mentioned, is it a special circular cross pattern? Yes, it is probably such a pattern. Boss Deuce, have you met them? Yes, I have met them, and that doesn't feel good. Recalling Lamy's weird methods, a touch made him fall to the ground and made hundreds of Navy lose their combat ability. Deuce understood Scar's meaning a little. So, they are stronger than I thought, that's what you mean. That's right, Boss Ace, although you are also strong, I still think it's too early to challenge them after entering the new world. We should at least get familiar with the environment of the new world before challenging them. Ace recognized his dream, and he also joined the Spade Pirates. In this case, he naturally supported Ace's decision, but he knew some secrets of the new world and thought that such things should not be rushed, so he wanted Ace to slow down his pace. Is anyone afraid? I have said before that the so-called Sea Emperor is also my target to challenge. If you regret it now, it is not too late. At this time, Ace did not come to a conclusion directly, but asked for the opinions of his crew members. No, Captain, do whatever you want. That's right, since we are on your ship, we must go all the way. We have gone through the dangers in the first half, and we will not retreat at this time. Scar, what about you? You are worthy of it, Boss Ace. Although I don't recommend this, if you must challenge them, I will certainly accompany you to the end. In this case, the plan remains unchanged, and we will practice now. In the final analysis, they have not seen what the top combat power looks like so far. Even if the opponent's subordinates are very strong, they can't imagine how big the gap is at the top. The smaller the number, the greater the gap, especially the strength of the Sea Emperor, that is no longer a monster that can be defeated by quantity. Only by improving their own quality can they have the possibility of matching it. Although Ace was taught a lesson by Garp, who was only educating his grandson, would not show his true strength. It was precisely because of their ignorance that they had great courage now. At this time, Ace's practice was also prepared on the ship, a target with a white beard pattern painted on it, and a flame shell from Sky Island was inlaid on it. There are many Sky Islands in the world. The Sky Island that Ace passed by was not the Sky Island ruled by the beasts now. These flame shells were also the materials they collected at the beginning. As long as the capacity limit of the flame shell is exceeded, Ace's flame will be absorbed by the flame shell, so he can practice freely on the ship and replenish the flame needed for cooking and boiling water. When the coding work was completed, the Spade Pirates had left the Sabayati archipelago, and Iska's ship did not return directly, but went to the direction of the 9 Snakes to deliver some supplies to them. Originally, Olga should have come for this matter, but she was busy with Athi's 250th birthday recently, so she didn't come here. The navy poisoned by Lamy also returned to their base. The slums were not in the illegal zone, and the people there still did not dare to attack the navy. If they were in the illegal zone, these navy without resistance would be destined to become corpses. The pirates gathered in the illegal zone dared to hang the sign of the Navy Forbidden Area at the entrance. They were arrogant people who regarded the navy as nothing. They had no idea what kind of revenge they would face if they really angered the navy. The newspaper of the World Economic News Agency still updated what happened on the sea, but some people's thinking was greatly impacted. In the North Sea, on a submarine, Peking and Shachi took the newspaper sent by the Newsbird and learned about what happened on the sea. This is the Red Heart Pirates. Although Popo is now serving as a guard beside Setsuna, Luo and his party still embarked on their journey. But compared with those pirates who are in a hurry, Luo's sailing speed is very slow, and he is still developing in the North Sea. Brother Luo, is the Grand Line really that dangerous? Of course, it is not the North Sea, and there are monsters everywhere. You can find out from the newspaper that this girl named Lamy actually defeated him directly. What did you say? White Dove. Chapter 806, Calmness and Impulse, Waiting and Misfortune. What happened, Brother Luo, did something happen? Luo is always very aloof, and this character has not changed since he went to sea. Shaky and Peking both went astray after their parents died. It was Luo and Wolf who adopted and took care of Luo, who accepted them, lived together, experienced battles together, and final Lithe set off on the journey with the polar diver given to them by Wolf. After escaping from the Petrol Island, Law spent a relatively happy time. He had companions who could be called friends and learned the joy of living. However, even in such a life, the scars of the past could not be smoothed out. There were still dirty things in his heart, the destruction of Fervans, the hatred of Doflamingo, and the anxiety of wanting to realize Corazon's wish. At first, he once thought that he only needed to go to Dressrosa one day. By that time, everything with Doflamingo would be over. Later, he experienced a battle, and since then, Law has been eager to know what true freedom is. In order to understand the meaning of freedom in Corazon's mouth, he chose to go to sea. In the cognition of the sea, pirates are the most free group of people. Under the influence of this environment, Law still made this decision. He did not rush into the Grand Line rashly because of some concerns. Since he knew the big secret of the Operation Fruit, he knew that Doflamingo would not give up this opportunity, the legendary opportunity for eternal life. At this time, Doflamingo didn't know his specific situation, but as long as he entered the Grand Line, he would sooner or later be known by Doflamingo. Law, who had trained in the Don Quixote family, knew that he was no match for Doflamingo at the moment. Therefore, he stayed in the North Sea and taught Peking and Shachi some things. Although these were also learned from the Don Quixote family, it did not prevent him from strengthening his own strength. Since Doflamingo sought the throne of Dressrosa, Law has been following the information on the sea and even contacted the underground forces in the North Sea to further grasp the intelligence. With his medical skills, he was still very good in the underground world and also explored some intelligence, but the more he knew, the more difficult he felt that Doflamingo was to deal with. Originally, he was not anxious at all until he heard the name just now. Family was a hurdle that he could not get over. If it weren't for the matter of Fervans, he might be an excellent surgeon now, not a pirate. What was the name of that person you just mentioned? Laramie, a female pirate affiliated with the beasts in the Sabayati archipelago. She defeated a large number of Navy soldiers by herself. She seems to be a person with special abilities. Hearing this, Luo grabbed the newspaper, quickly browsed the information, and looked for clues from the pictures in the newspaper. He couldn't forget his sister's name. The person with special abilities that Xiaoqi mentioned made him tremble in his heart. Due to the problem of platinum lead disease, his and his sister's lifespans were limited. He cured the hidden danger of platinum lead through the Operation Fruit, but there was only one Operation Fruit. Under normal circumstances, even if her sister escaped from Fervans, she would eventually die from the attack of platinum lead disease, but the person with special abilities was different. What if other abilities can also solve this disease? Not to mention that she is a person from the beasts. At the launch of the beast's fruit, Luo saw the living nun. Although according to the nun, there were no other survivors in Fervans, everything has accidents, and he himself is an example. Chat, Bud, someone is lying, your eyes deceive you, or, this is a scam in itself. Do you know what kind of company Beishao fruit is? It is the white glove of Beishao. Luo still remembers this sentence. Unknown ability, the same power, the same name, these coincidences put together, Luo's heart has some hope again. But when he saw the profile of the photo, the whole person fell into confusion. It is not surprising that there are photos in the newspaper. Whether it is the members of the Navy or the World Economic News Agency, they are invincible when taking photos. The problem is that the grown-up Lamy is far from the Lamy in his impression. Lamy is now 18 years old, and Luo's memory of Lamy stays 11 years ago. Some people's childhood and adult faces are carved out of the same mold, while some people have earth-shaking changes. Lamy is the latter. She has grown up completely over the years, so that Luo can't be sure whether this is the Lamy he knows, or whether it is his sister. Brother Luo, what's wrong? Yes, Brother Luo, is there anyone important? I don't know, I'm not sure. Luo was in a dilemma at this time. Only when he arrived in the new world would he be able to figure this out, but to get there, many of his plans had to be advanced. If it was true, it would be fine. If he recognized the wrong person, everything about Doflamingo would be over. Brother Luo, why don't we set off for the Grand Line? Yes, it's almost ready, we are ready. The three of them have been together for many years, and Peking and Shachi also know Luo. They can see what he is anxious about, which must be related to the information in the newspaper just now. Luo did not reply, but fell into deep thought. After a long time, he still made a choice. No, the original plan remains unchanged, and now is not the time. If you want to find Doflamingo, go to Dressrosa, and if you want to find Kaido, you have to go to Wano country, but now he has nothing. Even if he goes to the new world, I'm afraid he won't see anyone. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he would be discovered by Doflamingo. He heard that Doflamingo also had some business dealings with the beasts. He only had one life, so he was not afraid of death, but he didn't want to die in vain. If that was really his sister, she wouldn't be in any danger if she depended on the Emperor of the Sea, so he resisted the urge. Before being infected by Luffy, Law was still a calm person and made what he thought was the safest choice at the moment, but he depended on Old slightly accelerated his action process. After a while, the Spade Pirates who rushed into the New World with a burst of blood also encountered their own troubles. According to Ace's plan, he wanted to visit Red Hair first, and then challenge Whitebeard, and Kaido was the last stop. However, due to the dangerous currents and weather in the New World, after experiencing a series of natural disasters, he was washed to the outer waters of Wano country, where he encountered the biggest crisis since he came to the New World. In the deep sea, Nereus's figure gradually floated up. Looking at the ship without any beast mark in front of her, she directly raised the wave and rolled towards the Spadial. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 807, The Dragon Chasm of Wano Country. Wano Country already has two natural chasms, the turbulent sea currents on the periphery and its own tall barriers. After the beasts entered Wano Country, there are new defense measures here, the Gyarados. The giant Magikarps of the past have long evolved, and several giant Gyarados live near Wano Country. Ships without the mark of the beasts are their targets. If foreign ships want to enter Wano Country smoothly, they must first notify the people of the beasts. After approval, they will send a pilot ship or leave a special mark on the hull. A special paint formed by the fusion of juice collected from the branches of tree fruits and powder ground from Arceus steel. Without this paint, without a pilot ship, and not a ship familiar to the Gyarados, they are all enemies that can be attacked indiscriminately. You have to gamble your life to know what kind of attack you will encounter, because the personalities of Gyarados are different. If you are lucky, you may just be overturned. If you are unlucky, those Gyarados will also kill them all. As for the ordinary expulsion, they are Gyarados, nicknamed the Great Cruelty. If you don't get their recognition, you can't experience the gentleness of the Pokémon. In the original timeline, Ace was washed up in Wano Country by coincidence after encountering a shipwreck, just like the Whitebeard pirates, and happened to encounter a time when Kaido was not at home. But now, this coincidence does not exist. Wow! What? What happened? Hold on to the rope. Don't fall. Teacher. Kodaz fell to your side, catch it. The lynx on the boat almost flew out under the impact of the waves, but it was Mile who flew out the rope in his hand and caught it back. The current was only relatively turbulent before, but it turned out like this in the blink of an eye. With excellent ship control technology, the Spade Pirates barely stabilized the ship. This is not the first time that such a thing has happened. Knives fell inexplicably from the sky, hitting non-existent air walls, whirlpools appeared in the middle of the sea, and various natural disasters made them experience it all during this period. They have not encountered any powerful opponents, but they have already experienced the cruelty of the New World. Even Scar has not experienced these, and past experience can't help at all. Ace and the others thought that it was the dangerous climate that caused them not to encounter any enemies. They didn't know that in fact, it was because they rushed into the hinterland of the territorial waters of the beasts with a changing sea current and avoided the patrol boats, so they didn't encounter any enemies. The huge waves stopped for a while, and before the people on the boat could take a breath, the crisis came to them again. Nereus's huge figure poked out from the sea, and only the upper body exposed above the sea was 10 meters high. At this time, he was looking at the people on Ace's boat with unfriendly eyes. You! As soon as Ace uttered a word, Nereus raised his arm and smashed towards their ship. Iska was willing to chat with him because Iska's character was kind, but Nereus was different. Even if she ate the modified Great Path fruit, she was still the queen of Gyarados in essence, and she was thinking more with Gyarados' thinking. There was no pilot ship, no mark, and an unknown pirate flag, so they were enemies, and there was no need to talk nonsense to the enemy. Fire Fist. Seeing the female giant in front of him attack without saying a word, Ace also launched his own counterattack, and hit Nereus with a huge flaming fist. Fire? A scornful smile appeared on the corner of Nereus' mouth. Without any worries, Ace, who had just entered the New World, could fight Jinbei for days and nights with full firepower, but there was land. On land, the fishmen lost their biggest advantage, and now, this is the ocean. Putting his hands together, a wave of water has condensed and met Ace's fire fist head-on. Water can extinguish fire, this is a truth known to everyone. At the moment when water and fire collided, a large amount of steam blocked the sight of the two. Although Ace tried his best to increase his firepower, it was not a clear choice to fight with the king of Gyarados on the sea. Nereus's dragon tail swung under the sea, and a water dragon rushed onto the deck. Under the attack of the water flow, Ace's flames were silenced in an instant, and the people on the boat were also washed away. The sporadic counterattacks had no effect. Nereus's body was covered with hard scales, and the attacks of these ordinary members could not do anything to her. Without waiting for Ace to get up, Nereus opened her mouth and spit out a flame from her mouth, as if to show in this way that who can't spit fire these days. For example, some Pokémon, although they can't fly, can spit fire. Looking at the incoming flames, he still stood up stubbornly. Just being drenched in water would not make him lose his strength, and it would not have any effect if he didn't stay in the water all the time. Relying on his flaming body, he absorbed all the sprayed flames, but Nereus's subsequent attacks also came. The tail of the water shattered their boats, and the tsunami caused by the surfing covered this place again. On land, Ace still had the strength to fight Nereus, but on the sea, he had no ability to match the opponent. Just even if he could barely hold back, Nereus was also capable of destroying his ship. With a flick of the tail, the wave rushed into the distance. As for whether the Spade pirates were dead or alive, and where they would be washed to, Nereus was not interested. If she was not mistaken, there seemed to be fishmen on the ship, and they could still be saved if they tried hard. After making sure that those people had been washed away and would not enter the area of Wano country, Nereus looked back at her family. Snap! With a slap of the tail on the sea, several Gyarados surfaced one after another, looking like elementary school students being scolded by their class teacher. Why can an unmarked ship reach this place? Arceus gave her the status of the king of the tribe, which no Gyarados could shake. Even if there were Gyarados who were dissatisfied, they would only complain in private. Most of these Gyarados were Nereus elders. For a junior to become a king, some Gyarados did not understand at first, and they obeyed her orders only because of Arceus. However, as Nereus gradually showed her strength, her throne became more and more stable. At this time, she was establishing her prestige, and the object of her prestige was those new Gyarados who lived in other seas and made their first pilgrimage here and had never seen her before. King, that ship is too small. No matter how big or small it is a pirate ship. This is the order of the master. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being rude. After a lesson, the sea surface returned to silence, Gyarados returned to the water again, and Nereus was also recalling the situation just now. The way to teach subordinates learned from Manderfesh, the one just now should be fine, right? White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 808, God's Grace Ceremony and Jealousy. Intelligent creatures continue to grow according to their own experience. The fruit that Nereus ate was the mythical beast species of the human fruit. This fruit significantly improved her wisdom. Pokémon are very smart, but their way of thinking is still different from that of humans. The thinking logic of mythical beasts is closer to humans, but other Pokémon are not like this. Nereus' previous logical thinking has always been the tribe way of Gyarados. When we meet, I will use a jet of flames. If that doesn't work, I will use a destructive death ray. If I don't like you, I will beat you up first. But after she became the king of the tribe, she found that this method was not suitable for future development. As the king of a tribe, she should not be so irritable, so she learned some management methods from humans she was familiar with. The objects of her learning were basically the fishmen, and then people like Manderfesh who had a close relationship with the fishmen, because he lived in an environment where he could swim directly from the sea, so it was more convenient to visit. She had originally asked Jack for advice, but Jack's management method. If you don't agree, you will fight. Whoever wins will have the final say. He is even simpler and cruder than Gyarados. He doesn't talk about feelings with ordinary people, unless his Frost Milk Fairy is interested in him. Among the current codders, Jack's subordinates have the highest injury rate. After all, his most commonly used tactic is boarding battle. After cleaning up the surrounding sea area, Nereus turned into Gyarados again, entered Wano country along the outer waterfall, and landed on the beach of Kuri, dragging a sea king behind him. The Gyarados tribe has long been integrated into the ecological chain of the ocean. This ocean hides too many unknowns and is unexpectedly tolerant of creatures. The fact that the special tribe of sea kings and sea beasts can exist in the ocean already shows the tolerance of the ocean. Ordinary marine creatures are not interested in Magikarp, but sea beasts and sea kings can regard them as krill. The huge number of Magikarp reproduction ensures the reproduction of the tribe. When Gyarados are born in a small group, their status in the food chain will change. For Nereus, who commands all Gyarados, she has long been at the top of the marine food chain. The Sea Kings who want to attack her will eventually become her food, or souvenirs. This Sea King with a sea bream head is like this. Pilgrimage is something that the Magikarp tribe has to do every year, but the chance of finding a stone slab is not high. Only Nereus has found that one in all these years. But as she learned, she began to think that she couldn't come here empty-handed every time. Arceus looked down on ordinary things, so she expanded the influence of her creator. Boom! The huge Sea King was thrown to the ground, and a big hole was smashed on the beach. The fishermen nearby all stared with their eyes wide open. The outer sea of Wano country is full of turbulent whirlpool currents. If you want to fish, you can only fish on a small scale in the inland sea. Fishing in the inland river can also provide a lot of catches, but seafood is generally rare, and most people don't have the ability to go out to sea to fish. Usually, the fishing team of the beasts brings it back from the outside world, and the price will be higher. Take it and divide it. Leaving such a sentence, Nereus walked towards the depths of July. The direction of advance happened to be Zeraura's home. She had something to discuss with the eldest son. Soon, there were several more figures on the ghost island, from Nereus who was more than 20 meters big to Diancie who was just over half a meter small. Most of the Pokémon created by Arceus were watching nearby. The three bees danced the bee dance under the leadership of the queen bee, and the electric shock monster grabbed the wind fairy beside them to prevent them from running around. Guaidud was waiting silently on the ground, and the eight-headed dragon was also. Like a good kid. In the sky, you can see Steelix and Tanabata flying, and the giant Forge was sitting quietly by the side, not thinking of anything bad. Sweet Cold Queen drove away the seabirds next to her and protected the sweet bamboo next to her, and the electric dragon controlled the group of the merely sheep to prevent innocent people from getting electrocuted. Several Guerriers were also competing with each other, wanting to compare who can do more push UPS, and even let a few Farfetch'd stand on his back. Acting as an extra weight. Frosty Milk Fairy shuttled among the Pokémon groups, sharing her cream. Most of the Pokémon in Wano country gathered here, and even the Pokémon with a large population had their own representatives. In addition to the Pokémon gathered together, there were also many pirates watching, and a little fanaticism could be seen in their eyes, because the God's Grace ceremony was being held here. Arceus was showing his great power, the Pokémon were worshipping the heroic figure of the creator, and the pirates were imagining their own future. At the banquet, they could only drink and have fun, and at most there were some entertainment programs, such as dancing and singing, but at the God's Grace ceremony, they could get the most direct power. Dad, when will it be our turn? Yes, we want it too. Besides Zeraora, the two children showed their desire for power. Even if they already had the power of Waveguide and Lightning, they wanted more magical power. You can't chew too much, first master what you have, and then wait obediently. The previous words are true, Moon Lion, Thunder Power, Wave Power, Haki, these are enough for them to learn. At the same time, Zeraora felt that they would be more lawless if they got the ability too early, otherwise they would go to Arceus specifically, and he would not refuse to give the two children the ability in advance. By the way, why is that woman here? After comforting her children, Zeraora looked at the stands on the side, where there was a person who shouldn't be here, Kojiki Hiri. After the assassination, she changed. Before, she told Jin that she wanted to observe the Lord's power, so he brought her here. The voice of Koga Greninja came from the side, which was also a reason for the Pokémon here. Tisk, why is it Salisha and the others, just because they follow Miss Yamato? There are more and more people in the beast, not everyone can keep a normal mind when facing colleagues who have gained abilities. In addition to envy and admiration, jealousy is also growing. Lord Saint Beast has never ignored anyone who has made achievements. They got that position through fighting a few years ago. They have been working hard to learn and fight against the enemy over the years. This is accumulated bit by bit. When you complain about others, why don't you think about what you were doing at the beginning? Lord Lady Shayna. The cold voice beside the ear made several people tremble, and they dared not answer. You guys follow me later, don't you just want the ability? Let me see if you are ready for this. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 809, Professional Religious People, Quinn who is despised. Fighting to accumulate merits is an unchanging truth in the beasts. In this turbulent era, even the beasts' pirates are not short of battles, small conflicts with the navy, rookie pirates who are blinded by wealth. Not to mention every day, but they will attack the outer territory of the beasts every 2 or 3 days. Since these people want abilities, Shayna will give them a chance. Nowadays, most of the God-given people are promoted through fighting. Even the codders who are picked up can kill people in the training ground. Luck is not absolute. Mander Fesh has good luck, but in addition to good luck, he is a former scout captain. Good luck is also an opportunity to use his strength to fight, but this greatly raises his upper limit, and promotes him from an ordinary codder to the level of a big codder. Yes. Lady Shayna. They are all ready. One person seemed to be a little hesitant, but the companion next to him directly Chapter 809, Professional Religious People, Quinn who is despised. Fighting to accumulate merits is an unchanging truth in the beasts, and in this turbulent era, even the beasts' pirates are not short of fighting, small conflicts with the navy, rookie pirates who are blinded by wealth. Not to mention every day, but every 2 or 3 days, they will attack the outer territory of the beasts. Since these people want ability, Shayna will give them a chance. Nowadays, most of the God-favored are promoted through fighting. Even the codders who were picked up can kill people in the training ground. Luck is not absolute. Mander Fesh has good luck, but in addition to good luck, he is a former scout captain. Good luck is also an opportunity to use his strength to fight, but this greatly raises his upper limit, and promotes him from an ordinary codder to the level of a big codder. Yes. Lady Shayna. They are all ready. One person seemed to be a little hesitant, but the companions next to him had similar tasks. After passing them, they would have what they should have. Only verbally disobeying, but physically stagnating and not daring to participate in the battle, this behavior is the taboo of all beasts. If they refuse, it will be really miserable. You just work hard, by the way, don't be afraid of fighting, otherwise. Some words don't need to be said, but they all know what will happen next. At this time, the God-favored ceremony has officially begun, and they are also unlucky. Normally, gossiping may not be discovered. During the God's Grace ceremony, the codders are usually beside Arceus or Kaido. But this time is different. The God's Grace ceremony ushered in a more professional host Misu. As a nun, she has led believers in prayer countless times, whether in the previous religion or the current Arceus cult. But now, the one standing behind her is no longer a cold stone statue, but a real god. The Lord witnesses your efforts, and your efforts will be responded to. The Lord will give you strength. Misu recited a long prayer. Unlike the pirates who like to be lively, the place below was very quiet. The group of God-blessed people were half kneeling devoutly in front, waiting for Arceus to give them power. Without any external force, several streams of light flowed out of Arceus' body and finally entered the bodies of the God-blessed people. She is really suitable for this. On the other side of the high platform, after scolding a few pirates, Shayna came here and discussed the God-blessed ceremony presided over by Misu with Jin. Indeed, Quinn made the ceremony of the holy beast like a street performance. Now it looks much more solemn. Although the ceremony presided over by Quinn was gorgeous and could make ordinary pirates more excited, for the 2 survivors of the Lunaria tribe, such a ceremony was a bit superfluous. Misu did not do anything extra, but just slightly adjusted the opening of the mechanical roof of the ghost island. The falling sunlight just formed a unique light curtain with the brilliance of the stone slabs, thus forming this solemn scene. In the battle hundreds of years ago, the priests of the Lunaria tribe fought on the front line, so that the priest's heritage was not left behind, otherwise Shayna and Jin could help. However, neither of them is good at this kind of thing, so they had always handed it over to Quinn. At that time, they thought Quinn was doing okay, but after the comparison, their mentality changed. Hey. Can you two not treat me as if I don't exist? Oh, sorry, I won't say it in front of you next time. Shayna gave him a calm answer, and the damage caused was outstanding, directly silencing Quinn. Is this the power given by the gods? At this time, the light had dissipated, looking at the new member who was wrapped in elements and was getting familiar with his abilities. Kojiki Hiri, who saw this scene for the first time, couldn't help asking, and Drake on the side also gave an answer. Kojiki Hiri made a new choice, but the people of the beasts have not all accepted her. Drake is here mainly because he is taking advantage of Kikuno-ho. Of course, this is only a part of Lord Arceus' power, and according to the nun, this is not the full state of Lord Arceus. God. Kojiki Hiri fell into deep thought again, and no one knew what she was thinking. Not bad, you guys, show me what abilities Lord Foster Father gave you. Looking at her subordinates gaining abilities one after another, Yamato also smiled. Speed and the other two were able to gain abilities not because they followed her. Although these three were her direct subordinates, it did not mean that they had to follow her all the time. These were all accumulated little by little in their battles with other forces. Speed was transformed, so let's start with Mizuka. Okay Miss Yamato, wait a moment, I'm not very familiar with this power. Mizuka, with blonde hair, responded. Among the few people, she was wearing very cool clothes, which was no different from a bikini swimsuit. At this time, Mizuka was using her mind to mobilize the energy in her body. The short blonde hair gradually turned blue, and the exposed skin was gradually covered with fur. A white fluff appeared on her chest, and a blue tail appeared behind her. After the transformation, she looked more dressed. Overall, it can be seen that she is an ape, but if you only look at the lower body, it will feel like a lion. The Pokemon that releases water, cold water ape. A classification that sounds strange, but this classification does not mean that they will release water in battle, but that they have special drainage organs. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon Dove. Chapter 810, Come, Hit Me. Cold Water Ape, it stands to reason that this Pokemon has two relatives, Explosive Ape and Cauliflower Ape. As a classic combination of water, fire, and grass, their presence is greatly weakened by the three starters in various places, but as an objectively existing Pokemon, it also has its own reason for existence. Well, it's pretty cute, but these eyes Mizuka, can you still see things clearly? Of course, Miss Yamato, are you thinking of something strange? Mizuka opened her eyes again, but soon returned to the state of squinting. The abilities of Pokemon will more or less affect the users, allowing them to retain some of their Pokemon hobbies. And the cold water ape is such an example. In most cases, they will keep a squinting look, and rarely open their eyes completely. This color is water type, right? It will be much more convenient at sea in the future. That's right, Lord Arceus has also specially improved this ability's resistance a little, but this ability is better used to store fresh water. Like many water-type Pokemon, in addition to the ability to make water, they also have the ability to store water. The hair on the head of the cold water ape is a special water storage organ. It looks like just hair, but it can store a lot of water. And the tail can not only be used when attacking, once the water stored on the head is reduced, the tail can be used to absorb water to replenish it. Ordinary cold water apes cannot inhale too much seawater due to physical reasons, which will make them sick, but Mizuka is different. She has a better tolerance for seawater. She just doesn't plan to store seawater. If it is convenient, she still plans to store fresh water. During the voyage, she was already a part-time chef, and her demand for fresh water was higher. Since the sailing time cannot be guaranteed, most pirate ships will have simple seawater desalination devices to filter seawater. Water. With this ability, it's different. From now on, she can be regarded as a mobile humanoid reservoir, and can provide hot water 24 hours a day. It sounds good, come on, hit me. Ah? Miss Yamato, you said hit you. Yes, otherwise how can I know how strong you are? Don't think too much, you can't hurt me. Okay, then I'm sorry. As she said that, the tail behind Mizuka pointed at Yamato, and a high-pressure water column sprayed out from it, and Yamato also reached out to grab the water column. After being stiff for a few seconds, a cold air came out from her palm, freezing Mizuka's water column into an icicle. It's okay, practice more in the future, the power should be good. Yes. Even though she knew that Yamato was very strong, she still couldn't accept it after experiencing it herself. She just tried it with a target, and even a concrete wall would be directly pierced through, but such a high-pressure water gun couldn't even make Yamato retreat a step. But there are only a few who can do this. Most of the people who have no countermeasures will not end well if she hits them. Okay, next, Salisha, Speed, you two come together. Speed was the first to change. She still looked like a centaur. Overall, she didn't change much. After all, she was originally a person with the ability of the zebra fruit. However, as her ability became Pokemon, her upper body that maintained her human form also changed a lot. Her pupils turned blue, lightning-like patterns appeared in the corners of her eyes, and lightning-shaped horns appeared on her head. Her body still had white patterns, but those patterns showed obvious lightning symbols. Lightning Pokemon, Thunder Zebra. It doesn't look like a big change. It's just the look. I feel like I've been reborn. Her hair color was similar to Yuta's, clearly divided into two halves in the middle, but half black and half white. She originally had short, neat hair, but after the ability became Pokemon, her hair seemed to be connected to the horse mane and extended all the way back. At this time, there seemed to be sparks in the mane, and there was even a thunderous sound in the hooves of the lower body. In contrast, Salisha's changes were not obvious, at least she did not enjoy the temporary hair transplant service. Because she originally had long light green hair, and she was the most tightly dressed one, and even had the habit of wearing a helmet and goggles. Although there was no temporary hair transplant, she successfully dyed her hair purple, and even had two purple hairs under the helmet that were not exposed. Behind her, two longer arms, or tails, had floated up. Long-tailed Pokemon Twin-tailed Strange Hand. It looks like an arm, but it is actually a tail, and it is very flexible, even more flexible than its arms. Because the tail is very convenient, its real arm has been gradually forgotten and has become a secondary limb. From peeling fruits to fighting, the twin-tailed Strange Hand can rely on the arm to complete everything. From this moment on, Salisha has automatically evolved into a four-sword flow. While having flexible twin tails, her arms have not been forgotten. Miss Yamato, do you want the same as before? A heavy breath came out of his nose. Yamato felt that Speed's Battle 8 senses seemed to have increased a lot, which was also a little bit of the influence of Thunder Zebra. This is a Pokemon with extremely strong explosive power. Relatively speaking, its personality is also more irritable. According to Yamato's previous habits, since Mizuka came once, the two of them should be similar. Come on, by the way, this is your new equipment. I almost forgot to give it to you. Yamato took out a bundle of arrows and a new bow from Yunduo's waist bag, as well as two long swords. The arrows are for Speed, and the swords are for Salisha. Mizuka is the type of bare-handed combat, and now has the ability of long-range sniping, so there is no new equipment. This batch of bows and arrows is no different in shape from ordinary arrows, but they are all made of metal. The power of these three people has been drawn in advance, and the ability has been determined, so brand new equipment has been created accordingly. Due to her strong physical strength, she can still shoot metal arrows far, and the reason for changing arrows for Speed is just to make it easier for her to add lightning. Lightning is not a wave power, and Speed cannot condense the invisible lightning into a solid entity, so he needs some external force. Bending the bow and putting the arrow, lightning wrapped around the arrow body, Speed is ready to attack. Salisha's double tails are also stained with a metallic luster, but her iron tail should perhaps be called Iron Fist, and Mizuka is also ready for battle at Yamato's signal. Even if it is 3-1, the result of the battle has not changed much, but it allows Yamato to find out the strength of his team. At the same time, on the other side, Jack's team, Jinrami and Sips had also started fighting with Jack. Wait, Master Jack, I'm curious, who passed down this detection method? I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 811, The Beast Tradition, The Gathering of the Sons of God. Similar things don't just happen to Jack or Yamato, this behavior is common in the Beast Pirates. What if you are not familiar with your deputy's ability? Fight. What if you are not familiar with your subordinate's abilities? Fight. What if you are not sure about the strength of the team? Fight. As long as it is related to force, the alt method that the beasts solve is probably to fight. In addition to Yamato and Jack, even Maria, who spends most of her time in Wano country, also tests the strength of her subordinates in this way. Jack has the most battles, and the team he leads also fights the most frequently, but his subordinates accumulate merits the slowest. There are also probing links in the battles of ordinary teams, but Jack is different. After the boat approaches, he usually rushes up by himself. The iron body brought by the King Bronze Elephant makes him unstoppable. Ordinary people can't stop him at all. Moreover, people with similar strength can't do anything to him on the sea. Once he catches them, he will pull them to the bottom. The physique of the people here is different from that of ordinary people, but they can't breathe underwater after all. They can last for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but Jack can stay for several days. If you meet him on the sea, you are not flexible enough and have no strength to suppress him, so you basically have to admit that you are unlucky. Therefore, Jinlami and Sipshed's achievements accumulate more slowly, but they successfully get the ordinary species of the elephant fruit and the ancient species of the elephant fruit in Jack's hand. After that, they were pulled out by Jack for practice, and the reason was also to be familiar with their changes, and to let them know how elephants fight. When Jack politely asked them if there was anything else they didn't understand, Sip's had raised this question. Hasn't the beasts always been like this? Listening to Sipshed's question, Jack didn't quite understand. In his eyes, the fighting between cotters and subordinates was normal. He grew up like this. And it's not just him. Yamato, Maria, Ultai, Page 1, and even Iska grew up like this. This is Jack's inherent cognition. If you want to trace the source, you have to find Kaido and then trace it back to the past. Not to mention the new generation, even Jin and Shana went through this, and Quinn has a deep understanding of this. This is the only tradition of the beasts that will not be lost with age and has been preserved to this day. Yamato really wants to use this method to get familiar with the abilities of his subordinates without thinking about other aspects. Jack thinks this method is simple and effective. Some cotters just want to let the newcomers experience what they have experienced. Since there is no ability to resist, let's suffer together. The three elephants started their own battle, but it looked very funny. Jack was huge in size, and after the ability was transformed, he was the same as the giants, but Jinrami and Sip's head were the size of ordinary people. Even though the elephant fruit made their bodies soar, they still couldn't compare with Jack. In addition, this was Jack's teaching bureau, and there was really a strange feeling of an elephant leading a baby elephant. After the Divine Grace ceremony, most people returned to their original positions. There were also many people listening to Mrs. preaching, and even some newcomers were listening to Mrs. speech. For example, Kojiki Hiri, she never refused such things. As long as they were willing to listen to her preaching, she had the patience to repeat the same doctrine. She was the leader of editing doctrines. After years of preaching, she could almost memorize the thick doctrine completely. Sister, you said that the Lord will not forget anyone who has worked hard, what about you? Of course the Lord will not forget. My new life was given by the Lord. If you are asking about ability, how do you know I don't have it? Mrs. stretched out her arm and answered their questions in person. Quinn had already slipped away. He didn't want to be targeted by Kaido. Kaido would easily get angry at this time and might even drag him to practice. But Shemi didn't leave, but went to participate in a Pokemon. Hello, my name is Shemi. You were also created by the Lord, right? Shemi jumped to Nereus's shoulder. Due to the special aura in her body, Nereus didn't stop her. Anyway, Shemi, a little guy, didn't take up any space, and Wolf and Miauna were also on her shoulders. They were very interested in this big ant. Yes. The world outside is interesting, right? You must have seen a lot of interesting things along the way. Interesting? There is nothing interesting in the sea, but the amusement park at the Mandrfish family is quite fun. Nereus spends most of his time in the deep sea, which is really not interesting. Except for the area near Fishman Island, it is almost dark. Really? Then you must be bored, it's boring to listen to. Shemi, don't talk like that. Listening to Shemi's speech, Diancie felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she stopped Shemi. Ah, I didn't mean that, I was just curious. Shemi waved his forelimbs to explain something, but accidentally fell down, and was then caught in the air by the diamond platform condensed by Diancie. Don't be clumsy, be elegant, Shemi. I don't like that, it's better to be free, right? I think you learned bad things from Quinn. I didn't, but I seem to have gained weight, he has a lot of delicious food in his hands. I'll go out with him after a while, so I want to ask what it's like outside. Unlike Diancie who pays attention to etiquette, Shemi is very loose, and he is very eye-catching among this group of humanoid Pokemon. While Diancie was correcting her younger sister about etiquette, Miauna and Wolf were also chatting with Nereus. Is this the right way to educate subordinates? Nereus saw Jack and Yamato fighting on the side and couldn't help asking. This method seemed a bit primitive. She wanted to change it, but it seemed that this was the right way. You'd better not learn this. This is also a feature of this place. Dad is right, Aunt Nereus, didn't you encounter anything interesting in the open sea? Zeraora dispelled Nereus's idea, which was indirectly after saving the lives of several Gyarados. The topic soon returned to the matter of fun. Funny if I must say, I met a man who plays with fire outside, which should be quite interesting, at least naively interesting. Outside. Hearing this, Ziraura felt something was wrong. Yes, according to the master's original intention, I have sunk their ship, and it should have drifted far away now. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 812, Suitor. Nereus recounted the previous battle and said that he had surfed those people away. Surfing. Aunt Nereus, we want to go surfing too. Don't make trouble, let Lottie Kappa accompany you. Dad and Aunt Nereus have something to see Lord Arceus later. Pulling his children off Nereus' shoulders one by one, Ziraura asked Lottie Kappa to take care of them for a while, and then went to do business. There are not so many Pokemon participating this time. In addition to mythical beasts such as Ziraura and Shaman, there are leaders of various Pokemon, such as Dragonite, Tanabata Bluebird, Sweet and Cold Queen, Queen Bee, Steel Armor Crow, and Giant Forge. Pokemon such as Slash Commander and Farfetch'd D are also among them. Kentaro and Miltank are still discussing something on the way. Their status is similar to that of Nereus, and they are considered the patriarchs of the tribe. For those with relatively small numbers, a regional representative is selected. For example, the representative of the mine is Giant Rock Monster, which is the most beautiful woman in the mine in the eyes of Rock-type Pokemon. This is the annual meeting of Pokemon, and the person reporting is naturally Arceus. Manaphy, who works in the sea, also sent back a giant Swampert, which is now walking slowly forward with a super bad star on its head. Except for Manaphy itself and Darkrai, who is unknown, all the Pokemon created by Arceus have gathered together. Happy Egg and Almost Doll even had some occupational diseases. I wanted to check them, but Arceus' arrival calmed them down. Master. Mixed with various Pokemon languages, different Pokemon were reporting their past lives and reports on Arceus' mission, but no one brought good news. It's okay, don't be disappointed, there's still a lot of time, just look for it bit by bit. Looking at the somewhat lost Heracross in front of him, Arceus also comforted it. Nereus wanted to report the previous things, but Ziraura told him that they were just some trivial matters and there was no need to disturb Arceus. She simply put this matter behind her. She didn't know whether those people were dead or alive, and where they were washed to, but they were definitely not in Wano country. As for Ace, who was not taken seriously by her at all, he also met a kind person after drifting for a while. White sheets, unfamiliar ceilings, an extremely familiar start, but he was still on this sea. Ace? You finally woke up. Where is this? How long has it been? I don't know either, but thanks to you and Wallace, everyone was injured, but they were saved. In a tsunami of that scale, it is difficult to save normal humans, but the Spade Pirates are very special. They have a special member, Wallace, a curious fish man. Ace blocked Nereus's last jet of flame with his body. As a user of the flame fruit, he has a certain immunity to flames, so the jet of flame did not cause much damage. Afterwards, because he was in a hurry to make a pilgrimage, Nereus fired a surf and left here. Gyarados does not have the habit of eating people. They will kill the enemy, but they are not interested in the corpse. Nereus did not even look back, and the Gyarados following her did not continue to pursue the matter. With the power of the fishman, Wallace desperately tied all the people on the ship with ropes and swam out of the dangerous sea. Many people were injured, and all the property and ships were destroyed, but they survived. Except Wallace, everyone else was unconscious in the tsunami. Only Wallace persisted and met other pirate ships before he fainted. They were lucky. The captain of this ship was a kind man. Are you awake too? So brother, will you marry me for saving you? Ace, who hadn't figured out what was going on, received a marriage proposal directly. When he turned around, he saw a pink-haired woman staring at him outside the door. That's sorry, I'm not interested in this. Where are my companions? Rejected. Sister Lola was rejected again. This is the 419th time. All the men on this ship rejected her. The exclamation of the pirates sounded next to him, which made Ace very confused. His brain cells were no longer functioning well. Deuce, what's going on? This is a bit complicated. I don't really understand it. It should be like this. Deuce briefly summarized what happened. Because Ace is a superpower, he sank to the bottom as soon as the boat capsized. It took a lot of effort for Wallace to rescue him. When Wallace was about to run out of energy, they happened to meet the tumbling pirates, so they were rescued. It was such a simple thing. The reason why the tumbling pirates appeared here was because of Lola's arrangement. After escaping from marriage, Lola did not leave the New World immediately. She felt that with Charlotte Linland's personality, she would definitely be furious and send someone to capture her. Your ship can't escape those homies' ships. Those ships are the Big Mom pirates. The pirate group's special fleet, but she didn't dare to use it. If there was homies, it would be easier for Charlotte Linland to catch up with her. Therefore, she chose the tactic of hiding in the dark under the lamp, hiding on an island not far from Charlotte Linland's territory for a while, and during this time, she re-strengthened the ship and gathered some subordinates. With this cheerful personality, she really found a lot of crew members. As for the more than 400 proposals during this period, it was just because she didn't want Charlotte Linland to control her life. She wanted to pursue her own love. Loki had a strong background and really loved her, but she didn't want to choose the other party. Therefore, when they saw a similar man, they would propose to him. Almost all the men in the Spade Pirates had experienced this sentence. This time it was Ace's turn. 7. Hearing that she was rejected again, Lola was not discouraged, but still maintained a cheerful mood. Where is this place? After reuniting with his crew, Ace started to plan for the future again. Here? It's not far from Fishman Island. We'll be there soon. Lola, who was born in the New World, knows the horror of the New World. Now she can no longer rely on the Big Mom pirates. It's not easy to survive here with her own strength. So after hiding for so long, she decided to take her subordinates to Paradise and start a new voyage there. Fishman Island. Hearing this place name, the people of the Spade Pirates were shocked. This meant that their voyage during this period was in vain. Nereus directly sent them back to the midway save point. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 813, Curse or Prophecy. But no one complained. After all, thanks to Wallace, they had this opportunity. Are there any suitable islands nearby? Diaz asked Lola. They had nothing on the ship now. Wallace had risked his life to save the people. The treasures on the ship were long gone. Although they still had personal belongings on them, it was estimated that they would not be enough for a ship when added together. They have become pirates without a ship. If they want to sail again, they either have to rob a ship or buy one. But in any case, returning to Fishman Island is not a good thing. The risk of robbing a ship in the seabed is too great, and the Sabayati archipelago is not stable. Moreover, they don't want to start all over again, so they want to get off the ship nearby in advance. Oh, you don't want to return to Paradise? How could it be? We are going to become the strongest pirate group in the world. You have courage, I like it, so is there really no one who wants to marry me? I can give you another chance. Lola has seen many pirates who failed in the New World. After the failure, most of these people will be afraid of the New World and flee here in a hurry. There are also some pirates who can't even bear the first half, and finally dare to tyrannize the world. This kind of courageous character can still make her appreciate it slightly. No, thank you, we are not interested. However, Lola's proposal was not responded to. You guys, Sister Lola's mother is a famous pirate in the New World. You didn't even seize this opportunity. Then why didn't you accept it? Diaz's words blocked the words of the other members of the Tumbling Pirates. Although love is not necessarily related to appearance, appearance can establish the first impression. It is still a bit difficult for Lola to take this step to find true love. However, Lola didn't care about this matter and changed the topic to another aspect. If you go to Fishman Island here, there is only one island you pass by, New Fishman Island. It should be okay to put you there, right? No problem, any island is fine, but New Fishman Island, what kind of island is this? Ace didn't care which island it was, but he was still quite curious about the situation of the island. I don't know, I haven't heard of this island. Looking at his companion's eyes, Scar gave a negative answer. He had some understanding of the New World, but it was very limited, and he had no idea about this newly born island. Lola couldn't explain clearly what kind of island this was, but she only knew that it existed. Finally, everyone's eyes were focused on Wallace. The New Fishman Island sounded like it was related to the fishman. As a fishman, he should know some inside information. Wallace, do you know anything? I know, but when I left Fishman Island, the island was just an idea. Are they moving so fast? Wallace explained Odohim's ideals and the theoretical significance of the existence of the New Fishman Island, but he didn't know more inside information. Being able to join Ace's pirate group shows that Wallace is not that kind of extreme fishman. Before he went to sea, he also agreed with Otohim's ideas, but not all of them. After all, Otohim was too idealistic. Finally, Ace and others went to the New Fishman Island and planned to build a new ship there. The New Fishman Island does not exclude outsiders. With Wallace, a fishman, they were not intercepted. The tumbling pirates also came here together. Their purpose was to coat the film. The fishmen have many excellent coating craftsmen. If they want to go to paradise, coating is an essential step. If coating is available here, they will naturally not refuse. However, in the inner lake of the New Fishman Island, the Spade Pirates saw some terrifying things. Gyarados. How come these monsters are here too? At first, Nereus did not show her true form, but she was accompanied by other Gyarados, and in the Great they had encountered other Gyarados when sailing on the Grand Channel and knew that this thing was difficult to deal with. As if hearing their name, the Gyarados over there looked at them. At this time, a burst of singing suddenly came from above their heads, followed by voices. Humans, don't be so nervous. They won't attack you on their own initiative. A fat blue man jumped off the back of the desert dragonfly. 4. Due to environmental problems, the mandible ants that originally lived here were large and small, and the same happened after they evolved. This fat blue man was naturally Jinbei, and he had just been patrolling on the back of a large desert dragonfly, and the song was none other than the sound of the desert dragonfly flapping its wings. As the final evolved form of the mandible ants, they have achieved the same sublimation as a carp leaping over a dragon's gate, successfully possessing dragon attributes. Desert dragonflies are mostly green with 2 green tentacles on their heads. They are somewhat similar to dragonflies, so they are also called dragonflies. 2. Its eyes are also equipped with red hemisphere structures, and the red covers can protect the eyes from foreign objects. The sound of their flapping wings is very beautiful, like a girl singing. This beautiful sound is also a trap, a special trap used to attract prey. Although they are called desert elves for this reason, this kind of elf can kill people. Just like the siren's song, if you are confused by it, it will be difficult to get out again. The New Fishman Island is not stable. Occasionally, there will be foreign invaders and human traffickers sneaking in. This gives the mandible ants a chance to fight, and with the passage of time, evolved individuals are gradually produced and become the guardian of the New Fishman Island. In addition to them, Jinbei would occasionally patrol here to avoid unnecessary conflicts. If they entered the country illegally, they would not be able to reach this place at all, so Jinbei knew that they were not intruders, so he tried to resolve unnecessary conflicts. Boss Ace, he is Kaixia Jinbei, one of the 7 warriors under the king. Brother Jinbei, it's me, Wars. There are few fishmen who don't know Jinbei and Tiger. Seeing each other appear, Wars also greeted him excitedly, and seeing Jinbei's serious face of the same race, there was a little more smile, but the smile didn't last long. You want to buy a boat? Yes, we had some trouble before. The ship sank, so we came here by boat. The boat is fine, but the question is, do you have money? Even if Xiao Hachi and Aaron asked for a boat, Jinbei could directly make the decision to give them one, but Wars could only say that they knew each other, and there was no such a big favor, so it was impossible for him to break the rules. Looking at the expressions of these people, Jinbei guessed that they were probably penniless. For the sake of his fellow clan members, he gave them a suggestion. We have discovered a mineral deposit near here. The wages for mining are quite high. Why don't you think about it? Listening to Jinbei's words, Ace suddenly remembered Iska's words. For some reason, he felt that there must be some connection. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 814, The Failed Missionary. Digging mining? Brother Jinbei, are you kidding me? After listening to Jinbei's suggestion, Wars didn't know what to say for a while. The miner's income was indeed quite high, but the price of a ship was not cheap either. This was a very time-consuming activity no matter how you looked at it. Of course I'm not kidding. You should both be in good physical condition. We have been working together for a while. Ordinary sea ships can still be afforded. If you want a high-quality ship built by Baseho Adam, it will certainly not be enough. There is no such thing here. Boat. Shipbuilding is also a technical job. Most islands can only provide ship repair services. If you want to build a ship, you have to go to a special island. This is how the capital of the 7 Waters successfully established itself on the Grand Line. The ability of New Fishman Island to sell ships was decided after discussion between Otohim and Neptune. There is no shortage of shipwrights in the Fishman clan. Many legendary craftsmen have been born in this clan. With the help of these crafts, New Fishman Island has the ability to build high-quality ships. Skills have also gained a new foothold in the New World. In addition to some specially built ships, there are also some standard ships in the dock, and the target customers are unlucky people like Ace who encounter shipwrecks. No one can figure out the weather in the New World. A large number of abnormal weather and weird weather conditions restrict the shipping and technological points in the New World. Considering the crooked technology tree of this world, it is not difficult to get a plane, but in the Grand Line, this kind of equipment is meaningless. If there are really planes, 24 hours a day, I am afraid they will be delayed for 25 hours. The complicated weather almost blocked the possibility of flying. Well, brother Jinbei, is there a faster way? No, unless Lady Otohim or King Neptune give you a ship, or do you want to speak like a pirate? Out of concern for his fellow clan members, Jinbei answered the other party's questions patiently, but also reminded the other party not to have any evil thoughts. If the 100 Beasts or Whitebeard came here and said they needed a ship, they would not hesitate and would definitely give it to the other party directly. Whether it was Whitebeard or the current 100 Beasts, they would be of great help to the development of Fishman Island. It's not impossible for former members of the Sun Pirates to want a boat, but those people either follow Jinbei or Tiger, so theoretically there won't be such a need. For a pirate, the fastest way is to rob it. Even if he is from the same clan, if he wants to rob the ship here, Jinbei will not be polite. Ah, of course not, but will there be some troublesome pirates here? Let us deal with them then, and just give us their ships as reward. Isn't Ace just he will not plunder wantonly, and this is the hometown of his crew. His goal is to seize the ship from other pirates. Yes, but... Listening to Ace's words, Jinbei also became slightly interested. He hasn't seen such a naive pirate for a while. This is the New World. Do you think you can deal with those pirates? Newcomers. How do you know if you can't if you don't try? Okay, then you can try it if you have a chance. Jinbei did not reject this proposal. The safety of the New Fishman Island is not low, but it still often encounters troubles. There are many people who are envious of mermaids. He is still responsible for the main defense, and in the battle, the people of the Sun Pirates will inevitably be injured. If someone takes the initiative to take this job, he will definitely not refuse. Jinbei is very chivalrous, but chivalry must be compared. One is a stranger pirate group, and the other is the island where he was born and his companions for many years. For him, the latter is more important. But in the end, Ace and his friends still worked as miners for a few days, because they were penniless and had to find a way to get some living funds. No one could believe that our journey to the New World would start again from mining. Deuce wrote his own helplessly, feeling very helpless about his current life. And here, they also met. A strange person, a red fishman. When the miners were resting, he took a notebook and tried to talk to them, but few people were willing to listen to him. I say, what is that big guy doing? The fishmen here seem to respect him very much. I don't know, let's wait for Wallace to come back and ask him, he seems to be preaching? Do the fishmen have any special beliefs? I haven't heard of it before. Naturally, the only fishman who preached was Tiger, but he was different from Misu. Misu's missionary work in Wano was very smooth. After all, it can be regarded as a temporary kingdom of God. There are too many miracles there. In addition, after years of operation, the foundation for missionary work has been laid. But the people here come from all corners of the world, and they can sail to the New Fishman Island by themselves, and they have their own goals. It is not so easy to change their beliefs. Many of the fishmen who have been following Tiger have been affected, but Tiger is not satisfied. He can clearly feel that the beliefs of those fishmen are different from his. They are blindly following his advice because they worship him. Most of the fishmen also have this attitude, so Tiger is training from the outside world how to preach correctly. At present, it seems that the results are very limited. Everyone is tired after working all day. If you tell them this, no one will listen. Looking at the failed Tiger, Mile took the initiative to walk over and talk to him. For him who has some social barriers, this is a rare expression. Because of his identity as a teacher, he felt a little empathy. When no one listened to his lectures at the beginning, he was in a bad mood. I know, but this is something that can cleanse the soul. It is a wonderful thing to imagine the Lord's world after a hard day's work. I think you are different from them. Do you want to learn more? Looking at Mile who took the initiative to talk, Tiger also became interested. Maybe this is a successful example, but his answer made Mile not interested in it. He couldn't understand the speech of the fanatic. After being tired, he would only feel drowsy when listening to people nagging. He couldn't understand why Tiger thought it was wonderful, so he declined the other party. By the way, I heard from Jinbei that you guys came here for the ship? Where is your original ship? It sank in a shipwreck, and our captain has his own goal. The Pirate King? No, he is the one who wants to surpass the Pirate King. This journey will be difficult, but we will still get through it bit by bit. Really? Then where do you plan to start? Red hair, Big Mom, white beard, or beast? The Pirate Journey of Arceus. White Pigeon. Chapter 815, The Prelude of the Crusade. Of course it's Whitebeard. Why, uncle, are you also interested in this kind of thing? The conversation between Tiger and Mihal caught Ace's attention. The previous incident did not teach him enough lessons, and he was still working hard with Whitebeard as his imaginary enemy. After the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, who is the strongest creature and the strongest man, gradually became a hot topic on the sea. This matter has never been concluded, but everyone knows one thing: as time goes by, Kaido will be the final winner. They don't know the inside story, but Kaido is younger and has more time, which is his biggest asset. For Ace, the desire to challenge Whitebeard is even related to Roger. For the father he has never met, Ace has no good feelings in his heart, so he wants to challenge Whitebeard, who is in the same era as Roger. At their peak, Kaido was just an apprentice and had no reputation. It's just that outsiders don't know this reason. Only a very few people know that his biological father is Roger, and this is not a glorious thing. At least in Fishman Island, Roger's reputation can only be said to be average. Although Neptune had peaceful exchanges with him and Tom built a ship for him, many residents of Fishman Island hate this Pirate King. They are grateful for Whitebeard's protection and the development brought by the beasts, and they also hate Roger, who opened the Great Pirate Era. In the past few hundred years, except for the mermaid princess of the previous generation during the Great Pirate Era, Fishman Island had never been stable for a long time, but after the Great Pirate Era began, Fishman Island became even more turbulent. Many fishermen and mermaids believe that without Roger, Fishman Island would be much more stable, and even if there were pirates, they would not develop into such an endless stream. I'm not interested, that's just your business. Tiger is different from Jinbei. Even if he heard that Ace wanted to challenge Whitebeard, he had no intention of stopping him. Even if Ace wanted to challenge Kaido, he would not stop him. Unlike Lucius is a personal worship of Kaido, and joined the beasts purely to admire Kaido, while Tiger is just a believer of the cult of Arceus. He will not intervene unless Ace says something strange or makes special moves. If your actions go smoothly, you should have a good life in the future. What do you mean? Nothing, I just think that you have a talent for mining. Hearing this, Ace fell into confusion again. He didn't understand the new world. People here seemed to value the talent for mining. However, Tiger didn't stay any longer, but picked up his notebook and walked aside. Ace didn't care about this inexplicable talk. He didn't plan to make money in this way in the future. After a few days of delay, the Spade Pirates completed the original accumulation of capital by mining, regained the startup funds, and successfully waited for other pirate groups. Those were the losers in the new world. They wanted to plunder before escaping back to the first half of the Grand Line, and then they ran into Ace and his hands. After their ships were robbed, they also took over their mining work. At this point, Otohim, who didn't like killing, learned the transformation policy of the beasts mining. Usually, after digging for hundreds of years, they can regain their freedom. Brother Tai, are we just going to let them leave like this? There is no need to intervene. There are too many young fools like this. You can't manage them all. It's the same for both the beasts and Whitebeard. Looking at the Spade Pirates leaving, Jinbei hesitated a little and wanted to stop them, but in the end he listened to Tiger's advice. According to Tiger, it was a question whether they could reach their destination smoothly. Tiger's status in the Fishman is the same as that of the legendary heroes of the giants. He has an extraordinary influence, and most of his suggestions can be implemented smoothly. Don't worry about it. That guy is also a supernova. He will usually be recruited. But with this character Jinbei, do you think he will mine in the beasts or be subdued by Whitebeard? Maybe he will be Big Mom's son-in-law? Maybe Big Mom will also like him. Haha, that's interesting, but not very unlikely. By the way, Jinbei, I'll leave this to you. I plan to go out for a while. The nun has already invited me. When chatting before, Ace and others did not hide their intentions at all, saying that the targets they wanted to challenge were those top strong men. In Tiger's view, he would never succeed, it just depends on where he will fail. The new world is not short of ambitious people, but there are more corpses of ambitious people. Countless corpses are buried in the dangerous sea. If Ace can really challenge the strong as he planned, it would be great luck to be able to leave from one person. In the current new world, no warrior who offended 2 sea emperors at the same time has survived. The deeds of the lone hero have become extinct. He caused trouble in Whitebeard's territory, offended the cotters of the beasts, and then robbed Big Mom's food. It can be said that there is no one before and no one after. But now, his record has the possibility of being broken. Red-haired Shanks has become the top of the 4 emperors, which means there is one more person to challenge. Maybe one day in the future, a stronger warrior will be born. Understood, I will protect this place. Tiger plans to observe how the nuns spread their faith, and the nuns also hope that there will be more people with strong martial arts among the missionaries to deal with some heretics. A special missionary activity has begun. But before that, Onigashima is holding a strange birthday celebration, and the birthday person is a little old. Pa! Pa! Several paper fireworks were pulled open, and the ribbons sprinkled on Athi's head. Since he is a research talent with little combat power, not many people attended Athi's 250th birthday party, all of them are family members of cotters. Although there are few people, the age of the people here is very outrageous. 75-year-old Nakin, 250-year-old Asi, 201-year-old Olga, are all long-lived people. Dad, why don't you do anything? Nakin has come to your birthday party. She is an elder, shouldn't you add a title? Wait until you have achieved results, and if you really want to count, don't you think she should call me Grandma? Olga's words left Asi speechless. They often ignore the nearly 200 years in the belly of the Sea King, but sometimes, Olga will bring it up again. In terms of seniority, they are almost invincible. Okay, no more jokes. Come on, Dad. I believe in you. Chapter 816, From My Father-in-Law, The New Pilgrim. Compared to this, I am more worried about you. Hey? What should I worry about? It's not more than 20 years ago, Dad. I am very strong now. I am not worried about your strength, I am worried about your future life. You are already a 200-year-old girl. When will you bring me a son-in-law? What do you mean by 200 years old? What's the difference between me and 18 years old? Olga, a woman whose real age is 201 years old and whose ID card age is a mystery, is only in her early 30s if she ignores the time she spent in the belly of a sea king. She is only affected by pure gold, so even when she starts to grow, her growth rate is lower than that of ordinary people. She looks even younger than Yamato, and is no different from a girl. Even she herself has begun to not care about the age issue. Sometimes when asked, she might just say a similar number, and she doesn't take Asi's urging seriously at all. Besides, it's really far to think about this. You should worry about yourself, so that you don't have to go to the Red Street all the time. Shut up. Olga was slapped on the head by Asi before she finished her words, forcibly stopping her subsequent remarks. Although some things have been done, it is still too shameful for him to bring them up. What are you doing? I'm over 200 years old. You'll make me look like a child. Why don't you say you're only 18 now? Don't mention you're 200 years old. No matter how old you are, I'll always be your dad. I'm not pushing you to do anything else. Miska's family isn't a prominent family, but they still need offspring. In your current situation, I think you're in danger. As he said that, Azir took out a letter. There was nothing wrong with the content. It just wished him a happy birthday, but the address was not appropriate. Father-in-law, personally. Yes, father-in-law, take a look at who signed it. Boya Hancock. Now do you understand why I don't trust you? In this situation, although I don't have much advice on what kind of person you should find in the future, at least it has to be a man, right? At this moment, Olga understood why Azir said those words. Hancock's letter was a trigger. Kuwaba is now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and will not have any dealings with the beasts on the surface, so Hancock just wrote a letter and sent some gifts. But in the past, her recipients were all Olga. This time, for some reason, Athi became the new recipient. She didn't monitor her father, and she didn't expect Hancock to make such a surprise attack. No, the problem is, I didn't do anything. What did she think of in private? The time they spent together made Olga understand that Hancock was very easy to think of. As long as she was given a chance, she would follow her own ideas to think of a lot of plots that could not be written. Although there was no outrageous language this time, it also left enough room for imagination. I do believe you, but this girl seems a little persistent. Forget it, I'll handle this slowly by myself. That girl looks strong, but she's actually quite fragile. Aunt Nikin. My dad has something to tell you. In the end, Olga also adopted the ultimate strategy, directly pushing Athi out, letting him face his own emotional problems, and thus successfully getting out of it. It was originally a small-scale birthday party, and in the end, there was no big commotion. However, Athi hesitated for a long time, and in the end, he didn't come up with any results. Compared with his joy in scientific research, it can be said that it was a far cry. When Athi held his 250th birthday, the Flower City was not calm. To be precise, some people were not calm. Hiri-sama, isn't this too dangerous? Dangerous? Why is it dangerous? This is inside Wano country. Could it be that the assassins have not been cleared yet? At this time, Hiri Kojiki made a decision. She wanted to climb Fujiyama, and she would climb it by herself. It is now defined as a holy mountain that tests faith. It is obviously inappropriate to go there with a large group of generals honor guards. In addition, she made this decision because of her recent change of mentality. Jin had no objection. After Hiri Kojiki changed her gender, he relaxed a lot in many aspects, which indirectly increased Hiri Kojiki's freedom. Moreover, she couldn't do anything new on Fujiyama. It's just that Denjiro and others are more worried about the other party's safety, and the problem is just as Hiri Kojiki said, they don't know whether those crazy people have disappeared. Although the leader has been executed, the rest are scared, and the other participants have become new minors, but the original identities of those people are followers of Kojiki Odin. In Wano country today, the most likely to rebel are the former interest groups. As former vested interests, the appearance of the beasts caused them heavy losses. The leader of the previous assassination was also such a person. But the participants are different. There are also ordinary people among them. In theory, the legend of Odin's ghost has eliminated this drawback, but no one can say for sure about such things. In Denjiro's opinion, that group of people are crazy. No one knows what a group of crazy people can do. If an accident really happens, they really can't blame them. There should be no such people. Denjiro knew that the incident caused great harm to Kojiki Hiri. If there was no such thing, she would not be in such a state of mind now. No matter what, he didn't want to tell Kojiki Hiri that there might be people in Wano country who didn't want her to live. Kojiki Hiri heard the entanglement in Denjiro's words, but did not refute. If there is no one, why worry? I will take Inma and Aim no Habizan with me. Rejecting Denjiro and others' request to follow, Hiri Kojiki left the palace of Flower Capital alone, carrying Inma and Aim no Habizan. Akiku, Kawamatsu, aren't you nervous at all? I am also worried, but I don't know how to dissuade Hiri-sama, she's retainers, shouldn't we obey the decision? Don't worry, I asked someone to pay attention to Lady Hiri's safety before. With her around, nothing will go wrong. Kawamatsu was helpless, but Kikunoho was very calm. Listening to Kikunoho's words, Denjiro seemed to have thought of something. Drake. Yet. In today's Wano country, the beasts represent safety. She is responsible for the things here, so it's okay to follow her temporarily. But Kikunoho didn't know that even if he didn't go to find Drake, Greninja would follow him in the end. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 817, Some things can only be 0 times and countless times. So what did you promise her? Nothing, just going to play with her for a day and make a date. Kikunoho said the price he paid, although it was not a big price, just time and energy, and he would be stuck with fuel and suffer some mental torture. This was the most convenient time for Drake to take this position. She only needed to exchange positions with Greninja. Greninja was good at lurking and tracking, and she was not bad either. Although her concealment method was not as good as Greninja, the special eyes of the Kirin cat allowed her to monitor the other party at a safe distance. This was offered to her by Kikunoho on her own initiative, and she had no reason to refuse. Well done, Kiku. This will make me feel much more at ease. Even if it was an enemy, it was a powerful enemy, and Denjiro had to face a reality. The people of the beasts were standing on the same front with them and hoped that Hiri Kojiki could survive smoothly. But Kiku, everything is difficult at the beginning. Do you want to consider getting more information from her? Since he found out that Drake was interested in Kikunoho, Denjiro had been tempting Kikunoho to sell out his body. In his opinion, this was not a loss. In any case, Kikunoho was essentially a man. Even if Drake had a scar on his face, it did not affect her appearance, but added a kind of wild beauty. In his mind, men are taking advantage of this. This is Wano country, a country with unprecedented righteousness. In the hundreds of years of closure, this consciousness has become stronger. The beasts are different. They have recruited many women in Wano country. After all, they value strength more. As long as they can meet the requirements of the beasts, men, women, old and young can enjoy the same rights. In other words, the beasts with a large number of female cotters are a heresy in the environment of Wano country. However, their strength is strong enough to make everyone shut up. Denjiro, who was born in Wano country, did not know that in some worlds, a kind of correct consciousness called transgenderism was born. This magic, which was born to fight against magic, has achieved many unimaginable feats. Even if he knew, he would still feel that Kikunoho was not at a disadvantage. Even if he thought he was a woman, the other party was also a woman, and it would not affect anything if two women went out for a walk. Although the carefree Drake doesn't regard himself as a man, his lifestyle is more manly than many men. This character is heroic in the eyes of others, but it is different in the eyes of Kikunoho. He had always refused this matter before, and Denjiro didn't force him. Now the opportunity has come. Many things can only be done 0 times or countless times. Once the beginning is made, the mouth may never be closed again, so Denjiro continued to persuade Kikunoho. As retainers of Odin, they are also old brothers who have been together for decades. They will not quarrel because of a few words. However, Kikunoho still disagrees with this matter. In her opinion, it is very good to make an exception this time. By the way, not only that, she also made a request. Request? Well, she said that the children of the Cotters have been interested in Kappa recently, so she wants Kawamatsu to go and get in touch with them. They also have a special Kappa there. I understand, I will go there when the time comes. For Kojiki Hiri, he doesn't feel ashamed to accompany others to play with Kawamatsu. As for the identity of Kappa, it is already in his subconscious cognition. For him, the time that Kappa has accompanied him is longer than that of Fishman. After a while, the discussion of Denjiro and others has not yet ended, but Kojiki Hiri has arrived at the foot of Fujiyama. As the highest mountain in Wano country, this mountain can be seen from any area, but it is her first time to climb it. From the flower capital, this mountain is not very high. It was not until she came to the foot of the mountain that she understood what it meant to be towering into the clouds. The difficulty of mountaineering has a lot to do with the height of the mountain. In addition to the height itself, the snow on the top of Fujiyama and the steep mountains also add a lot of difficulty to climbing it. If a normal person wants to climb this mountain, he needs the support of a whole team, various tools and warm equipment, but people in this world generally have stronger physical fitness, coupled with the influence of religious atmosphere. Climbing Fujiyama barehanded is a way to test believers. Even if the Arceus cult has a deep influence in Wano country, only a few people have the courage to challenge Fujiyama, and most of them dare to climb this steep mountain in groups. Some people are devout believers, while others want to appreciate the legendary beautiful scenery that can only be seen at the top, as well as the rarer magic medicine that can only be obtained by the most devout believers to cure diseases. It is very rare for people like Hiri Kojiki to climb alone without help. At the beginning, the process was not difficult. At the foot of the mountain, Kojiki Hiri even saw some people preparing to climb Fujiyama, but she didn't say hello to them, nor did she plan to go with them. According to the doctrine, this is a physical challenge, and it is best to be alone. Carrying 2 knives, warm clothes, and food, Hiri's climbing journey began, but as the altitude increased, she faced more and more difficulties. It's been a few days, I seem to have lost. Drake rubbed his cheeks. There was nothing wrong with her physical and mental strength, but she overestimated Hiri's speed. The trained Hiri was much stronger than ordinary people, and ordinary thugs were not her opponents. But it was a hell-level difficulty for an inexperienced novice to climb such a high mountain with bare hands. After several days, she was still a long way from the top of the mountain. She also encountered many risks along the way, but Drake never showed up. Since the challenge of climbing the holy mountain appeared, there has never been an unlucky person who fell to death while climbing. On the one hand, there are not many people who dare to climb for religious people. On the other hand, this is a place of God. In order to show God's kindness, there are special mountain lifeguards unknown to outsiders. The one in front of Drake is an example. Little guy, is that fruit ripe? Can I have a taste? In the snow, a Pokemon showed its figure. It was small and had a hat made of snow on its head. It looked like a combination of plants and snow monsters. Its feet were buried in the snow like roots, and it was picking a fruit like a snowball from its body. This is Quinn's second favorite fruit in the Beast's Pirates, second only to the banana grown on the body of the tropical dragon. Due to its special nature, it cannot be planted at all and can only grow on the body of this Pokemon called Snow Hat Monster. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 818, Snow Hat Monster and Yamato Limited Edition Temporary Nun. Snow Hat Monster, a tree ice Pokemon, is a Pokemon created by Arceus with Emerald Slate and currently serves as a mountain lifeguard. The upper body is as white as snow, the lower body is brown like a tree trunk, and the hands are green structures like pine leaves. Like Tropical Dragon, it is a Pokemon that breeds special fruits on its body, but the fruit on its body is very different from ordinary fruits. Quinn of Tropical Dragon's banana has also successfully cultivated a degraded version of the plant through various scientific means and achieved mass production. But the fruit of Snow Hat Monster is different. This rare fruit can not only grow on Snow Hat Monster, but also has a strong seasonality. This fruit can only be seen in spring. It tastes like a popsicle and is a delicious fruit recognized by Quinn and Charlotte Linlin. The character of the Snow Hat Monster is very gentle. Sometimes it will be motionless like a tree stump, absorbing the cold air and moisture from the snow through the roots under its feet, and it has a strong interest in humans. In the world of Pokemon, when a human footprint is found, the Snow Hat Monster will follow the footprint to find the traces of humans. Sometimes it will stray into a human village, but there is no need to be afraid, they usually become good friends of children. The Snow Hat Monster usually does not leave the snow mountain. In most cases, only people who climb the Vine Mountain have the opportunity to eat this fruit, and Drake is just along the way. When she was communicating with the Snow Hat Monster, Kojiki Hiri almost slipped off the side of the mountain because of her hand slipping. At that time, a root similar to the root of a plant suddenly appeared near her and grabbed her tightly. This is not a vine whip, but a root. Although it is a member of the grass-type Pokemon, the Snow Hat Monster does not have a vine whip, but uses this method to replace the vine whip. The rhizome-like tentacles brought her back to a safe place, but the Snow Hat Monster did not show up, and even Kojiki Hiri only saw a white shadow disappearing on the snowy mountain. This did not make Kojiki Hiri retreat. After adjusting her state, she continued to climb to the top of the mountain. However, when she climbed to the top of the mountain, the scene she saw was very different from what she imagined. The air here is completely different from before. Before reaching the top, the cold air is a challenge to the respiratory system, but after reaching the top, the stinging pain caused by the cold has disappeared. In just a few breaths, the fatigue of the previous climb has disappeared. In the distance, you can see the temple made of boulders and the path paved with pink diamonds, and the frozen lake reflects the light. In the temple, you can see the legendary holy spring. Even if the outside world is full of snow, the temple is also a scene of spring flowers. All this seems to be fine, but there is a person inside who looks very leisurely as if he is on vacation. Yamato, someone is here. How could it be? I asked Sister Misu. No one has any plans to come here for pilgrimage in the past few days. That stupid old man can't think of me here. Let me relax. Yamato lay leisurely on a beach chair, holding a bucket of milkshake provided by Tianzazu in his left hand, and taking out some snacks from his cloud bag from time to time with his right hand. He looked very relaxed. This is her newly discovered temporary shelter, which can effectively avoid Kaido's harassment, and the environment is very comfortable for her. Although it looks like a scene of spring flowers, in fact, the temperature here is still very low. It is only because of the influence of Arceus power that plants can grow and the holy spring is not frozen. But her ability makes her fearless of the cold, and this temperature is no different from sunbathing on the beach. Just watch for yourself. By the way, I will still report your recent behavior to the master. Diangzi condensed several giant diamond plates in the air, and through reflection, reflected the figure of Koshiki Hiri in front of Yamato. Iceland. Looking at the image reflected on the diamond, Yamato jumped up and slapped the ground with one hand. A thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking Hiri's sight. In less than a minute, the ice wall shattered again. Except that the person on vacation disappeared, it was exactly the same as before. Things happened a little fast. Hiri rubbed her eyes in disbelief, thinking that she was hallucinating. Now there was no Yamato on vacation in front of her, only Yamato who looked serious. "Pilgrim, you have proved your perseverance. What are you doing here?" At this time, Yamato took out a set of religious robes of the same style as Misua from somewhere and put them on. She said serious words with a serious face, but behind her, even Diancie couldn't help laughing. It's rare to see a serious Yamato, and it's completely inconsistent with her personality. "Stop laughing. Help me think about what those people said before," Yamato asked quietly while listening to Diancie's snickering. In Hiri's eyes, Yamato's mouth didn't move. This was the skill of ventriloquism. For people of Yamato's level, this skill was not difficult. With the help of Diancie, she acted as a temporary nun of the Arceus cult, completed the religious process for Hiri, and fooled her. The professional nuns who stayed in the temple were responsible for the subsequent things. Misua found several reliable people among the believers over the years, and the person in charge here was the best among them, so she won this honor. "Diancie, you did it on purpose, you must have spotted her a long time ago." "No, and your observation haki didn't spot her." "Who would keep using observation haki?" "I'm not Uncle Quinn." "You must have done it on purpose." "I didn't." "You should do some serious work. You said you wanted to train yourself, so I came with you." "I know, I'm just adjusting my state." She came here for a serious matter. If she just wanted to avoid Kaido, she should have chosen to go to sea. Another purpose of coming here is to continue the trial of the Black and White Dragon. The battle with the Golden Lion made her understand how powerful Zekrom and Lesharam are. The beasts today are not exactly the beasts she wants to see. In order to realize her dream, she must defeat Kaido, so strength has become an indispensable thing. As she grew older, Arceus also changed this special trial space, giving her more opportunities to challenge herself. Taking out his own recliner, Yamato lay down again in the Stonehenge, and a familiar voice rang in his ears. Reshiram and Zekrom were once one, and they assisted their brother heroes in establishing the Unova region. However, due to differences in the beliefs of the two heroes, the dragons were divided into two dragons. The two dragons were extremely disappointed with the war caused by the two heroes and wanted to destroy Unova. Girl, ideals and reality are opposite and unified. They are originally two sides of the same coin. Choose the idea you agree with to prevent this tragedy. Chapter 819, Special Ideas, Sublimated Domineering Color. Ms. Yamato, hello, this is your 198th challenge, are you ready to fail? It was still the familiar figure, Shirana, who squeezed out the Unova champion Alice, but this was just an AI with the same face, that's it. No need to mention the number of times, and no need to say failure. It's not the same as it used to be, okay? You've said this more than 100 times, I don't think it has any reference value. Damn it, I must protest to my godfather and ask him not to give you such a high level of intelligence. This sentence did not get a response. After all, this is an AI with little self-emotion. The words just now seemed to exceed the processing capacity, and Yamato also came to the battlefield where the war was about to take place, just like the previous times. This time she did not wander around, but experienced what life was like in ancient Unova. After hundreds of explorations, she gradually discovered the secrets in this trial space. Although it is fake, everything here is the same as the real one. Except that she will not die, she will feel pain and taste delicious food. There is a buffer period before each trial. In the past 100 times, she has tried to contact the local forces, but it is meaningless. The conflict between the two brothers cannot be reconciled. It is a difference in philosophy. Even if they can be forced to stop the war, the furious twin dragons will not stop. If it is regarded as a game, the requirement for passing the level is to avoid the destruction of Unova. The best way to resolve this situation is to get the approval of the twin dragons at the same time. The prompt to choose one side is an illusion. No matter which side she helps, the aftermath of the battle will still cause the destruction of Unova here. Yamato gradually discovered the bug in this option, but she went to a weirder path. Compared with getting the approval of the twin dragons at the same time, she wanted to defeat the twin dragons at the same time and regarded it as a special battle. So after the battle started, she did not join one side, but tried to stop the twin dragons by force. Zekrom, do you regret your decision? The results of this space will be seen by Zekrom and Risharam, including Yamato's changes. Wanting to defeat you and me at the same time, do you agree with this naivety? You have seen her persistence, she is working hard for her dream, can defeat you and me at the same time, or stop our fight. Isn't this a lofty ideal? If she can really do this, what can't she do? Zekrom refuted Risharam's words. In terms of action, he didn't think Yamato could succeed, but in terms of concept, he didn't agree with Risharam's idea of vetoing him. You are still as naive as you are. The ideal of fantasy can never be realized. Hehe, reality without dreams will only become empty. If the world loses its ideals, the truth will be the cruelest knife. There will be no progress. It will only gradually destroy itself and wipe out all emotions. The quarrel between the two dragons lasted for an unknown period of time, but no one could convince the other. Whether it was words or force, they were in a wonderful balance. A few hours later, Yamato opened her eyes again. From her expression, it can be seen that she has failed, but she has other gains. Several special domineering auras are wrapped around her arms, but they are not armed colors, but her domineering colors. Domineering colors are innate and cannot be strengthened through acquired training. This is also the inherent cognition of this world. It's just that in the battle in the trial space, Yamato discovered something very special. After dozens of times of training, her conqueror's haki seems to have become stronger, even if the growth is not very obvious, but it is stronger than before. Armament haki and observation haki can also be strengthened through physical training, but the power of haki is inseparable from the power of the heart, and conqueror's haki is even more so. If you want to strengthen conqueror's haki, you can't train the body, but the soul and spirit. Training can train people's willpower, but willpower is just people's persistence, not the power of the spiritual level. Arceus's trial space can make up for this deficiency. That special space has nothing to do with the body, it trains the spirit, and indirectly becomes the only means to slowly enhance conqueror's haki. Yamato did come here with a certain idea of vacation, but in the process, she did not relax and trained herself in different ways. In addition to deterring miscellaneous soldiers, another use of conqueror's haki is entanglement. It can be attached to weapons like armament haki, making the attack more powerful. It's just that the power of conqueror's haki was limited on the day of birth, and Yamato had the opportunity to break this limit. It's so difficult. Is it the right way to convince them with reason? The Zekrom and Risharam that burst out with all their strength are very powerful. It is already very difficult for Yamato to intervene in their battle, not to mention controlling the aftermath of the battle. If the battle doesn't work, maybe we have to change another way. She couldn't think of any clues in this regard, so she thought of looking for external help. Diancie, do you have any suggestions? No, I don't have any ideas in this regard. Well, let me think. Robin hasn't been back for a while, maybe she will have some ideas. She asked a question, but her body had already taken action. She took Rotom in her hand, found Robin's number and dialed it. At this time, the Rotom on Robin quietly observed the surrounding environment, and after confirming that there was no unexpected situation, it conveyed a signal to Robin through vibration. Wait a moment. Looking at the man and woman in front of her, Robin took out the Rotom phone without any worries, and even answered the call in front of the other party. Hey, Robin, long time no see. Long time no see, what's up? It's nothing big, I just want to discuss something with you, are you busy? Then I'll call you later. The Rotom phone that is hosted by Rotom has one convenience. That is, it will not ring at critical moments. Since it chooses to vibrate, it means that Robin is only facing trivial matters in life. If she is really in action, Rotom will choose to remain silent. Okay, continue talking. Seeing Yamato hang up the phone directly, she looked at Princess Vivi and Akalam in front of her again. They were discussing a very special matter with her. I know this is a bit inappropriate, after all, you are not related to this kingdom, but your education can help us a lot, so I still want to ask abruptly, Ms. Robin, are you willing to participate in a risky operation with us? Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Dove. Chapter 820, Mission Impossible. The changes in the New World did not have much impact on the first half of the Paradise, at least Nico Robin's life was not much related to the turmoil in the New World. Robin's Alabasta teacher career went smoothly, and she also confirmed that the royal family staying here had a big secret, or a secret that could not be found by conventional means. At the same time, Crocodile's plan was also quietly going on. After Roger's death, he also entered the New World, but he lost a lot of things there, and eventually became the first person to accept the seat of the Seven Warlords. Among the members of the Seven Warlords, he is also a person with a heavy mind. After various channels, he finally believed that Alabasta hid a big secret about ancient weapons and came here. Initially, he hunted pirates as one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea and became a national hero in newspapers many times, which also enabled him to achieve his first goal, to establish a name. In the eyes of the civilians of Alabasta, he had accumulated a good reputation. During this stage, he continued to recruit people and established Baroque works, but these people were just tools for him. Natural ability users were almost invincible in the first half, and for him who had traveled in the New World, these people were indeed a little weak. He provoked conflicts and let the people overthrow the rule of the Alabasta royal family, and he took the opportunity to seek what he needed. This is Crocodile's plan. In the desert country, water is the most precious resource, and in this world, there is a special powder called dancing powder that is banned by the world government. The original intention of inventing it was to allow drought-stricken countries to get rain. Only those who have experienced drought know the preciousness of water resources. The name of dancing powder comes from the fact that people will dance excitedly in the rain. But dancing powder has serious side effects. It does not produce water out of thin air, but intercepts moisture in the air. The result of rain in one place is drought in other areas. It is also relying on dancing powder that Crocodile's plan in Alabasta has begun to take shape. In a few months, public grievances have gradually emerged. At this time, before Vivi and Akaram came to discuss with Nico Robin, Crocodile had already invited Robin. He needed someone who was familiar with the internal information of the royal family and had certain abilities. Nico Robin, an outsider, just met this condition. Shortly after Robin was selected as a court teacher, he discovered that the other party's identity was a little special. Now she is not an orphan of O'Hara, nor a demon child wanted by the world government, but she has a certain reputation in the underground world. Even though she is far away in paradise, Crocodile has heard of this name. In his opinion, such a woman came to Alabasta, it is impossible for her to come for the salary of the court teacher. She must have other unknown secrets. After some investigation, he found that Nico Robin was very interested in the ruins in Alabasta and collected a lot of text information, which made him more convinced of his judgment. But he didn't know that the reason why the people he sent out could find Nico Robin's traces was because she did it on purpose. She was accompanied by 1,000 Faces chameleon. Although the little lizard was not as good as Elizabeth, at least it had not learned the two-color domineering, and it could not hit the effect of destroying the world with a single sniper shot, but it was more than enough to deal with the group of small fish in Baroque works. It was the final evolution of the three major families after all. If you want to withstand its attack, you have to train it to be almost as good as a super newcomer. Even in the desert, their ability to track and lurk is not as good as that of the thousand-faced shroud. This is the innate difference between races. Without professional training, they can't deal with a special Pokémon that is equipped with spy equipment and can be invisible. As a court teacher, Nico Robin is qualified to stay in the palace. Not long ago, accompanied by the night wind and sand, Crocodile's elemental body quietly sneaked into Nico Robin's bedroom, and then he saw Robin wearing strange pajamas. Your hobby is really strange. White tights. Crocodile does not understand the style of this kind of clothes, nor know that this is a combat suit reproduced by Quinn, with a very high defense. Much better than some people breaking into a woman's room in the middle of the night, isn't it? Mr. Crocodile? His popularity in Alabasta is very high, whether it is a national hero or a Shishibukai identity. It is strange that Nico Robin can't recognize him. Then his eyes looked at the notebook on the table, which had some strange symbols and translations written on it. Seeing these, Crocodile smiled. He confirmed his guess. Nico Robin, who studies ancient relics, must have a special study of ancient characters. Nico Robin, your resume shows that you are a smart person. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I need your ability to do something for me. Whether it is the study of ancient characters or the actions within the royal family, Robin's ability seems very convenient. Why? You can get more documents by doing things for me. If you don't do this, your flower will only wither here. Crocodile's right hand touched the flowers on the table. After a few breaths, the flowers in the vase dried up and shrank, turning into a pile of debris. But for some reason, at this moment, he felt a sense of crisis, but he didn't find anything. Before being awakened, there were some things he was destined to not find back. Even if he was a loser in the new world, he had blind confidence in himself. Although Robin's resume seemed to have stabbed many organizations, he believed that he could control this woman. After more than 10 minutes of discussion, Crocodile thought that his coercion and inducement had worked, and turned into yellow sand and left here. Loto, the other party has left. Rotom's voice came from the roof, and the little lizard also lifted the invisibility from the corner, and turned off the safety of the nail gun in his hand, which was filled with high-purity sea stone spikes. The Thousand Faces chameleon achieves invisibility by secreting a special liquid, and even some things carried with it can enter the invisible state. Hiding in the corner, it has special weapons, and the blessing of Rotom and combat uniforms. In the case of insufficient intelligence, Crocodile at this time may not be Nico Robin's opponent. He thought he was the boss, but in fact, he was the fish that was caught. At this time, Vivi and Akalem did not know that the person in front of them had already been a special undercover, and Crocodile did not know that the person in front of him had always been labeled as a beast. White Dove. Chapter 821, I suggest you choose physics. So you want me to go to the Baroque workshop too? Yes, but Sister Robin, this action is inherently dangerous. If you are worried, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. After all, they are the royal family of a country. They are not blind. Nothing can be found. The current problems in the kingdom are inextricably linked to the Baroque works. But their abilities are limited. All people in this work agency do not use their real names. They are all called by code names, and they are all male and female partners. The male code name is MR and number. The smaller the number, the stronger the strength. The female code name is Miss and date/holiday combination. This is the few information they found. In order to find out who is the mastermind behind the scenes, Vivi made this decision. Miss Robin, this matter is very abrupt, but after it is resolved, the Kingdom of Alabasta is willing to give you a reasonable reward. Please consider it more. Akalem also read Robin's resume at the time. The rich experience made him feel that Robin could more easily blend into this organization, but Robin's next words shocked the two people in front of him. In fact, I received an invitation from this organization before you came. What? Vivi and Akaram's faces changed drastically. If even Nico Robin was infiltrated by that organization, there might be more people in the palace. What's more terrible is that if the person in front of them has already accepted their invitation. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this matter. Besides, this happened last night. You've already come before I had the chance to tell you. She said a false time point, changing what happened a long time ago to yesterday. If she wanted, she could tell them now who the mastermind behind this work agency is, but she didn't do it. Crocodile's identity could be exchanged for greater benefits in the future. She was just curious about the hidden history of this kingdom and didn't want to subvert the country. Moreover, she had a good impression of Vivi and didn't mind helping her, so she told this matter. Even if this matter didn't happen, she didn't plan to let Crocodile succeed in the end. Judging from the information collected so far, it was related to the hidden history of Alabasta. With this, it was enough for her to apply for support. Anyway, she was ready to backstab Crocodile, so she naturally wouldn't mind using him to gain favor in the eyes of others at the right time. Finally, she agreed to Vivi and Akaram's request, but they left with a worried look. Princess Vivi, will she betray us? If she tells this, you will be in danger. No, I believe her, and if she really wants to betray me, why would she tell us about it? Get ready to go, Akaram, there are still many things to prepare. She is a princess of a country, and it is easy to be exposed if she wants to join an organization directly, so she plans to hide her identity and start as a small bounty hunter. While they were extremely entangled, Robin was calmly calling. Hello, Yamato, what's the matter? It's nothing serious, I just want to ask you, how do you think you can convince two people with serious conflicts? Beat them to death? After thinking for a moment, Robin gave a method that she thought was most suitable for Yamato. Don't be so violent. I mean to persuade, you have to be reasonable. Excuse me, Yamato, this method is not suitable for you. Words may be able to resolve conflicts, but this method is not suitable for Yamato. In Robin's opinion, she is more suitable for physical persuasion. Damn, do you have so little confidence in me? I have changed a lot. If you can convince them, then you don't need to look for me. The reason you look for me is not because you failed? Yes, it is because of failure that I will ask you to give me some advice. My suggestion is that you change a new method. Maybe if you become stronger, you can handle this matter well? After going around in circles, the topic finally returned to the starting point. It's not that Robin doesn't want to help the other party, but Robin thinks that this is a matter of getting half the result with twice the effort, and there is a high probability of failure. It is better to persuade the other party to use the method that he is better at. You see, you have failed to persuade me to teach you to persuade others, so how can you use words to resolve two people with great conflicts? Otherwise, how about you practice first and see how to convince me? In the end, Robin did not embarrass the other party, but gave a more reasonable practice plan to train Yamato's eloquence and thinking logic. After getting a positive answer, they also started chatting. By the way, how have you been these days? Aunt Olivia is quite worried about you. Not bad, by the way, I found something interesting outside, this system is very similar to ours. What system? The system of the number determines strength by numbers. The smaller the number, the stronger it is, but it is a bit weak. Mr. 1 here may not even be able to beat RN060. After knowing the system of Baroque Studio, Robin felt that this system was very familiar. It was very similar to the number system of the beasts. Overall, it was a type of plan, but the overall strength was very different. Moreover, in terms of the system, it was much more cruel than the current beasts. If the mission failed, it would be hunted down by a higher level agent, and the people below would also attack their companions in order to get promoted. Under Crocodile's loose management, the internal structure of this criminal organization was very loose. What? I actually copied the number created by my godfather. I'll go to your place to play when I have time. Okay, I'll contact you when the action is launched, but you may not be interested. Yamato's playfulness may be devastating to some organizations. Crocodile had no idea at this time that he was just following the plan and was inexplicably targeted by the monsters of the New World. He is now dealing with some things in Baroque Studios. Nico Robin did not follow him like in the original timeline. Crocodile, directly acting as his deputy, is in a special probation period. Robin and Yamato's phone call just ended, and the den mushi on her body rang. Boss? Mr. 7 is dead, this is an opportunity, let me see your ability, you can gradually come here from the New World, you should not be a woman without any strength, right? Let that guy know what the price of refusing to recruit is, Miss Alcinde. In addition, Mr. 2 will contact you, you cooperate with him. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 822, 3 Swords forced to set sail because of getting lost. For Crocodile, Nico Robin is full of mysteries. Even if he can learn about her past experiences from his own information channels, he does not know the details. No matter which organization, those who have had close interactions with her will eventually be destroyed. It seems that some terrifying power has intervened and wiped out all traces. Once can be luck, twice can also be luck, but so many times, unless you are called buggy, it is impossible to get through it smoothly by luck, so in Crocodile's view, this woman must have a certain strength. He wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong the other party was. As for her fear, he did not have such emotions. After all, he had challenged the 4 emperors and fought with Barrett. He had not lost his spirit. He did not care about Mr. 7's life and death. He was an ordinary subordinate. If he died, he died. He couldn't even beat a bounty hunter in the East China Sea. It was a waste of resources for such a guy to live. Robin intercepted a part of Crocodile's message and sent it to Vivi, reminding her to pay attention to the people in the palace, but Vivi had left the palace at this time and could not deal with this problem for a while. After a while, Robin came to the coffee shop at an agreed time and recognized Mr. 2 at a glance. In Alabasta, transsexuals are a very rare group, which also makes Mr. 2 very conspicuous. Mr. 2, real name, Von Clay, is a senior agent of Baroque Works and the only agent without a partner. The reason for not having a partner may be because he is a she-male. I have been waiting for a long time, Miss Alcinde, this is what Xiao Zero asked me to give you, and the specific mission location. Thank you. She has seen many weirdos in Wano country. Even if there is a she-male in front of her, her expression does not change. She just takes her things calmly. There seems to be some ancient characters written on it, but they are all worthless nonsense. Crocodile himself can't understand what is written on it. He gave it to Robin just to express some of his abilities, which is a pie in the sky for employees. Hey, Miss Alcinde, do you mind telling me, what does Zero look like? You should have seen him. His she-male style often makes him suffer strange eyes. But he doesn't care. He is a she-male who is more manly than many men on the road of she-males. The strange eyes can't shake him. But Robin's plainness was very different from others, which made him feel special, so he inquired about Crocodile's information. He's an ugly monster. What? Is Xiao0 ugly? Yes, and not as ugly as you. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Robin didn't plan to stay here for much time. After a few simple conversations, he wanted to leave. Wait, Xiao0 also explained other tasks. Miss Robin, do you have any acquaintances in the palace? When he said this, Von Clay put his right hand on his face, and the next moment, he turned into Robin. After the death of Kuritan Muchin, the mimic fruit was reborn and eaten by Von Clay, becoming a new generation of mimic fruit ability users. His mission is to enter the palace as Robin to contact more people in the kingdom to facilitate future actions. When they just submitted the information, the two had contact. After he completed the transformation, he found that Robin had a dark smile on his face. Before he could react, several arms suddenly grew out of his body, locking his joints. Pain, 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 what are you doing? If I hear you do something strange in this state, don't blame me for being rude. She knew the ability of the imitation fruit. When reading the literature in Wano country, the ability of this fruit was also mentioned, so she knew that this fruit imitated more than just the face. Got it, I won't do anything casually. After hearing the affirmative answer, Robin lifted her ability and answered some questions from Von Clay. The undercover work continued. Although she didn't like this ability very much, she could barely accept it. Then she took a rough address and left Alabasta as well. After a while, in the East China Sea, Nico Robin came to the sea area where Mr. Seven died, and the person who killed him was Rorano Azoro, a bounty hunter who has recently become famous in the East China Sea. Originally, he trained with Koshiro in Shimotsuki village, but after one trip out to sea, he could not return. No matter how others gave him directions, he would always find the wrong place and could not return to Shimotsuki village. After running out of money, he became a bounty hunter, but still could not return. Even if he took a boat and got off nearby, he would still get lost and then be far away from Shimotsuki village again. It was like being cursed. In the end, he had to accept his fate and randomly moved around the islands in the East China Sea. Anyway, he couldn't control the direction he was going. In Zoro's opinion, this might be his destiny, and it was time to work hard towards his goal. By the way, he could also find the yellow spring mentioned by the mysterious black guy. Under Garp's periodic plowing, the East China Sea has become the weakest sea in the true sense. It was not difficult for Zoro to make a name for himself in this sea area, and this naturally attracted the recruitment of Baroque Studio. Their peripheral organization is a bounty hunter, which gathers bounty hunters from various sea areas at the Whiskey Peak near the entrance of the Grand Line. In response to Mr. Seven's recruitment, his reply was that he would consider giving him the position of the boss. Mr. Seven was very unhappy when he heard this reply and wanted to kill Zoro, and then he was chopped off. This green-haired gentleman? Can you please wait a moment? That day, Zoro, who had just repaired the slightly damaged Wado Ikimonji, was stopped by a strange voice. He turned around and saw a wheat-colored woman in a little lizard dressed like a cowboy. What, do you want to ask for directions? Pfft, of course not, it took me a lot of effort to find you. Just to be sure, you are the pirate hunter, Rorano Azoro, right? Originally, according to the existing information, it was not difficult to find Zoro. He is also a celebrity in the East China Sea, and it is not difficult to ask where he is going. The problem is that Robin blocked him several times on the road he must pass, but he just didn't meet him. Originally, she just came to the East China Sea to change her mood and perfunctorily deal with Crocodile. The East China Sea is so big that it is reasonable not to find anyone. But after all this trouble, she was aroused by a strange competitive spirit. She must block the other party once to see how he evaded her detection. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 823, give me back the knife. Ah, it's me. If you don't ask for directions, you're here to cause trouble, too. He has encountered a lot of such things. There is no threshold for bounty hunters. Anyone can become a bounty hunter as long as they dare to do it. However, compared to those who fight for money, Zoro's foundation is much more solid. Years of training have been reflected, allowing him to quickly gain a reputation in the East China Sea. The pirates in the New World want to challenge the four emperors to become famous, and in the East China Sea, Zoro has become the target of challenge and recruitment by some people. At the age of 16, he is at the age of blood and impulsiveness. After confirming the hostile relationship, fighting is always inevitable. Regardless of men and women, as long as they are determined to be enemies, he will fight to the end, but in most cases, he will use the back of the knife when fighting with women. At this time, he has already held the Wado Ikemonji in his hand. Looking for trouble? Maybe that's the case for you, but I want to figure out some things. By the way, it's rumored that you are a three-sword swordsman, so why did you only bring one sword? Robin didn't say that she had anything to do with Baroque works now. Crocodile was not worth her full effort. Her mother, childhood elders and friends were all in Wano country, and she had already found her own home. What she is doing now is just exploring the mysterious history. Those insignificant little things are not as important as the number of the opponent's swords. It's broken, I don't have money to buy a new sword. Zoro is also a real Moonlight clan. To be precise, he doesn't even have a fixed salary. He won't rob things directly, and the spoils may not be handy. It has always been his dream to buy two similar good swords. Now his profession is a bounty hunter, but in the East China Sea, bounties of tens of millions are quite rare, and it is basically impossible to get rich overnight. Although he caught some bounty hunters on weekdays, after deducting daily expenses, there was not much money left. The most ordinary samurai sword cost 50,000 berries, and he really couldn't afford it now. His fighting style was very violent, and ordinary knives could not withstand such a level of fighting. He was not domineering, and those ordinary knives would usually break into several sections in a short time. Even if Wado Ikemonji was one of the 21 large swords made by Shimotsuki Kozaburo, it would be damaged in such a high-intensity battle. I see, I don't really want to waste your time, but can you please tell me how you evaded my detection and got around me? What are you talking about, woman? When have I ever done anything like anti-detection? If you tell the truth, I can give you some money to buy a suitable knife. Even if you say that I haven't done that, but what is your purpose in going to such great lengths to find me? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? It seems that you don't want to cooperate with me in order to figure out some things. The two people's thinking has never been on the same level. At this time, Robin couldn't believe that human beings with poor directions could reach this level, and thought that the other party's anti-detection ability was outstanding. In Zoro's view, this is a crazy woman who speaks in a state of confusion. It is better to knock her down and leave here. Ichido Ryunua. But before he could do anything, several arms grew from his body, and he was pinned to the ground at once, and the Wado Ikemonji was also sent to Robin alternately by the arms growing from the ground. It looks like a famous sword. No wonder you have it in your hand all the time. Robin, who has been training in Wano country and has been in actual combat on the Grand Line for a long time, is no match for the fledgling Zoro. He can't break free from the force of several arms clasped together. Taking this opportunity, she also confirmed the quality of this sword. Asshole! What do you want to do, woman? Give it back, toy. Don't worry, I will return it to you. There is a town about 5 kilometers to the east. I will wait for you there. As long as you find it as quickly as you can, I will return it to you. Now, please take a nap. The arm transformed by the fruit ability accurately chopped on the back of Zoro's neck, causing Zoro to temporarily lose consciousness. Little lizard, I will go to the town and wait first. You take Rotom to watch him and see how he does it. Got it. Cha. Since the other party doesn't tell the truth, then force him a little. Robin judged from Zoro's intention to fight with the back of the knife that he was a swordsman who abided by certain traditions, and this kind of swordsman generally attaches great importance to his sword, especially the famous sword. She didn't believe that the other party would hide his ability when the sword was taken away. She gave the approximate location of the town, but if you want to find it, you have to track the traces she left, otherwise it is easy to find the wrong place. After leaving Little Lizard to monitor the other party, Robin left here first. Soon, Zoro woke up and hammered the ground angrily, then rushed to the west. No matter what, he couldn't lose the knife. Affected by his mood, he even temporarily forgot about a witch who could summon arms. After Zoro left, a question mark appeared on the face of the invisible stream. It didn't understand why this man walked west without looking back. Until the sun set, Zoro didn't find the town, and the little lizard also called Robin's den mushy. It was not until then that Robin realized the fact that this was not a person with outstanding anti-reconnaissance ability, but a weirdo with no sense of direction at all. Under normal circumstances, he could reach the vicinity in an hour. With his physique, a few minutes would be enough, but Zoro didn't find Robin until the next morning, and it was in a special way of 2 people and 3 legs. On his way west, he met Johnny and Joseph, 2 bounty hunters who admired him and recognized him as their big brother. They had settled here for a while hunting bandits nearby, so they knew where the town Robin mentioned was and guided Zoro to find it. But even if they led the way one after the other, Zoro would still go astray unknowingly, so that they had to take this special way of moving forward. Woman! Come out! You deliberately hide in such a hard-to-find place, what on earth do you want to do? Zoro untied the rope on his feet at the entrance of the town and shouted angrily into the town, making everyone nearby look at him. Looking at the straight road leading to the outside world at the entrance of the town, they didn't know what stimulated this man to look for a woman here early in the morning. Chapter 824, 7-Year Appointment, the Regent's Dream Moment. Here, Mr. Directionless, I'm behind you. Who do you say is directionless? With your speed, it only takes 20 minutes at most to get here from yesterday's position, but you spent 15 hours to go around the whole mountain. I can't find any other words to describe you. By the way, this is your knife. I'll give it back to you. I even did some maintenance for you. Robin got the result she wanted. She thought things were too complicated. The person in front of her simply didn't know the way, not that he had a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. According to his detour method, he really couldn't be blocked at the estimated location. According to Zoro's performance, she also relabeled the person with unclear self-awareness behind him. After throwing the knife back, Robin lost interest in it and planned to go on a public tour as planned, but Johnny and Joseph saw that the woman their eldest brother had found with great difficulty wanted to leave like this, and immediately wanted to stop her. Wait. Speak clearly. 4-wheeled flower blossoms, tripwire. Then there was a sound of falling, and the 2 people's ankles were caught and fell straight to the ground, and Zoro next to them also enjoyed the same treatment. At this time, Zoro noticed that what appeared on the ground was nothing else but arms. Who are you? Just a traveler looking for answers. Now that I have obtained the desired results, I naturally have no interest in entangled with you. As for this, haven't you heard of devil fruits? So in your eyes, I am just a toy. The name of the pirate hunter gradually became famous, and he is now a little arrogant. He thought that he had taken a big step towards the promise made that year, but now it seems that he thought too much. I didn't mean that. You'd better not think too much about it. By the way, you are already quite strong in this East China Sea. Where are you from? Where? Now let's talk about the Grand Line. Are the people there strong? Very strong. If you are put in the Grand Line now, I'm afraid you won't even make a splash. Well, these answers are my compensation for tormenting you. See you again, Mr. Directionless. After answering some of Zoro's questions, Nico Robin turned and left. Zoro, who stood up again, did not do anything extreme. He saw a bigger world in advance, and a smile appeared on his face. It's decided, Johnny, Joseph, I want to go to the Grand Line too. His goal is to be the world's greatest swordsman. This is the road he will take sooner or later, provided that he can recognize the road. In his current situation, it is not easy to find the upside-down mountain. Wait, brother Zoro, where are you going now? Leave this town, where else can we go? But the way out is over there. They did not dissuade Zoro. In their opinion, Zoro might really make a name for himself in the Grand Line. Of course, it is more important to take him away from here now. After a tour in the East China Sea at public expense and exploring 1 or 2 ruins, Robin returned to Alabasta on the pretext of not finding Zoro. This result did not make Crocodile doubt that except for Mr. 7 at the beginning, the people he sent out could not find Zoro. Yamato would try to reason with the twin dragons every once in a while, and then because he could not reason and could not beat physics, he returned to the starting point again. Arceus and Kaido went out to search alternately, and time came to the end of 1517 little by little. Wano Country, Kuri, Miauna, and Wolf are very happy recently, and their 7th birthday is coming soon. This means that they are 1 year older. They want to grow up and like to celebrate birthdays. This is the exclusive heart of children. As they grow older and gain more experience, adults who understand what time is, are not so looking forward to birthdays. And it is not only Miauna and Wolf who are looking forward to this day, but also Yang Jizi-Khan. Regent, are you so happy? In the furry principality, a lion fur looked at the excited Yang Jizi-Khan and didn't understand it very well. It was not a special day recently. You don't understand, Sicilian. I should have retired many years ago. At first, she said she was still young, so I became the Duke for a few more years. But this kid, Shan Nash, made a 7-year appointment for me. Now her child has grown up, her strength is strong enough, and the agreed date has arrived. I wonder what she can do. Speaking, Yang Jizi-Khan touched his head. After giving up the title of Duke, he no longer wore the crown. At this time, there was no ornament on his head, and even his hair was much thinner. Everything in Zou was developing in a good direction, but as a manager, he had more and more things to deal with. He thought that Setsuna was still an innocent child, but he didn't expect that she had so many tricks. After obtaining the power of the Duke, she took advantage of the loophole that the Duke could command all the fur tribes, and made him, an old senior, work overtime for 7 years. Moo. The elephant master made a sound and then stopped. According to Setsuna's previous communication, it came to the vicinity of Wano Country again. Looking at Wano Country above the sea, Yang Jizi-Khan left Zou directly and ran towards Setsuna's residence. He had been to Setsuna and Ziraura's home more than once, and it could be said that he was familiar with it, but this time he found that there were many more ducks here. Setsuna! Setsuna! Come out! It's time! I finally waited for this day. When he was nearby, he couldn't hold back his inner joy, but he shouted several times, and only Miauna and Wolf came out in the end. Grandpa Yang Jizi-Khan, what do you want to talk to Mom about? Miauna, Wolf, where is your mom? I'm here to give her a present, and there are also birthday presents for you. You will soon be the prince and princess of the furry principality. Are you happy? Although the highest leader is called the Duke, he is actually the king of Zou, so there is nothing wrong with this title. In the past, when the leader of Zou gave up the title of Duke, he might not have an heir. Setsuna has set a precedent. What are the benefits of that identity? Yes, what can I get in exchange? Well, go back and ask your parents, and tell me where your mom is first. I don't know. Yes, I don't know. Mom said she went out to play before, and she didn't tell us where she went. Listening to the answers of the two children, Yang Jizi-Khan was not surprised. He had long expected that this matter would not go so smoothly. Immediately took out Setsuna's life card. The two children's birthdays were approaching, and he didn't believe that this mother would leave Wano Country. I like Arceus Pirate Journey. White Dove. Chapter 825, You should succeed to the throne honestly. Following the guidance of the life card, Yang Jizi-Khan gradually came from Julai to Beiwu. According to the guidance of the life card, Setsuna should be nearby, but the place in front of him. Female hot spring, no entry for men. The huge sign stood in front of him, directly blocking Yang Jizi-Khan's steps. There are many hot springs in Wano Country. Although there are mixed bathing places, most areas are divided into men and women. Even if there are mixed bathing places, most of them are middle-aged and elderly people from Wano Country. Of course, this has nothing to do with Yang Jizi-Khan. He is not interested in mixed bathing. He just wants to catch Setsuna and succeed to the throne. The good news is that Setsuna is still in Wano Country, at least she has not completely lost her moral integrity. The bad news is that she is in a place where she can't enter at all. At this time, Yang Jizi-Khan's expression has not changed much. Hot springs are just a bath, which is nothing more than a few hours. Finding a tree stump nearby, Yang Jizian silently waited for the other party to come out. Her life was in his hands, and she couldn't disappear out of thin air. But until the sun set, he didn't see Setsuna. Me. A few mealy sheep passed by nearby, looking at Yang Jizian who was sitting next to him in a daze, and greeted him. Well, this lady, can you please go in and help me find someone? After waiting for a long time, Yang Jizian finally couldn't sit still. Looking at the shepherd girl passing by, he sent her a request for assistance. Ah, but there. Looking at the place where Yang Jizian pointed, she showed a hesitant look. The identity of the fur tribe has been successfully integrated into the country of Wano, and no one will think they are monsters. Under the ruling system of the beasts, animal-type abilities with the surge in the number of people, the appearance of animals has become a symbol of strength. In addition, the fur tribes who often stay in Wano country are either senior cotters or cotters families. They have long been accustomed to all this. What's wrong, isn't it a female hot spring? That's right, but that is a high-end club for cotters. Only cotters, their families, and staff can enter. Ordinary people can't enter. After explaining the situation to Yang Jizi Khan, the girl took the sheep away, leaving Yang Jizi Khan at a loss. The club for cotters is forbidden to men. If you don't have a cotter, you can't enter. He feels like he has been tricked. At the same time, in the hot spring, Setsuna, who was soaking in the hot spring, also looked at the life card in his hand. Sure enough, it's here. It's too punctual. Sister, I heard from my mother that you always wanted to be a duke when you were a child. Why don't you want to succeed to the throne now? Wanda, people always change. Do you still remember your childhood dreams? As a sister, although she doesn't have the aura of a sister, she can still rely on this identity to teach the other party. When I was a child I really don't remember. I didn't want anything in particular then. Now I want more things. So people always change. I used to think that the position of the Duke was high and mighty, and I could command the entire Zhou, which was very impressive. But later I found that the position of the Duke had too many responsibilities. Yang Jizi Khan can remember everyone's name, but I don't have that ability. Except for a few acquaintances, I can't remember the names of so many fur tribes. But sister, you are strong enough. Both you and Zara Ola are stronger than the dukes of all generations. The stone that can make people enter the Moon Lion state and the ability to communicate with the Elephant Master are all things that I dared not think of before. That is the power of Lord Arceus. Without his power, we can't do this. As he said this, Setsuna used the power of Wave Guide to take the iced tea on the table dozens of meters away and drank it all in one gulp. So, Wanda, you should also work harder. Don't always stay in Zhou. Go out and fight more. Then I can ask Ziraura to talk to Lord Arceus and find you someone with similar abilities. He stood up from the hot spring and came to a piece of hay on the ground, using electricity to dry his fur. Sister, are you going out now? Yes, I don't want to stay here overnight. I thought you were going to let Yang Jizi Khan give up here. When Setsuna dragged her here early in the morning, she thought Setsuna was going to use the delay tactic to make Yang Jizi Khan never find her. It's useless. He hasn't left for a whole day. He just wants to wait. After all, it's not the first time he has urged me to succeed to the throne. It's not a good idea to keep wasting time like this. Hey, where's your sister? She said she went to Yangjisi Khan to discuss the succession. When Ling returned here, Shauna had disappeared, leaving only Wanda with a look of surprise on her face. This sister had gone to great lengths to avoid the succession, and it was abnormal to be so happy. I'm afraid she has come up with something new. Yangjisi Khan is really hard-working. Even if Shauna ran away from home when she was very young, Ling knew that her daughter was very playful and would never stay in Zhou as a king like Yangjisi Khan. But she didn't know what kind of excuse Shauna had prepared. Senior Yangjisi Khan, what are you doing sitting here alone? Shauna appeared in front of Yangjisi Khan with an innocent face, but Yangjisi Khan didn't believe this innocent face at all. This date was agreed upon when they left last time, and he didn't believe that Shauna couldn't remember it. What do you think? No, Senior, how about you consider it, I will give the position of Duke to someone else. Do you think that if someone else sits in this position besides you now, will others agree? Zhuo's Duke has great power, and he could appoint his successor at will, and the people usually would not object. However, Shauna brought too many changes to Zhuo, and set a precedent for communicating with the Lord of the Elephant. Even if she personally appointed, it would be difficult for others to convince the public without meritorious service. Don't play tricks on me. I'm not trying to harm you by letting you succeed to the throne. When you were a child, you kept asking for my position every day, why didn't you think about this day? You didn't agree to me at that time. But I agreed a few years ago, and don't forget, you signed a document with me. As he said this, Yang Jizi Khan took out the document from that year, which still had Shauna's signature and handprint on it. 7 years later, he returned to Zhuo to inherit the position of duke. Yang Jizi Khan looked at the bold font on the document and smiled with satisfaction, and so did Setsuna. It seems that you are finally ready to succeed to the throne. Ah? Yes, I am ready. I will succeed to the throne in 7 years. What did you say? This document was signed 7 years ago. But there is no date on it. It only says that I will succeed to the throne in 7 years. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 826, Solve the problem from the root. No date, no date. The 4 words surrounded Yang Jizi Khan's ears. He was simple and honest and didn't expect that this heir had learned so many tricks outside. You have planned it since 7 years ago. When he was writing the document, he almost broke down each word and interpreted it several times, for fear that Setsuna would leave him a trap with words. As a result, she made a mistake in the date. 7 years and 7 years, he has been the duke for a long time. If he waits for another 7 years he will be bald. There is no such delay in delaying retirement. Oh, it's just a joke. Why would I do this? I will go back to Zhuo to succeed to the throne in a few days. Don't worry. Seeing that Yang Jizi Khan was gradually on the verge of collapse, Shan Shan suddenly reversed the topic and did not use time as an excuse to delay for another 7 years. After all, Yang Jizi Khan could not wait for another 7 years no matter what. It was too long for him. Even if he was an honest man, he was smart now. He always felt that Shan Shan had something to say and could not succeed to the throne so honestly. After all, she would play tricks even on the document. How could she be so happy? Look, it's written in the document. It's just a joke. You are an old senior. You won't be so cheap. Even if she can use this method to delay for another 7 years, she will have to face reality after 7 years. She needs a permanent solution until a suitable heir appears again. You don't mind if I stay at your house for a few nights? In order to prevent the other party from running away, he decided to stay at Setsuna's house for a few days. Although it was a bit abrupt, in order to prevent the heir from running away, he had no choice but to do this. Having a life card does not mean that he can find someone. He does not trust Setsuna's integrity now, and thinks she can do the weird thing of going out for a family trip. No problem, I will have someone prepare a room for you right away. No need, I can just put up a tent. In the end, Yang Jizi Khan refused the room arranged by Setsuna, and instead set up a tent at the gate of their house. As the former Duke of Zhou and the current regent, he was forced to become a door god. Bye-bye, lo bye-bye. When Yang Jizi Khan followed Setsuna back to Juli's residence, Lottie Kappa was playing with 2 children by the river. Playing with fire and water has always been something that adults worry about, but these 2 children are different. They are good at playing with electricity and waveguides. With the addition of special Pokemon like Lottie Kappa, most of the dangers brought by the natural environment can be ignored. Of course, this is in the inland sea, not in the open sea. The strange climate and currents in the New World can make small water Pokemon fainted by the waves if they are not careful, not to mention that they have to take care of the children beside them. There is also a small amusement park here, which looks similar to the soap bubble park in the Sabayati archipelago. This is all thanks to Mandar Fesh. In order to please his wife, he spent all his life savings to build an amusement park. And that construction team is also a team of people under the beast fruit. After gaining experience, similar parks were built on Gran Tesoro and Tesoro and the Square of the New Fishman. Even Wano Country has a mini version, and this team has even become professionals in this regard. The yard is simply planted with flowers and plants, and various types of Pokemon live there. With beautiful scenery and complete facilities, this is simply a dreamy place for retirement. Yang Jizi Khan even thought of settling here after retirement, but the premise of all this was that Shauna had to honestly succeed to the throne. Mom, why is Grandpa Yang Jizi Khan always at the door? Yes, it's been several days. Doesn't he go home at night? The 2 of them lay by the window on the 3rd floor, watching Yang Jizi Khan who was camping outside. This is his persistence in achieving a certain goal. You will understand it later. If he didn't do this, Yang Jizi Khan was afraid that Shauna would run away, but if he really lived in someone else's house, he felt that it would disturb their lives, so he had to resort to this last resort. But for several days, things were developing in a good direction, and gradually came to the day of formal succession. Until this morning, Shauna did not do anything strange, but returned to Zhou with his family and Yang Jizi Khan. Under the gaze of the residents of the furry principality, Shauna officially wore the crown symbolizing the royal power of Zhou, but it was a reset version. Yang Jisi Khan's crown ruler was not suitable for her at the beginning. Sicilian, lead the fur tribe musketeers to swear allegiance to you. A lion, a zebra, and a fox, 3 fur tribesmen stood in the front. Sicilian was the captain of the musketeers at this time. He and the zebra fur Giovanni and the fox fur Conslot behind him were called musketeers, and they were the elite of the fur tribe. BB Black Buck, lead the white whale forest knights to swear allegiance to you. A chimpanzee fur also made the same move. The formal delivery of the 2 armed forces of the fur tribe also meant that Shauna officially became the Duke of Zhou. Moo. The elephant master made a timely voice of approval, and the cheers of the people rang out with it. Shauna has been a nominal duke for these years, but the changes she brought about have always reflected her role, and her reputation has already reached the top. That's why Yang Jisi Khan said that others can't do this job at all. Everything has been settled, and Yang Jisi Khan's hanging heart has also been put down. Shauna did not make a new emperor, new ministers. Even if the fur tribe encouraged childbirth in recent years, their total population was less than 30,000, so there was no need for such a complicated situation. With the help of the assistants trained by Yang Jisi Khan, she quickly set up a team and handled the affairs of Zhou. But Yang Jisi Khan had just rested for a few days and was about to start a leisurely life when Sicilian came to the door. Sicilian? What do you want? I am here to give you a new appointment letter on the order of the Duke. This is why Shauna came back to succeed the throne. It would not work if she kept dragging it on. She decided to solve the problem from the root, such as changing the political system of Zhou. According to the different types of fur tribes living on Zhou, she would divide the furs into the tribe was divided into several clans, and each clan voted for itself to elect a member of parliament, and these members formed the Council of Elders. These people were considered officials of the fur tribe, and they assisted the king in dealing with some major issues. Only when they encountered things that they could not decide, the king needed to make a decision in person. And Yang Jisi Khan deservedly became the governor of the Council of Elders due to his reputation, experience, qualifications, and experience. He had just gotten rid of the status of regent and was re-employed. Moon. No, Lord Duke. Explain to me, what the hell is this? Chapter 827, A senior who retired smoothly, a gift from his grandchildren. When Yang Jisi Khan saw the appointment letter sent by Sicilian, he couldn't sit still. He thought that Moon had given up those strange methods, but he didn't expect that she had a backup here. Yang Jisi Khan immediately left his residence and found Moon with the appointment letter, wanting a reasonable explanation. Any questions? By the way, just call me by my name. Uncle Yang Jisi Khan, I'm not used to you calling me like that. The title is not a problem. Lord Duke, can you explain to me why you let me be the so-called consul? Because you have experience. If you let others come, there are too many things they dare not make the final decision on. They will definitely come to me for everything. Instead of that, it's better to find someone reliable to do it. After thinking about it, only you can do this. You didn't do it like this. Although Zhou respects you very much, aren't you afraid of causing any trouble like this? No, in the past, everyone discussed everything. Now I just clearly divided the responsibilities, and for the musket team and the knight group, the highest authority is still in the hands of the Duke. What problems will this cause? Zhou's situation is different. It is difficult for the outside kingdom to imagine how special the management method of this ethnic group is. Shan didn't want to ask about all the trivial matters of life. For example, most of the people's livelihood issues can be handled by arranging a few experienced people. It can be said that she gave up the civil power, but still has the military, judicial, and priest power. So far, the Duke of the Fur tribe is still the strongest in the tribe, so she dared to try to change the management method. No, this won't work at all. I trust your words, and our descendants can trust them, but what about later? When you find a suitable heir and hand over the throne to him, if he can't control those people, there will definitely be chaos. According to this division, there may be contradictions. You should not have issued a complete order yet. Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was wrong, because Setsuna did not refute anything. Are you waiting for me here? Not entirely, so I really need you to help me, senior. I am better at fighting. Only Sicilian knows about the consuls, and only you and I know about the parliamentary system. It has not been announced yet. If you think it is a big problem, Forget it. What are you thinking? I discussed it with the elephant master. It has no interest in the outside sea for the time being, so it will move around Wano country or rest. It won't take me long to come here from Wano country, and I will handle most of the things. Some small things in daily life just leave it to the assistants you selected before. They should be familiar with the process after so many years. But I may go back there at night and take a vacation occasionally. At this time, I will leave it to you, senior. I was shocked. I thought you were going to continue to exploit me, an old man. It turns out that I am just a secretary to help you deal with some trivial matters. I am idle anyway, so I can still do this. This is acceptable to him. He also went through this in the past. Shan Na has handled some affairs remotely in recent years, but has not really governed. Now that she has officially succeeded to the throne, it is okay for him to help. Just for some reason, he still feels a little strange, as if all this was arranged by the other party. Originally, the Duke was a throne, but Shan Na turned it into a job and set his own working hours. Yang Jizi Khan was quite satisfied with the successful completion of semi-retirement. By the way, Senior, would you like to consider asking Lord Arceus to give you some power? In this way, you will be the third strongest person in the fur tribe. Although he is not young anymore, except for Ziraura and Setsuna, the young people of the fur tribe are really no match for this old senior. If they are given power, there will definitely be a new qualitative change. No, I am not interested in that. You and Ziraura are enough to protect the fur tribe. I, an old guy, still don't want to join in the fun. Now he has to act as a civilian secretary. If he is strengthened again, he will be even more busy. Of course, he just said that. If the fur tribe is in any crisis, he will still go to the front line. It is precisely because of this sense of responsibility that he has been helping Setsuna deal with the problem of Zou. Mother officially succeeded to the Duke, but Miauna and Wolf's life is no different from before. Sometimes they will go to Zou with Setsuna in the morning to work, and sometimes they will stay in Zou, so that they have many friends of the same age in the fur tribe. Yang Jizi Khan enjoyed a holiday for more than half a month, but he felt a little uncomfortable when he suddenly had free time. Coincidentally, at this time, Setsuna also had her first holiday. She had to go back to Wano country to prepare a birthday party for her two children, so she asked Yang Jizi Khan to take care of the trivial matters temporarily. It was just an ordinary birthday party, and there would be no surprises, but children usually learn what they see. In their cognition, Yang Jizi Khan finally achieved his goal by setting up a tent. Although the method was tortuous, he successfully handed over the throne. At the end of the birthday party, the two of them did not leave, but waited expectantly in front of Arceus. What's wrong? Do you have anything else to do? Well, Lord Arceus, we are already 7 years old. Yes, we have grown up. 7-year-old fur tribes can secretly leave the elephant master to go out for adventures, so we want a power as a gift. He knew that Miauna and Wolf had always wanted power, but he had always been worried that the two children would make a big noise. At present, they are not people who don't know their limits, and Setsuna has successfully succeeded to the throne, so some things should also change. It's just that the power in their bodies is somewhat complicated. Well, let me give you a test to see how well you have mastered the power in your body. If you master it well, I will fulfill your wish. They haven't started the domineering training yet, so Arceus only wants to test Waveguide and Lightning. They performed well and passed the passing line for this age, but Miauna is better at Waveguide, while Wolf is better at Lightning. Lord Arceus, is this okay? Not bad, but you are still a little young. If I give you the final power directly, your bodies will not be able to adapt. It is better to slowly master the evolution from the beginning. As for the ability, this is it. The power of the green and evil slates was input into Miauna's body. When he was about to transform Wolf, Wolf made a very special request. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon. Chapter 828, Flame Cat and New Leaf Cat, The Accident. Due to the special nature of the fur tribe, when giving the fur tribe power, Arceus generally gives it according to the fur type of the fur tribe, even if they are the children of Ziraura. The ability given to Miauna is New Leaf Cat, the 3 major families in the Pattaya region. As Arceus said, they are young and have a lot of power in their bodies. If they are directly given the final evolution, their bodies may not be able to adapt. It is better to start from the initial stage and get familiar with the new ability little by little, so that it becomes a part of themselves. Originally, the power of the Emerald Slate was enough. The Evil Face Slate was just transforming their bodies to help them become more familiar with the subsequent powers, such as the final evolution of New Leaf Cat, Magic Masked Cat. The powers of the big cotters were also sorted out by him in the later period. The early granting was just to make their road smoother. As grandchildren, they also had some of Arceus's favoritism. When Wolf was about to accept the ability, he asked for a pause, and then took Arceus to a slightly farther place. "Lord Arceus, is this okay? Give me a reason." "Because Miauna has cat fur, her ability should be related to cats. In that case, I think it would be better if I were also a cat." "What else?" "Also, although I have wolf fur, wolves are also canines. Miauna and I have quarreled before. She always said that I don't understand cats at all. If my ability is also cat, I can understand cats and wolves at the same time, so I can understand her. If my parents quarrel in the future, I can also persuade them." "Have your parents quarreled?" "No, but I heard from others that some parents quarrel fiercely, and I don't want to see that scene." "You think far ahead. Then the last question is, why don't you let Miauna get to know you?" "Because I'm the older brother. If it's a different species, it should be painful. Miauna is afraid of pain. I should protect her, so let me do it." "You're really a good brother. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt at all." The reason why the fur tribe transforms the same type of ability is that it doesn't need to change the fighting method and can be mastered quickly. You are still young, so you don't have to worry about this. Since you want it, I will satisfy you. Originally, I planned to choose an ability from the canine Pokémon for him. Since he asked so, I will change it slightly." The evil-faced slate was not taken back, but the fireball slate replaced the green slate. It is also a cat Pokémon. The evil-faced slate is also paving the way for his future, and Wolf's ability comes from the 3 starters in the Alola region, Litten. Miauna and Wolf obtained their own abilities, and left happily after thanking them. After seeing Wolf's choice, Miauna's mood was also complicated, but not long after, the two quarreled again. And Miauna was surprised to find that Wolf seemed to understand her thoughts better, which was why he wanted cat Pokémon. Through body movements and micro-expressions, he could better understand the idea of cat fur. Only Setsuna felt strange. Although Wolf's essence was still wolf fur, after his transformation, it was like there was an extra cat in the house. However, there was also good news, that is, the cat teaser she prepared could be used more. "Zeraora, do you feel that since Lord Arceus gave them abilities, they have gotten along better?" It is common for brothers and sisters to quarrel. Although most children of this age do not hold grudges, it is also difficult to deal with when they quarrel. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Setsuna. "Isn't this good?" "Yes, it's good. Wolf is a little guy, what's wrong with wolves?" "Of course, wolves are the best." When the two showed their affection, Miauna and Wolf were also controlling their abilities, but they were just with others. Others are different. Most of the animal type ability users are first familiar with the human form, but they run freely in the beast form. The cat running in front has all the hair. The fire cat Pokémon, Meowth, has black hair, red markings, and whiskers on its face. Although it looks more like a tiger, it is actually a cat now and will lick its fur from time to time. This is a characteristic of the fire-spotted cat. The hair is rich in oil. These hairs are the fuel for the fire-spotted cat to breathe fire. After Wolf obtained this ability, they did not need to collect firewood when they went camping. They used sticky hair to roll from Wolf. Just stick it on your body a few times. This kind of special hair is very resistant to burning and is a must-have item for travel. Even if the hair is not enough, it is also very effective for igniting fires. The cat following behind was light green all over, with a dark green pattern like 4 overlapping leaves in the middle of its face, and green collar-like hair on its chest. The grass cat Pokémon, Meowth, Miauna is also grooming her hair, but her cat hair cannot be used in that way. As a grass Pokémon, her hair is similar to that of plants and can obtain energy through photosynthesis. It also emits a charming natural aroma. Their birthdays are close to the end of the year, and the year 1518 is just around the corner. The elephant owner has also approached Wano country, and plans to take an annual vacation here and stay for a few days. It's a pity that there are so many things going on now. I will have to prepare to go back to work soon. When will someone with higher prestige than me appear to succeed me? This won't be easy, but it shouldn't take long. You don't have anything to do anyway, so just check in. Before Ziraura finished speaking, Setsuna's phone suddenly rang. What's wrong, Senior Yangi's-kan, is there anything important? She has not encountered any trouble since she took over Zo. The assistants prepared by Yangi's-kan handled the trivial matters in an orderly manner. Yangi's-kan never disturbed her when she was on vacation. Something happened. Pokmas just called. Something happened to Pedro and Jabo in Big Mom's territory. It seems to be related to some red stone. Pokmas said that someone might be killed, and he was stalling for time, but he didn't know how long it would last. He hoped you would go there as soon as possible to save people. After hanging up the phone, Setsuna looked at Ziraura. I know. Just wait for me. I'll go find Lord Arceus first. It concerns the Big Mom pirates, and the beasts are not afraid of them, but as their cotters, they have no right to initiate a war. As soon as Ziraura finished talking, Arceus remembered some details, and then made another call to Kaido. Hey, why are you calling me? Is there anything new? Well, there's something wrong with the Fur tribe. To make a long story short, Big Mom has a piece of red historical text in her hand. I want to use the piece from Wano to exchange text messages with her. Do you have any opinions? Love Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 829, Old Man, you still don't know much about pirates. Arceus is not interested in the so-called Pirate King, but Kaido is different. His dreams and goals do not conflict. His goal is to start the greatest war, which is not inconsistent with his desire to become the Pirate King. For today's Yonko members, they all believe that their captain will be the new Pirate King. Think. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, and I didn't have a high degree of education. I was alone in the city looking for a future. I have looked for many jobs, but I have never been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at talking, doesn't like to communicate, and doesn't show enough ability. Read the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days, and my hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid the rent 1 month in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the harsh winter. Unusually cold wind. Finally, I found a job, keeping vigil at the hospital, keeping vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit and everything was dark. I could only rely on the little light seeping out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there is very bad, and from time to time, deceased people are stuffed in body bags and brought in, and we cooperate to help move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away and burned. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books yet, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not have been able to get such a job. I dreamed of being able to take turns taking charge of the day, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes up and get up when night falls, which makes my body a little weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers brought a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was green and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and he looked scary in the very dark light. His hair wasn't much, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of fabric was left for him. Website content updates slowly. I saw something on his chest, a strange mark, bluish black, I can't describe its specific appearance, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be like him when I get old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome and just find a river or wasteland to throw them away. This will sacrifice my sleep for a morning, but fortunately, it will be Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me. They thought that I was mentally unstable in that kind of environment and that kind of work, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair pressed flat, and a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. In his eyes, the narrator was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with an upright figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were profound and could make people's eyes light up. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download Zingwen to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a bit of mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said is bragging. Ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter stopped for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believe Lumian's story? He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, what about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River, 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River, just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers in the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile, as if she only found what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips, and she was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijar and the capital Trier. Lumian nodded to the 3 foreigners. "My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian." "Li?" Leah blurted out. Zingwen reading. "What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain. "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained. "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is a saying circulating on the 5 seas. It is better to encounter those pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank Li. That person's last name is also Li. Is he scary?" Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian. "Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine. You want what?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Zingwen reading. "Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect that the trend of Trier has spread here. Leah next to him smiled and added. Oh, Lumion said. It turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed. Okay. Ryan sat back and looked at the bartender, a glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart. Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumion's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, Stranger, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink. Lumion responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumion added. Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf is Coming, and people who always lie will inevitably lose their credibility. Okay. Lumion shrugged his shoulders and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked. Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumion didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy, Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Think about it, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darij at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Xingwen reading. Bring it back to the village. Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. Xingwen reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even his name Lumion was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumion drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Pigeon. Chapter 830, Big Mom, I'm here to negotiate terms. The 830th chapter of Arceus Pirate Journey, Big Mom, I'm here to negotiate terms. Charlotte Lingling, who possesses the soul fruit, indirectly controls a device similar to the Book of Life and Death. Through the power of the fruit, she can see how much life a person has left and accurately extract a part of his life. The amount on the roulette wheel ranges from 30 years to 100 years. As long as you participate, it is basically impossible to survive. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will become old. The only good news is that Charlotte Linlin usually deducts the life from the end. People lose the life from death and count backwards, and they will not become old men directly. Pokemus's so-called delay is just a plea. Even if it is a biological child, Charlotte Linlin will not be lenient if it violates the taboo, not to mention that Pokemus is a man who has not even married into the family. Seeing that it can't be delayed any longer, Jabo has been forced to pick up the props prepared by Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri, who was resting outside the door, suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, Ziraura appeared in front of Katakuri. The height difference is not small, but Katakuri suddenly found that the future he saw turned into a blank. He could clearly see the future before, but when the two of them appeared here, a mysterious force enveloped them and made them disappear from the future they had predicted. That was Arceus' special power, but the time it took effect was a little special. After stopping the panicked pirates on the side, Katakuri looked at the people in front of him again. Hearing this, Katakuri made way for the door behind him and led them in directly. Predicting the future can allow him to better control the situation, but even if this ability fails, he is still Katakuri, a major pillar of the Big Mom pirates. The Charlotte family can ignore the Fur tribe alone, but he knows very well that the Fur tribe has a connection with the beasts behind them. Maybe these two people were sent by Kaido. They signed an agreement while preparing to backstab, which is very common in the world of pirates. The result of the handling depends on the development of the situation. At this time, everything is at a stage where it can be negotiated, and he will definitely not stop it. He believed in his mother's ability, but as the second in command of the pirate group, he had his own judgment on the situation in the sea. The current loss was small, because it was not worth it to tear the beasts apart. What to do specifically would depend on the follow-up. Ziraura didn't say anything nonsense, but gestured to the scroll on his back, and then she turned on the Den Den Mushi for playing the video. In a dim environment, a red road sign historical text showed the traces of its years. She had asked Kaido before if he had this thing, but he insisted that he didn't have it. If it hadn't happened, she probably wouldn't have known about it until now. The road sign historical text is an indispensable thing to the final island. Charlotte Linlin certainly knows this. Seeing the scene in the video, she became a little interested. You mean, taking them away is a prerequisite for the transaction? If he can't take them away, then he will have made this trip in vain. This is not acceptable. If it was something else, I would have given in, but that guy made my beloved subordinate lose an eye. The theft of my things can be covered up by trading, but if I let him leave with this eye, wouldn't I be sorry for my beloved subordinate? Charlotte Linlin did not agree to this request. As the Emperor of the Sea, they have to be responsible for their subordinates. If they ignore their subordinates when they are injured like this, it is the same as not retaliating after their territory is attacked. She wants the main text of the road sign history, but this matter cannot be just covered up. The Dandan Baron mentioned by Big Mom is a long-legged tribe under the Big Mom pirates and a member of the Cotters. In the previous battle with Pedro, he was blinded in one eye due to the difference in strength, and he was watching from the side. The situation is still under control, and Charlotte Linlin naturally wants the main text of the history, but she doesn't want to give up just like that. As for forcing him to stay, that is not within her consideration. Now she hadn't gotten sick yet, and she knew that fighting with Kaido would only let Red Hair, White Beard and the Navy take advantage. As a Sea Emperor, it was rare for him to argue with others verbally. Due to the intrusion of the fur tribe, Ziraura and his men were not able to stand on their own grounds, and they did not intend to start a war at this time, so they were just apologizing. Seeing that the Duke of Zhou had to make such a gesture because of his behavior, Pedro stood up. Before taking action, they also thought that they might fail, and they also anticipated the possible price to pay. This was their private action, and they had not told anyone. Because of their failure, the new king of Zhou, who had made great contributions to the development of Zhou, had to constantly lower his posture, so it would be better to be punished directly. As he said this, he reached out to grab his left eye and pulled out the eyeball directly. Tick, tick. Blood flowed down his cheek to the ground. No one on the side expected that this fur tribe would be so cruel to him. Charlotte Linlin still did not give a direct answer, but gave the choice to Baron Dandan. White Pigeon. Chapter 831, The Scapegoat, Kaido. Although he did not agree, Baron Dandan heard the meaning of Charlotte Linlin's words. She had rejected it directly before. Now that the choice was given to him, it meant that Charlotte Linlin had been tempted. Baron Dandan did not know what Big Mom was thinking, but he made a comparison himself. Eyes for eyes, road sign historical text for road sign historical text, the face of the beasts covered up the invasion problem, and this matter was probably really discussed like this. Baron Dandan, Mom is asking you a question. Seeing that Baron Dandan had not responded, Katakuri urged him, and he finally gave a positive answer. I can accept it, and Mom will take care of the rest. Baron Dandan was relieved here, and Charlotte Linlin did not continue to stare at it, but Katakuri made a new request. He did not want the text that had been copied. We are all pirates. There is no need to expose some things. The video can't prove anything. You go and copy our historical texts. We will send people to leave with you, and then copy your historical texts. This will be good for everyone. Kaido was worried about this aspect before. Charlotte Linlin is not difficult to fool, but there are still many smart people among her group of children. Ziraura and others did not refuse this, but asked to take Pedro away first. He lost an eyeball and lost a lot of blood. He had to deal with it. Jippo stayed here as a hostage for the time being. He will take away the copied historical texts when the time comes. I'm sorry, Duke, I have to trouble you to make this trip. On Jippo and Pedro's boat, Pedro's expression was slightly decadent. Don't be so depressed. I'm just apologizing. I didn't lose anything. You don't have to worry, Jippo. We can still guarantee this little credibility. After we get these things, we will definitely bring him back intact. After all, he is Popo's brother. If Popo knew that his brother was dead, he would probably be very sad. But you should be careful in the future. Don't do such risky things again. This time it's quite troublesome. Yes, I will pay attention in the future. While Pedro was thinking about life, Setsuna found Ziraura. Well, his eye should be able to be treated, right? Almost, but let him learn a lesson first. If it's an enemy, it's okay. Just hit it directly. Let him be more careful. When they returned to Onigashima, Ziraora took the people sent by the Big Mom pirates to copy the historical text. Although they agreed to this, they couldn't let the other party walk around in Wano country. There are many secrets here. Setsuna took Pedro to the foot of Fujiyama. My Lord Duke, why did you bring me here? I asked you to go climbing. When you reach the top, you will understand why. By the way, this is for you, remember to look more when you climb the mountain. This is a holy mountain. If you can climb to the top, you will pass the test of that adult. Pedro gave up one of his eyes, but it does not mean that it cannot be cured, it just needs some tests. With his physical fitness, climbing is not difficult. Even if he loses an eye, it will not affect things in this regard. But Fujiyama is very special at this time. Under the influence of Arceus's power, ordinary people can climb, but those who are stronger than ordinary people will feel a special pressure when they approach the top of the mountain. The stronger the strength, the greater the pressure. As long as you pass a test, the influence of this power will disappear forever. Now Pedro has such an opportunity. Even if Setsuna did not clearly state the purpose, Pedro chose to obey the Duke's order and started his own climbing journey. After a delay, when Pedro was still undergoing the test, the two major pirate groups of Beasts and Big Mom had completed the exchange of the main text of the road sign history, and Jabo was also successfully brought back. Then, Setsuna encountered a white bear who kept apologizing and thanking him while hugging his legs. It was not Jabo, but Popo. Popo was full of gratitude for her and Ziraora for saving his brother. Jabo did not stay, but joined the team climbing Fujiyama, mainly to see what happened to Pedro. Then Kaido also returned to Wano country, but before Kaido, the newspaper of the World Economic News Agency had already reported some news in advance. Kaido, do you have anything to say about this? Punk Hazard was attacked by pirates, and a large number of people were killed. Morgans and those Navy are really good at talking nonsense. You know me. If it was really me, there would be nothing left there. Looking at the newspaper in front of him, Kaido's face twitched a few times. In all conscience, Punk Hazard was not blown up by him this time. If he blew it up, there would be no surviving navy. He would have razed the island to the ground directly. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, he was wandering around on the eight-headed dragon at an inappropriate time and ended up in such an inappropriate place. In order to let others see him, he chose to fly at a low altitude, and was finally photographed, which happened to be taken by the Navy. As a research base of the Navy, Punk Hazard has a large number of research projects, including some projects proposed based on Quinn's fault. Stimulated by Quinn, Caesar wanted to prove himself madly, so he started some projects in advance. But he just couldn't research those things. In order to show that he was still capable, he put his eyes back on weapons. In the end, he developed a special weapon codenamed Death Kingdom, but the Navy suddenly stopped his experiment. Because according to his data, this weapon does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and is extremely harmful. Even if it is an experiment, it may cause great adverse effects. In this case, the Navy's scientific research team must not expose such a scandal. But in Kai's view, this is his pinnacle work. Only fools and idiots will be injured by mistake. Being able to die in his weapon experiment can also be regarded as reflecting his own value. Due to illegal operation, he was eventually deprived of his position in the science class, arrested by the Navy and put on trial. Caesar was not convinced by all this and detonated the special weapon. The facilities on the island were severely damaged, and there were casualties in the science class. Just when the Navy didn't know how to deal with it, Kaido, who passed by, helped them a lot. He was almost a madman on the sea, and it was too reasonable to blow up an experimental base. At this moment, Kaido experienced Quinn's hardships and knew what it felt like to be blamed. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 832, The Deception Brought by the Personality. It's just that he doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. Experience does not mean understanding. For Kaido, he doesn't have to worry about what Quinn is worried about, and he doesn't care at all. Assassination? If they have a strong enough assassin, Kaido really wants to experience it. They are nothing more than some CP agents. As the first pirates to have the title of Sea Emperor, their strength is honed little by little under the polishing of time. Even with Morgan's exaggeration, they have the strength of monsters. The CP organization will not take it seriously at all, let alone choose to join hands with them to do some small things. As for their own reputation, he is a pirate. No matter which pirate he is, he will not have any positive image in the channels of the world government, although most pirates do not have such things. But even so, the world government will still regularly publicize the terror and tyranny of pirates. No matter what this pirate has done, what big things happened nearby, it must be related to them. Whether it is Kaido or Big Mom, Red Hair or Whitebeard, there are no exceptions, especially when a kingdom or island has problems. The pirates nearby are the most natural scapegoats, not to mention that there are problems with this government experimental institution. Not caring is one aspect, but it does not mean that Kaido will not do anything. Hey, what are you looking at there? Bring me a sea chart. The wine jar was smashed next to an ordinary pirate. The broken porcelain pieces scared him and he immediately went to find what Kaido wanted according to his instructions. The magnetic field on the Grand Line is unpredictable and can only be navigated by recording pointers, but there are still sea charts in such places. With a fixed sea chart, at least you know where the next island is and know the area. Whose territory is the domain? The subordinates did not find it strange that Kaido suddenly got angry. Although Kaido was still laughing and talking about other things a second ago, it was the end of 1517 and it would be 1518 in a few hours. Strong liquor was indispensable in such occasions. Kaido, who was drinking, did not overturn the table directly, which was a very restrained result. What do you want the sea chart for? Arceus had a strange feeling when he saw Kaido suddenly looking for the sea chart. Hehe, of course it's to help these guys. They all published it in the newspaper. If I don't blow up an island, won't they be rumor-mongering? I'm doing this for their own good. Kaido's thoughts were very clear in his slightly drunken state. He couldn't control rumors. What others said was their business. But the order of this world is based on personal bravery. He can ignore it when he is in a good mood, and he can naturally take revenge when he is in a bad mood. Don't worry, I'll pick a similar island to bomb. You can celebrate with them, and I'll go find someone to stretch my muscles. Twisting his neck, Kaido stood up again. At the same time, Yamato and Quinn both felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by something dirty. Looking at each other, as two people who were deeply persecuted by Kaido, they immediately understood what this feeling was. According to common sense, Kaido would not look for two people at the same time. Now it was a celebration banquet, and at most only one person would be unlucky. However, before Quinn took action, he found that his feet had been frozen, and Yamato had already hidden in the corner and waved to him with apology. The noisy venue made it difficult for him to hear what Yamato was saying, but he still understood what Yamato meant from the changes in Yamato's mouth shape. Sorry, Uncle Quinn, there has to be one person who is unlucky, so you should go and deal with your father. It didn't take much time to break free from this restraint, but the few seconds of delay had already caused his eyes to meet Kaido's. Quinn, it's too boring. Let's have some entertainment. This year's special event, when Quinn and I are practicing, you can get a reward if you can run into me. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the pirates were also tempted. Only Yamato, who escaped the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, when being chased by a bear, you don't have to run faster than the bear, just run faster than others. Yamato. Godfather? When did you come? Just now, you put half of your plan to deal with your father somewhere else, so that people don't have to worry. Hey! Although there are some minor episodes, Onigashima as a whole still looks like celebrating the new year. Relatively speaking, some people's lives are not so good, such as Caesar Kulang, the real instigator of the Punk Hazard incident. On the sea, in the prison ship, Caesar in the prison looks very pitiful, and is condemning himself to the soldiers guarding him. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my carelessness, this experiment wouldn't have failed. It's all my fault. Otherwise, they would all be fine now. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Since you feel that you are wrong, then repent. A capable scientist like you should be forgiven by the higher UPS. And it's not all your fault. After all, it was the pirates' attack that made it like this. Yeah, it's not all your fault. The soldiers on the prison ship didn't know what happened. In order to cover up the scandal, the news reported internally by the world government was not that Caesar deliberately detonated the Kingdom of Death, but that it was a mistake under the influence of the attack. They didn't guard Caesar strictly, because Caesar had been covering up his true nature. In the eyes of the soldiers and experimenters of Punk Hazard, he had always been a good person who sympathized with his subordinates and cared for his subordinates. Even if he got angry because of something, he would apologize afterwards. This prison ship would usually escort prisoners to Punk Hazard for certain experiments. These soldiers were also affected by Caesar's face-saving project and felt that he was a little innocent. Listening to the soldiers' words, Caesar knew that the world government must have covered up the truth again, which also made him feel that his chance had come. These handcuffs make me uncomfortable, can you change to a slightly longer chain, please? Under his sincere prayer, the guarding soldier really softened his heart and brought a new chain according to Caesar's request, but when changing the chain, they made a mistake in the process. According to the normal process, they have to put on the new chain before removing the old chain. But the guarding soldier thought that Caesar was a kind scientist and now he looked like he was truly repentant, so he did not follow this process. At the moment when the sea stone handcuffs were loosened, Caesar's expression changed drastically, and a cruel smile replaced his originally kind face. The World Without Space. White Dove. Chapter 833, Dover, Come and Recruit Me. Although the MADS research team is not the world's top combat force, the members have their own means of survival. This group of scientists have integrated their expertise into the battle, and even Vegapunk has similar inventions. As a natural ability user, Caesar also integrated his own science with the gas fruit. In just a moment, his gas has filled the cabin. The oxygen originally in the space was extracted by him and stored in his body, forming a gas space that only he can breathe. All creatures except himself will lack oxygen and cannot breathe. Lack of water and food can be endured, but without breathable air, they can't hold on for long. SHHH, you guys are so easy to fool. Do you believe me now? This was the first step of his original plan. The handcuffs were too restrictive and he couldn't do anything. If he changed to a longer chain, he would have more room to operate. I didn't expect these soldiers to naively loosen his restraints. He would not miss this opportunity. The soldiers didn't expect Caesar to change so much, but now they have no ability to resist. Like dehydrated fish, they are trying to breathe with their mouths wide open. But no matter what, the lungs can't take in any oxygen. Instead, they inhale a lot of gas and fall down one after another. The scope of his empty world is not large. But this is on the ship. The soldiers outside didn't understand what happened at all, and they fell into a coma one after another. Shoo! I am really merciful. You can leave this world without any pain in this environment. Caesar, freed from the sea stone, flew in the sky, holding an inconspicuous match in his hand. When he threw the match, the flame on it was blown out by the sea breeze, but the remaining sparks on the stick still detonated the high concentration of gas around the hull. In order to prevent the world government from recapturing him, Caesar chose to kill him without mercy, and then flew to a nearby island and planned what to do next. Research is also one of his interests. At the same time, he is also a hedonist. It is impossible for him to live in seclusion. Now he has been hated by Vegapunk on the world government side. Even if the world government does not pursue him, he can't go back to the science class, not to mention that he is now a criminal. He needs a sponsor who can allow him to continue to study his own kingdom of death and enjoy life. During the MADS period, the research team received funding from Dewfield, and he has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. The Revolutionary Army is a bunch of poor guys. As for the other forces, the richest one is the Beasts, but damn Quinn, it's all this guy's fault. Looking at the forces on the sea, the richest one is the Beasts Pirates, but the current Beasts Pirates are not suitable for him to join. First of all, the Beasts Pirates already have Quinn, and if he goes there now, he will most likely be Quinn's deputy. Even if he is beaten to death, he doesn't want to work under Quinn. Of course, whether he can be beaten to death is another matter. If he is really forced to that point, he will still choose to be a little brother obediently. Now it hasn't reached that point, he will definitely not consider it. Secondly, it is not easy for him to play in the Beasts. What he is best at is weapons of mass destruction, but the Beasts already have such means. He doesn't believe that it was Quinn's handiwork, and firmly believes that Quinn is just a knife. The problem is that no matter whether Quinn did this or not, the person behind it is a Beast's man, and he may not be taken seriously even if he goes there. For a fledgling strategist, a newly emerging force with nothing will definitely be easier to develop than an old force with many strategists. Only in a new force can such a person be valued. Only by being valued can he have control over funds, and only by having control over funds can he find ways to embezzle public funds, so that he can enjoy himself wantonly. Moreover, he, who claims to be a genius scientist, does not want to take the initiative to deliver himself, as that would make him look cheap. Know how to do business, have no scientific research ability but have a territory, and it would be best if he can connect with the beasts. Swoosh, that's it. After thinking about it, Caesar decided to start with Doflamingo. As a newly emerging middleman in the New World, Doflamingo has a rich trading network, Dressrosa as a fixed territory, and the identity of the 7 warlords as a support. He will not attract too much attention from the world government and is a relatively perfect object in Caesar's mind. Beishao is currently collecting animal-type devil fruits from all over the world. From this incident, Caesar judged that even if Beishao has various strange abilities, it is at most a transformation, not a fabrication of devil fruits, so his artificial devil fruits must still have a market. Even if Beishao is not interested, as long as he can make that thing, it will definitely sell well in the outside world. Caesar believes that he has made a big breakthrough in technology. If someone is willing to support him, he will definitely succeed. Swish, Doflamingo, don't let me down. He destroyed the prison ship because he didn't want the Navy to find his whereabouts too quickly, which doesn't mean he can hide the news. The prison ship needs to report news to the naval base regularly. When the prison ship loses contact, some things are doomed. In a few days, he became a bounty worth 300 million baileys. Later, he successfully came to Dressrosa through the property and record pointers looted from the prison ship, and deliberately dangled in front of the members of the Don Quixote family. Dover, are you really not going to meet that guy? In the royal city of Dressrosa, this place has long become Doflamingo's base. At this time, he sat by the window and listened to Treble's report on the news situation. Did Virgo send back the news? Yes, he said that Caesar was arrested because of experimental problems, which is a little different from the news outside. After years of undercover career, Virgo has also mixed into the middle and high level of the Navy, constantly sending back valuable new intelligence. This kind of information that is not too confidential, Virgo can still figure it out. Chat, bud, that's no problem, keep wasting time, I don't believe that guy can bear it. Caesar wanted Doflamingo to recruit him, but Doflamingo didn't plan to speak first, in order to take more initiative. He is a Shishibukai, a legal seaman recognized by the world government. Thief, it is his responsibility to capture wanted criminals in the territory. Ordinary bounty criminals would not do this. Caesar obviously has his own ideas. How could Doflamingo not see it? Anyway, he is not in a hurry. He wants to see how many days Caesar can hold on. White Dove. Chapter 834, Quinn, have the flowers in your hometown bloomed? Today, Dressrosa is also known as the country of love and toys. Food, flowers, dance, and walking toys. Without knowing the inside story, outsiders will naively think that the people of this country live happily. Those walking toys have become a unique landscape, but no one knows that these toys were originally living beings, and they were enslaved people transformed by the power of the childlike fruit. Putting aside Doflamingo's secret dealings, just from the surface, he is still attentive to the management of Dressrosa. At this time, Dressrosa is also a popular tourist island. This also means that the consumption here is very high. Caesar himself has no resistance to this kind of thing. According to his actions in the original timeline, when he returned to Punk Hazard, he called Girl Si to the island every night and lived a life of debauchery. Even the money was cheated from Big Mom. Facing the hot girls on Dressrosa Island, the few money he looted from the prison ship was quickly consumed. In the end, he couldn't help it and took the initiative to find Doflamingo. Caesar Clown. Yes, I am the genius scientist Caesar Clown, Joker, I have a great opportunity for you. Do you mean that you cheated women's money because you had no money to eat, and you had to run away after being exposed? The toy country is because of the ability of Sugar's fruit, and the love and love are because of the national characteristics here. The women here are relatively open and jealous. If both parties like each other, they can quickly develop a romantic relationship, but if a man betrays her, she will commit terrorist acts to assassinate the other party, so emotional disputes and even physical conflicts are common. Caesar relied on his knowledge and eloquence to deceive people. If he was not a natural ability user, he would have more holes in his body now. Ahem, that was just an accident. I don't want to waste time on you. What do you want to do? I hope you have a reason that can convince me, otherwise, I can only exchange you for 300 million Baileys. The other party called himself Joker, which means that he knows his identity as a middleman in the underground world. Seeing that the other party has been tossing for so long, Doflamingo hopes that the other party can match this value. Okay, let me introduce myself again. I used to be a member of the Mads research team. I worked with Vegapunk and Quinn. You should be familiar with these two people. I must make it clear that my ability is definitely better than that guy Quinn. He needs a marked object to show his ability. Quinn is undoubtedly the most suitable person. Even if he is unwilling to accept this result, this is the current fact. Chatting, interesting. In other words, you can do everything that Quinn can do. Hearing what Caesar said, Doflamingo really became interested. Beasts has many patented technical products, and the Kagana that is circulated in the outside world is an example. This patent is not because there is legal protection, but because the imitator has no clue. If Caesar can really do it, the profit it brings is unimaginable. There is a problem with that guy. He really wants to boast that he can do it, but the fact is that he doesn't have this ability. If he agrees but can't do it, it will be a big trouble for him. So what can you do? Looking at Caesar's expression, Doflamingo felt that he was bragging, and his attitude became much colder. I am good at weapons and artificial devil fruits, and I have made great breakthroughs. With a little financial support, I can make devil fruits. Can you guarantee that you will succeed? Devil fruits have always been the secret treasure of the sea. If Caesar can really make them, it will be a good deal no matter what. Especially, it can please Kaido who loves animals. If this is true, it will be very beneficial to Doflamingo's future development. Yes. Listening to Caesar's solemn promise, Doflamingo temporarily believed him. You'd better not lie. The price of lying is something you can't afford. He is willing to give it a try. If it really works, it will definitely deepen his business dealings with the beasts. But he didn't go to Kaido to explain it as soon as he received the news like a fool. If he discusses future transactions with Kaido now, and Caesar can't come up with satisfactory products, then he will definitely be unlucky. If he cheated Kaido, Kaido would not care what happened in the middle, he would just have a good chat with him as the first person responsible. With the support of Doflamingo for the time being, Caesar Kulang began his new round of research. In the Beast's Pirates, Quinn smiled with relief at the blooming Gracitia flower, which finally bloomed. Little Shamey. It bloomed. Now you can help me. The Gracitia flowers he cultivated in various areas have bloomed. At this time, Quinn put them in flower pots, transported them all to the same area, and called Shamey out. I heard it, I heard it, I heard it, don't rush it. The familiar grassthorn hedgehog walked out of Quinn's laboratory in Linghao and looked at the Gracitia flowers outside. The flowers on his body exuded a special fragrance. You did a good job. You really made them sprout. I thought you couldn't succeed. He didn't get many seeds of Gracitia flowers, but they were gathered together to form a small cluster of flowers. Zimi, who was walking in it, affirmed Quinn's achievements and was also wrapped in a ball of golden light. Wrapped in the golden light, her figure gradually became slender, from a round hedgehog to a Pokemon that looked like a deer and a dog. Her body was white, but her limbs and head had green hair, and there were wings like deer antlers on both sides of her head. This is Zimi's sky form. Her steps did not stop, but she came to the sky. As she moved, Ling Hao, who was covered with snow all year round, also ushered in her new life. The snow began to loosen, as if something wanted to get out of it. As time passed, a green bud poked its head out of the snow, with a bud about to bloom on it. Today, Ling Hao, who is mainly white, saw the brilliant scene of flowers blooming for the first time. The seeds that had been sleeping in the snow for many years finally revived at this moment. How is it? Mimi's power is very strong. Great, this power will definitely save my plantation. Excited, Quinn stretched out his hands to Shemi, as if he wanted to give her a hug, but Shemi's personality seemed to have changed. Instead of accepting the hug like before, he instinctively flew back, and something seemed to be brewing on his head. White Dove. Chapter 835, Before the Eastern Expedition. Shemi has two forms, land and sky. No matter which form it is, its consciousness will not change, but its personality is completely different. In most cases, Shemi in land form is shy and easily frightened. When Shemi enters the sky form, its personality will also become brave and lively. The Shemi next to Quinn is cheerful, and even among the land-based Shemi, it is a carefree individual, but it also has a shy side. She did not accept Quinn's hug before, but was embarrassed to refuse him, which was another manifestation of emotion, so Quinn misjudged it. But as she entered the sky form, she learned to say no. After thinking for a while, Shemi did not use the air slash, but just used the seed flash to cover his face. For the thick-skinned Quinn, this was nothing at all. Not to mention that thanks to the Ammonite, he has become accustomed to this outrageous way of greeting. Don't learn the bad habits of that snail. Forget it, let's discuss when to restore the island. The previous battle also made Quinn regain his confidence. He is also a person who can fight with the Admiral of the Navy. How can he be afraid of the assassination of a mere CP? As long as the funds are sufficient, he can escape even if he can't beat him. Compared with appetite and reason, appetite finally prevailed. Even Ling Hao, which is covered with snow all year round, can be turned into a flower field, so the recovery of the environment of that island should not be difficult. Since you sincerely ask me for help, I will promise you. I can be ready to leave at any time. After receiving a positive answer, Quinn was relieved and began to plan his new voyage, but Xiami's impact was far more than that. Flowers are blooming. Old man. Come out and see, there are so many flowers. The wooden basin fell with a sound, and an old woman looked at the blooming sea of flowers outside with an incredible look. The whole country of Wano is developing, but the progress of different areas is different. The most prosperous is the flower capital as the central business district, followed by Zhuhai and Baimei. As a large ranch, Ximei also has a unique scenery. Due to environmental problems, Linghao is a little backward compared to other areas, and some residents also maintain a relatively ancient lifestyle. This wooden house is located on a hill behind Ling. The old couple has seen snow the most in their lives. Although they have seen flowers in other areas, this is the first time they have seen flowers blooming all over the snow. Not only them, many residents are attracted by the flowers that suddenly bloomed. Curious people walked along the path formed by the flowers, wanting to see what it is. After transforming into the sky form before, Xiami ran several laps in the sky. The places she ran by now became like this. This great power to change nature also added another stroke to the miracle. In the 1518th year of the Haiwan calendar, the gods are happy, the ice and snow do not melt and the path is full of flowers. Quinn and Xiami did not leave Wano country immediately. He is different from other big cotters. He can't leave at will. As the general manager of some miscellaneous affairs and chief scientist of Wano country, he has to arrange the things on hand. At this time, Tiger also came to Wano country again. Brother Tiger, please wait a moment, we need to verify your identity. Here Tiger met the returning Mew. As a fishman, he also had a special respect for Tiger. Why is it so troublesome? Although I have not been here many times, you are too careful, right? Since he arrived at the periphery, someone has checked his identity. Along the way, he encountered 2 sentries and had his ship information checked by Curatos. He didn't expect that he would have to do it again when he arrived at the submarine port. It's not over yet, Brother Tiger, after all, you are not a cotter of the beasts. There is no special entry. People outside have to go through this process. Brother Quinn is a little too careful. Even if Quinn's self-confidence was inflated, he did not reduce the censorship system in Wano. It is much better to live peacefully than to be assassinated. He rarely came to Wano. Tiger from the United States thus experienced the most stringent censorship system. Following the familiar path, Tiger came to the monastery again, but did not see Misu, only Rami who was cleaning. Rami, where is the nun? The nun is welcoming new believers on the holy mountain. Uncle Tiger, you can wait a little longer. The nun should be back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning I'd better go find her. Fujiyama is not unfamiliar to Tiger. He climbed the mountain smoothly. Although the special power left by Arceus will suppress the physique of the strong, as long as he is pious enough, this effect can be ignored. And Tiger is also a good climber. As a person who can climb the red soil continent with his bare hands, climbing Fujiyama is like walking on flat ground for him. When Tiger climbed up, he happened to see Miso preaching, and the object of his preaching was none other than Pedro and Jipo. Jibo was confused, but Pedro's eyes were full of light. In Tiger's view, that was the proof that the lost people had regained their direction after being guided. My people are here. I can tell you almost everything. The rest is up to you to experience. Pedro took the booklet handed by Miso and walked to the side, reading the Bible as if he had found a treasure. You are worthy of being a nun. Have you let more lost lambs know the glory of the Lord? It's all the power of the Lord. He lost an eye, and the power of the Lord restored his health. The power of the Holy Spring is very special. Although it cannot directly regenerate a broken limb, if the stump is intact, it can be reattached 100%. Pedro dug out one of his own eyes and did not pull out the arrow and eat the eye. The people here have monster-like physiques after training, and their organs can maintain their activity for a longer time if they are properly preserved. After a period of pilgrimage, he got the opportunity to be treated, and then began to be baptized by doctrine. So, only benefits can make these people understand the existence of the Lord. No, my dear tiger, it's just an opportunity. People just need an opportunity to contact the Lord, and benefits are often the most direct things. Although it is very realistic, it is much more meaningful than imaginary topics. It just so happens that you are here too. According to the Lord's meaning, we should not be limited to small fights in Wano country. The Lord's believers have made plans to spread the glory of the Lord. They have obtained the power of the Lord. You can just take a look at this completely different team. This is the Knights Templar belonging to the Lord. The sea that likes Arceus Thief's journey. White Dove. Chapter 836, 6 in 1, The Knights of the Array. Temple Knights. We do not advocate violence, but we will not give it up. In order to maintain the glory of the Lord, fighting is inevitable. This is a team that belongs to the Lord alone, and is fundamentally different from the group of pirates. Their existence is only to spread the glory of the Lord. This is a chaotic world, and the turbulent sea threatens people's safety. We must let them know that the Lord can bring peace and let the world usher in a new life. Come with me, I just made an appointment with Miss Shayna to check the power of the knights. Tiger thought he had enough understanding of the doctrine, but now it seems that he still underestimated the development of the Arceus cult during this period. A Tanabata bluebird flew out of the clouds and brought Tiger and Miss Hood to an open space in Beiwu. 30 members of the Arceus cult had been waiting here for a long time. There were men and women among the 30 people. They were divided into 5 groups of 6 people each, and they were waiting for inspection. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Shayna. It took a little longer to explain the doctrine to the newcomers. Nothing. They seem to be well prepared. Of course. They have been waiting for this day for too long. Starting from me, we are all ready to sacrifice ourselves for the Lord. No need. Don't forget what the Holy Beast said. Life is the most precious thing. When you encounter something you cannot defeat, protecting yourself is the most important thing. I have something to do later. Let's get started. I see. Children. It's time to test your efforts. The Lord is watching you from afar. Let the Lord's messenger see your efforts. Under the leadership of Misu, the bodies of those people began to change. This kind of animal-type transformation ability is not uncommon in the world of pirates, but the strange thing is that these people look the same after transformation. It's better to say that they all put on armor than transformation. They were covered in golden armor, and each of them had a golden shield with red protrusions on both hands. Their heads were also covered with golden helmets. Each person had a red metal crown on his head, and 5 of them had much larger crowns than the others. The shields in their hands were also different, with a triangular gap. Are these the Knights Templar? Yes, this is the power of the Lord. These children lost their original families for various reasons and struggled to survive in the corners of the sea. We brought them back and taught them knowledge. These 30 people are the ones with superior physical fitness and the strongest comprehensive abilities, and they are also the first batch of graduates of the 6 styles. They have a devout belief in the Lord and passed the test of the Holy Mountain, so they won this honor. Pokemon is not a single individual, but a biological group. In the natural environment, Pokemon mostly exist in the form of groups. Some Pokemon are less dependent on the group, and some are very dependent on the group. Rely on the help of companions, such as weaklings. They are not strong alone, but when countless weaklings gather together, they can become a formidable sea monster. The abilities of these 30 people are similar abilities: Formation Pokemon, Formation Soldiers, a very special fighting Pokemon. In the game, 6 Formation Soldiers are considered a Pokemon. But when the Formation Soldiers are transformed into abilities and given to other people, each Formation Soldier is a separate individual. 6 people with the ability of Formation Soldiers together just form a complete Formation Soldier team. According to the racial habits of the Formation Soldiers, the Formation Soldier standing in the front is the strongest and smartest one, responsible for controlling the formation and commanding the other formation soldiers behind him. The same is true here. They are the best in the assessment, so they became the leaders of the formation soldiers. Unlike those individually powerful cadres, their individual strength is not as good as them, but they can gather everyone's strength through teamwork to play a greater role. And the upper limit is not 6 people. Although they are a team of 6 people, 5 teams can also be combined to exert a stronger force. Battle formation, array. The leader of the array soldiers is in front, and the others are behind. A triangular assault formation quickly appears in front of Shayna. In order to survive better, the wild array soldier leader has absolute control over the array soldiers behind him, and can order them to appear in the right position, and sometimes even sacrifice individuals in exchange for higher group interests. But here, the different array soldier leaders can only rely on the horn crown on their heads to communicate better and respond in the shortest time. Therefore, discipline and obedience are very important. Pirates who are used to being lax are not suitable for this ability at all. Only these believers who are united by faith can achieve this effect of command and prohibition. They exist not to deal with those monsters and defeat magic with magic. Facing those monster-like enemies, there are naturally monster-like high-level people to deal with them. The purpose of the existence of this knight group, in addition to spreading the glory of the Arceus religion, is to reverse the situation of grassroots battles in future battles. This requires them to have real strength, not just a good-looking flower frame, so a test is needed. Shayna's wings behind her waved, and a large number of fire feathers shot at these young people. Defense. The triangular formation that rushed forward stopped in place, and the shields in their hands were closely connected, forming a row of airtight shield walls. Ding, ding, swish. Facing Shayna's attack, the iron formation of the formation soldiers did not move at all. Even if someone was injured, they would be immediately protected by the shrinking formation. Not bad, it seems that I underestimated them. They should be able to face stronger forces. It was just a casual attack by Shayna. Being able to remain motionless under such an attack was worthy of her affirmation. Disperse. Encircle. The formation soldiers who gathered together followed their leader to move around, surrounded Shayna from different directions, and finally surrounded her in the middle in the form of a shield formation. Because of the test, Shayna did not choose to fly, but tried to break through head-on. The outcome of the battle was not a foregone conclusion. Their strength was far behind Shayna's, and their numbers were not enough to make up for the gap. However, they managed to hold Shayna back for a short period of time. With their strength, this was already a very good record. As long as they have the right person to lead them, this elite team can definitely play an unexpected role. Miss Shayna, what do you think of them? Not bad, they lived up to the power given to them by the Holy Beast Master, but that's not enough. Next, it's time for actual combat. The environment in the new world is a little dangerous, so you should start from the first half. White Dove. Chapter 837, The Last Stand in the Revolutionary Army. Religious belief is something that outsiders cannot understand. Ordinary believers may only do it for benefits or some psychological comfort, but for these fanatics, belief has become something greater than their own lives. They are usually very kind, but once a taboo is violated, these people may turn into a group of lunatics. If used by someone with ulterior motives, it may lead to some immeasurable consequences. But that is an ordinary religion outside. For a religion with a real God, that kind of thing will not happen. On weekdays, Arceus does not worry about the so-called Arceus religion, but this does not mean that he does not care about anything. The things on the holy mountain are the manifestation of his power. For those who are willing to sacrifice, he also gives them what they need. But if outsiders pretend to be him and do things that he hates, they will understand what is the wrath of God. Due to the upper limit of talent, this group of people pay more attention to cooperation rather than fighting alone, so they get the special Pokemon of the formation soldier. There is also a Pokemon called Rat, but the image of this Pokemon is far inferior to the armor of the formation soldier. Compared with the Rat Man, a group of knights wearing golden armor is easier to accept. After passing the review, this knight group also embarked on their journey and headed towards the first half of the Grand Line. Due to the existence of the Calm Belt and the Red Earth continent, the Four Seas, Paradise, and the New World maintain relative independence. Without the support of Shayna and other senior cadres, the first half of the Grand Line is the most suitable stage for them. The nun's own martial arts are not outstanding, but she is accompanied by Tiger. With a new goal, Tiger's martial arts are constantly improving. He is currently the strongest fishman on Fishman Island. Even Jinbei is a little behind him. Such a special team has enough self-protection capabilities, but the way they decide the destination. Sister, is this really okay? On the wall hangs a sea chart of the first half of the Grand Line. The nun is holding a slightly old dart in her hand, and uses a blind selection method to decide the destination. It's okay, this is a tradition. This dart was used by Miss Yamato back then. It is said that the Lord once decided to explore the island in this way. It can be regarded as blessed by the Lord's glory. Because there are no clues, so gambling on luck, this is the way to decide which specific island to explore. It's just that this process has been deified and fermented, and gradually became a kind of tradition. Okay, it seems that our destination has been decided. It's time to set off. Mr. Tiger, I may have to ask you more for the battle. These children haven't experienced many actual battles. Leave it to me, I will clear the obstacles on the road. The ship with the 1000 universe arm left Onigashima. Although there is no pirate flag, most forces have equated the 1000 universe arm with Kaido's skull flag. They all know that it is an alternative logo within the Beast Pirates. It's just that most ordinary people don't understand this detail. For them, the 1000 universe arms don't produce an innate sense of fear like the pirate flag. Spreading the gospel of the Lord is the main purpose of this team. In addition to the 30-man knights, there is also a medical team, some experts in agriculture and water conservancy, and ordinary crew members. The number is far more than that of ordinary pirate groups, and it is comparable to the full load of large warships. What they did along the way was very special, clearing pirates, maintaining law and order on some islands, helping sick residents and then preaching. Although the methods are different, they are generally helping others. This alternative behavior makes some forces confused about what the group of beasts wants to do. Team 2, Team 3, disperse the enemy. Team 4, rescue the townspeople. Team 5, stay and wait for emergencies. Team 1, follow me. Get rid of those pirate captains. Fight to the water. The leading formation soldier issued a new combat order. At that moment, he and the 5 members behind him shone with light, and the armor on his body also shone with brilliant light. This is a special move for formation soldiers. Double attack, double defense, and speed will be enhanced in the case of a fight to the water, but this skill has a side effect. After using the fight to the water, a strong desire to fight will fill their hearts, and their bodies will never execute the order to retreat. Either the enemy dies or I die. This is the effect of a fight to the water. Due to the characteristics of the formation soldiers, the order is transmitted through the helmet horn crown, so it is extremely efficient. Even on a battlefield with artillery fire, the order can be clearly heard. The 5 teams have their own arrangements and launched an attack on the pirates who were looting in the town. In order to rob richer targets, some pirates will temporarily unite. This is the situation faced by this knight group, but they are still very powerless in the face of a team full of ability users. Kaido's dream is to have an ability user army. Although he has a large number of mythical beasts under his command at this time, these mythical beasts are scattered in various territories, performing their tasks in groups of 3 or 2. Such a large-scale assembly battle has never happened before. Although the formation soldiers are fighting Pokemon, the armor attached to their bodies is extremely strong. In addition, these 30 people have experienced the training of the 6 styles. Although not many are proficient in the 6 styles, they can at least master one style according to their own abilities. Captain. Monsters. These are monsters. It's useless. Cutting with a knife is useless. Shooting with a gun is useless. Even cannons can't hit them. This is not something we can deal with. The sharp blades on the edge of the shield and the ram in the middle are the weapons of the formation soldiers. These shield warriors are like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily tearing apart the loose formations of these pirates. After they occupied the town, the temporary things they built to fight against the navy that might come to encircle and suppress them were useless. If it weren't for protecting the townspeople, they could have dealt with these pirates more quickly. The captains didn't have time to deal with them. They had to face a team that had started a desperate battle. And for some reason, halfway through the battle, the townspeople who had escaped before returned here again. This time they didn't escape. Sticks, hoes, and stones all became their weapons for fighting, making it even worse for the pirates who were already having a hard time against the enemy. This made the 4 rescue teams confused. It was the first time they met such a high-spirited town dweller. But they were so brave, why did they run away before? Sir Tiger, Is this not right? It's not right. It should be a person with special abilities. It seems to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. White Pigeon. Chapter 838, The Blasphemer. Tiger did not participate in the battle. This was a training for the Knights Templar. They were constantly accumulating combat experience. Compared with when they just left Ghost Island, they cooperated more tacitly and switched various formations with ease. At the beginning, they made various mistakes. For example, because they all entered a state of desperate battle, they had no energy to intervene in other battles, so they developed the habit of keeping a reserve team. Tiger was just another insurance to deal with more difficult enemies. He was also a post-war commentator responsible for summarizing their mistakes in the battle. Picking up the telescope next to him, Tiger looked into the distance. A woman was waving a special flag with a special pattern in the middle and RA on both sides. 2 letters. This woman's clothes are really bold. In Tiger's sight, a woman wearing a red tall hat and a red waistcoat was waving the flag in her hand vigorously, and she was still saying something. The distance was too far, and he couldn't lip read, so he didn't know what she was saying. But her collar was wide open, and she didn't wear any underwear at all. This style of painting can only be described as bold by Tiger. The mermaid's clothes are also simple, but they won't show their body. This woman in front of him may not be the case. Sir Tiger, your focus seems to be wrong. Ahem, they are indeed members of the Revolutionary Army. I saw that flag when I was traveling some time ago. In that case, they are friendly forces. Almost. In fact, what they do is similar to what we do, but the purpose is different. Today, the Revolutionary Army is also moving around, accumulating its own reputation by fighting pirates, and also attacking the royal power of some kingdoms. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long has become the most vicious criminal in the world. For the world government, pirates only shake up interests, which is nothing but a small matter, but these revolutionary armies want to act from the root, and the threat is much greater than that of ordinary pirates. Long knows that his wings are not full enough, so the cotters under him are acting separately and working hard for the future. The one who appeared here is the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty. Okay, you scum. Do you want to wait for someone to save you? Heroes are not something that happens every day. If you want to change, then learn to be that hero yourself. Her words are very vulgar, and she is not scolding the pirates, but the townspeople who only know how to escape. And as she scolded, the muscles of those residents swelled up instead, and everyone felt that the power was surging out of their bodies, all because of her fruit ability. She is an encourager who has eaten the superhuman encouragement fruit. When she waves the flag and shouts, it will awaken the power in people's hearts and give them the courage to resist. The people who are encouraged will also burst out with stronger power because of her ability. But these people were just ordinary townspeople, so the members of the Revolutionary Army also charged with them, dealing with the more threatening enemies, but today's battle was unusually easy for them, and those pirates had already shown a defeated posture. There was no conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Knights Templar after they met. Their enemies were all these pirates, but as the Knights Templars' fighting style changed, they had a strange feeling. Encirclement and killing formation, wipe out. Under the attack of the combined battle formation, these pirates in the paradise seemed vulnerable. In order to solve the enemy as quickly as possible, the members of the Knights Templar also fought according to what they had learned, such as the 6 styles. Their 6 style skills made the people of the Revolutionary Army suspicious. Ordinary people can't learn this thing. It's not difficult to steal 1 or 2 styles in battle, but so many people, and they can add up to a complete set of 6 styles, that's not scientific. But they are also fighting pirates, so the people of the Revolutionary Army still regard each other as companions. They are not just rebels. The Navy and kind officials are also their targets for winning over. The contradiction between the two sides appeared after the war. After defeating the pirates, the Knights Templar routinely helped the townspeople clean up the mess, heal wounds, and spread their faith. The glory of the Lord is all over the sea, and the Lord's grace is spreading. Believe in the Lord, and the Lord will grant you happiness and well-being. Regardless of whether the townspeople have faith or not, they will try to preach. Facing these unknown people who have just saved the town, they will listen to the other party no matter what. It's just that this behavior of pinning the future on a vain belief conflicts with the Revolutionary Army's idea of relying on itself. The Revolutionary Army relies on reality, while the members of the Arceus cult are purely religious behaviors. There is no contradiction in this. Let people choose for themselves. But the Revolutionary Army now has a problem. There is no restriction on their selection of people. No matter who they are, as long as they are willing to join, they can join. This leads to uneven quality of the Revolutionary Army. Some people couldn't help muttering a few words when listening to the speeches of those believers like charlatans. What? How can that kind of thing be useful? But the next moment, the sharp shield blade flew directly to his neck. Clang! A water pipe blocked the flying shield. The added domineering aura prevented the water pipe from breaking, but the sound of the collision attracted the attention of the people around. Friend, there is no need to be so impulsive. What did he do? The blasphemer must pay the price. This guy is questioning our faith. The people of the Knights Templar did not remove their transformation state, and the ability of the crown communication still existed. As soon as this sentence was said by the knight, the knights around also reacted. The Revolutionary Army that had just been attacked had not figured out what was going on, but they felt that they were being stared at. The eyes contained murderous intent, even more fierce than when they just fought with the pirates. The 30 people selected were not only the best in all aspects of the test, but also members of the fanatics. They were absolutely loyal to the Arceus cult that gave them a new life, and even reacted a little too much and could not accept any blasphemous words. That doubt was already a treasonous act in his ears. Form a formation. The members around put down their work and surrounded this position. Hey, what did you say? Why did these people suddenly turn hostile? The man holding the water pipe asked the Revolutionary Army behind him. He had just talked with the entourage of the Arceus cult and thought they were a very friendly group of people. I didn't expect such a big reaction now. I don't know what's going on. Sabo. What's going on? Why are we fighting again? The noise here also attracted the Revolutionary Army. A girl also came over with a few people, but the first thing she did was to question what her people had done. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 839, Old Friends, Repent or Atonement. They are not really from the world government, just waiting for us to relax our vigilance. The Revolutionary Army didn't doubt the people of the Arceus cult before. If their target was themselves, they shouldn't use the 6 styles openly. Now that they see it this way, the Revolutionary Army thinks that the other party wants them to relax their vigilance. Don't be stupid, if that's the case, they won't have to make a surprise attack. I think there should be a misunderstanding here. The members of the Revolutionary Army were whispering, but they also picked up their weapons to prepare for possible emergencies. Sabo. What did you do again? It's not me, it has nothing to do with me. It was like this when I came. They seemed particularly angry. Sabo was helpless as he carried the water pipe. He was bombarded by the celestial dragons on the boat and was fortunately picked up by a dragon. He joined the Revolutionary Army since then. However, the attack injured his brain, causing some problems with his memory. He had no idea about the past. The reason he held the water pipe was that he inexplicably felt that it was convenient. The girl who suspected what he had done was Kurla. After the death news of Tiger spread across the sea, Kurla felt lost. After a while, she left her hometown and also joined the Revolutionary Army. In this process, she met Sabo and grew up together. Well, everyone, I think there may be a misunderstanding. We are not bad people. You were just helping the townspeople. If you have any questions, you can sit down and talk slowly. Blasphemer, there is nothing to say. The shield that was just bounced off the water pipe returned to his hand again. The shield should be considered equipment, but it is a shield formed by ability, which is also considered part of their ability. Although they cannot manipulate the shield at will with their thoughts, it is still no problem to simply recall it. At least they don't have to worry. If the shield is bounced off, they have to pick it up themselves. For ordinary people, it is just a nagging of incomprehension, which is not a big deal, but for the people of the Knights Templar, this sentence is questioning the power of the god they believe in. Returning to the shield, it was thrown again, but was stopped by the soft power of Kurla using the fishman karate. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding here. There is no need to fight. Preserving the living force and developing allies is the current development route of the Revolutionary Army. The behavior of the Arceus cult to help the weak makes Kurla want to avoid fighting. She thinks such bloodshed is unnecessary. But she didn't know that her behavior not only reduced the bloodshed, but also saved herself. Once these Knights Templar got too excited, ordinary people couldn't stop them. Kurla's dissuasion didn't work. They were very stubborn in this regard. No matter who dared to question such things, they had to pay the price. Whoever wanted to help, they would fight together. Wait a minute. The leading knight was about to give a battle order when Tiger came from behind. When he found that there was a conflict here, he came here. Did Haku teach you your fishman karate? Looking at Kurla in front of him, Tiger asked his own question. Although the difference between fishman karate is not big, it can also be divided into different schools. Haku's school is also impressive in Fishman Island. Although humans also have the ability to learn fishman karate, there are very few successful ones. In addition, Kurla has the shadow of Haku's school, which aroused Tiger's curiosity. Uncle Tiger. You must be Uncle Tiger, right? You're not dead. Compared to a few years ago, Kurla has changed a lot. Tiger never thought that the little girl would go down this path. With the hat covering her, he didn't recognize that this was Kurla. But for Kurla, Tiger is someone she can never forget. His death indirectly led Kurla to this path. Her goal is to make fishmen and humans get along equally. You are. In the eyes of humans, he has died in the attack of the Navy. Even if the Navy meets him, they will only think that he is a fishman of the same kind, because Tiger is a dead man in the official intelligence. Most people will choose to believe their superiors. Except for the fishman, he has never met someone who is so sure of himself. It's me, Kurla, I'm Kurla. Take off her hat and redo her hair. Her outline gradually overlaps with Kurla in Tiger's memory. You've grown up so much. Seeing the little girl become a young woman, Tiger was also very touched, and Kurla was already hugging him and crying excitedly. For her, Tiger was still alive, which was a great joy, but some things did not end with the reunion of old friends. Uncle Tiger, what happened to you back then? That's a very long story, let me deal with some things first. Avoiding Kurla, Tiger came to the man who made the mistake, but this scared Kurla. She was very familiar with Tiger, even when he was in the Sun Pirates. Tiger didn't want her to see the battle scene. She also knew what Tiger looked like when he was angry. Wait, Uncle Tiger, there are some misunderstandings here. He is a bit slick, but he would never blaspheme others. Hey, what did you do? I just muttered that it was useless. He was questioning the Lord's ability. The knight did not defend himself, but silently said what he heard. Tour, we are spreading the glory of the Lord, not making the world fear the Lord. If we do that, wouldn't we become the apostles of the evil God? If we kill the other party because of an unintentional act, wouldn't we be the same as those ignorant false gods? For those who offend unintentionally, we should give him a chance to repent. This is the Lord's tolerance. Have you forgotten? Miss O also came here at this time, but as one of the first believers, she was calmer because she remembered the mission of the trip. She knew that not everyone could understand her beliefs, and some people would not accept it in their hearts, but as long as the other party did not make insulting remarks, even if they did not believe it, she would not do anything extreme. The ignorant false gods refer to the celestial dragons. Since they call themselves gods, the word God has become a derogatory term on the sea. Miss U wants to change this perception and let them know the difference between true gods. For such unintentional acts, she will also give the other party a chance to repent, but only once, because the Lord is merciful and majestic. Repentance is an opportunity. If you can't grasp the opportunity, you can only atone in another way. Sir, the Lord is tolerant. If you are unintentional, I allow you to repent, or atone in our way. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 840, 1 year, disdain from Arceus. Miss U will not put a knife on someone's neck. She still can't do the act of dying if she doesn't believe in religion. But when they meet people who are stubborn and insist on disrespectful words, they don't even have the opportunity to mind. She is a nun, but this nun is not only kind and merciful. Even a fool can see that the current situation is not right. Although he didn't understand what happened, the member of the Revolutionary Army still chose the former and sincerely apologized to the other party. The knights reluctantly accepted this result and did not expand the conflict. Then they continued their missionary behavior. With this minor friction, the people of the Revolutionary Army also controlled their mouths under orders. Even if they were puzzled, they didn't say anything in person. Instead, Tiger and Kurla chatted for a while and told about their experiences during this period. Listening to Kurla's ideals, Tiger showed a gratified smile on his face, which at least showed that his efforts were not in vain. There are good people among humans, and there are people who are willing to believe in fish people and make changes. After confirming that Tiger is the legendary tiger, the people of the Revolutionary Army are also full of admiration for his behavior. The liberator of Mary Gosa, Tiger with this title, has a great influence on the Revolutionary Army. There was even a special wave of propaganda, so that these people in the Revolutionary Army also had a little understanding of the Arceus cult. Misua and others did not stay on this island for too long. They left the Revolutionary Army first and headed for the next island. Captain Betty, everyone has been talking about the Arceus cult recently. I know, there is no need to care about this kind of thing. I heard Mori say before that he had also encountered this situation. Generally speaking, they are also a group of good people, but they are a little extreme in some aspects. Mori is another commander of the Revolutionary Army. He has a peculiar personality and can be said to be a demon from the giant tribe. As the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, they have a little knowledge of Dragon's plan and know that the target of the Revolutionary Army is the group of celestial dragons. Therefore, they have a certain recognition of the members of the Arceus cult who call celestial dragons false gods and hate them. Although these members of the Revolutionary Army gathered together because of their ideals, they still lack a clear enough understanding of the power of faith and are not aware of its influence. As time passed, Misa and Tiger's ships sailed on the sea, contributing to the spread of the Arceus cult, and time was passing bit by bit. A year has passed in the blink of an eye, and these fledgling children have become elite warriors. During this year, Robin's actions continued, and she found many weathered relics from Alabasta. The information she found in them gave her a better understanding of the past. Vivi and Akalem also successfully entered the Baroque works and had their own code names. In the East China Sea, Windmill Village, Luffy was training his fists every day to prepare for the voyage a year later. Barity became a well-known sea restaurant, and there was also a rumor about a sea monster. It was said that if you make trouble here, you might become the food of the sea monster. The days in Kokoyasi were not as good as expected. They did improve their quality of life in the early days after discovering the gold mine, but with the sale of gold, the branch Colonel Mouse set his sights on the huge profits here and began to plan the gold buried in the mountains. After a friendly exchange with Red Hair, the Spade Pirates were successfully defeated by Whitebeard. After countless training, Ace got what he needed from Whitebeard and became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Crocodile is still studying where Pluto is, and Mariah is still living in his own world, fantasizing about the invincible zombie army. The rest of the 7 warlords of the sea live a relatively harmonious life, but Boa Hancock is not feeling well every day. Whenever she is in a bad mood, there will always be a lot of pirates on the nearby sea. After a series of efforts, Caesar also made his own artificial fruit, and Doflamingo sent some samples to Onigashima. What do you want this broken thing for? Looking at the artificial devil fruit in Kaido's hand, Arceus was very puzzled. He still remembered the effect of this thing, which was called Smile. Although it was an artificial devil fruit, the success rate was very low. It is likely to become a person who loses all emotions and can only laugh no matter what happens. Even if the ability is obtained, it is far from the complete devil fruit. The eater may gain some abilities, but not all. Uncontrollable transformation, weird transformation position, Arceus can't figure out what Kaido wants this thing for. Don't you know the side effects of this thing? I know, Joker told me, he dare not lie to me about this. Before delivering the goods, Doflamingo must have checked the effect of the goods, and told Kaido about the possible side effects without reservation. If something happened because of this, Doflamingo can't bear the consequences. I know you still want it. You don't understand. When I was on the battlefield before, if I captured the enemy's barbecue, I would eat it, but I would not throw away those unpalatable dry food. Instead, I would take it back and share it with others, or save it for later. Kaido used his own example to express his thoughts. Your ability is very strong. The power of those mythical beasts is much stronger than this kind of thing, but those who can match your power must go through tests, so this thing is much more convenient. Some people will never get your power in this life, but the soldiers also have their own value. Just give this thing to the soldiers. It's better to have ability than nothing. Do you really want to buy this thing? How should I put it? It's still useful. If it doesn't work, it's not bad to throw it to Quinn as a cannonball. It's up to you, but lower the price by 90%. Why? Because the success rate of this thing is only 1 in 10. Do you still want to give those rubbish failures to your own people? Scanning the samples, Arceus has come to his own conclusion. The things made by Caesar are semi-finished products in Arceus' eyes. 9 out of 10 are not worth eating, and the remaining one needs to be processed again. This is not difficult for him. Not everything made by Caesar is successful, but only about 1 out of 10 is a finished product. He was not going to transform these fruits into Pokemon abilities, but just to help Kaido improve them a little, so that it would be no different from ordinary animal-type fruits when eaten. As Kaido said, this was the power of the miscellaneous soldiers, giving those who had no hope of becoming Cotters a little hope. For them, ordinary abilities were enough. This kind of improvement was not to remove side effects. He did not plan to do the meticulous work of extracting dragon fruit seeds again. It was just to complete it. For Arceus, making it a normal fruit was like cutting an apple in half, which was not difficult. Hehe, I knew you could handle this kind of thing, so I'll leave it to you. There seems to be news about your stone tablet recently. I'll go over there first. Kaido flew away from Onigashima directly, and how to arrange the follow-up issues eventually fell on Quinn's head. I like Arceus' pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 841, The Blessings of Overtime Workers. The artificial fruit Caesar made is very special. Its raw material is a special substance called sad, which is mixed with the blood of different animals. As a result, the type of SLE produced is unknown. No one knows what kind of ability can be obtained by eating it. To be precise, most people, including the creator Caesar, don't know. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes someone who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the extremely cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital and keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit. It was dim everywhere. I could only rely on the little light that penetrated from the room to help me see my feet down. The smell there is terrible. From time to time, dead bodies are sent in body bags, and we help them move into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies that need to be sent or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be in charge during the day. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers brought a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly left. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. Hyde was an old man, his face was blue and white, with wrinkles everywhere, and it looked scary under very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black. I can't describe the specific appearance, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered, if I keep going like this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these things don't find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw them away. This I will sacrifice a morning of sleep, but fortunately, it will be Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I went to bed, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if I could call a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me, thinking that I was mentally unstable in that environment and in that kind of work, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. And then, the male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. The narrator in his eyes was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were deep and eye-catching. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. Then? Download Zingwen Reading to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a slightly mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said was bragging. Haha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believed Lumian's story. He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, he said something about 30 years east of the Sarenzo River and 30 years right of the Sarenzo River. He just talks nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen Reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile, and seemed to find what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleatless cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijer and the capital Trier. Lumian nodded to the 3 foreigners. "My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian." "Li." Leah blurted out. Star text reading. "What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, "Your last name is terrifying. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is such a saying on the 5 seas. Words spread. I'd rather meet those pirate generals or even kings than a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee. Is he scary?" Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, "Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect the trend of Trier has spread here." Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumian said, "Oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed." "Okay." Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender. A glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart. Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumien's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, "Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink." Lumien responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumien added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" "Because they don't know whether to believe what you said." The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. "Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Boy Who Cried. People who always lie will lose their credibility." "Okay." Lumien shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "Is it okay?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumien didn't care. "Then have another glass of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. "Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him." 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? "Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darij at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk." Star text reading. Brought back to the village? Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Lee, and even the name Lumien was given by Aurora. "I have forgotten what it was originally called." Lumien drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. "It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this." White Pigeon. Chapter 842, the prerequisite for the transaction is that he wants to beat you up. Damn it! You just got the ability like this. For the top strong, the impact of the ability is relatively small. As long as the strength is sufficient, without relying on the ability, you can also use your own physique to make a name for yourself. But for the bottom, an ability can produce a qualitative change. A person with human wisdom. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and can continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the unusually cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital and keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital is colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor are not. It was dark everywhere, and I could only see my feet with the little light that seeped out of the room. The smell there was terrible. From time to time, dead bodies were sent in body bags, and we worked together to help them move into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least I can afford bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies that need to be sent or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dreamed of taking turns to be in charge during the day. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers brought a new body. I heard from others that this is my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I have a little curious. After everyone left, he pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, and there were wrinkles everywhere. He looked scary under the very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black. I can't describe the specific appearance, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered, if I keep going like this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these things don't find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw it away. This will sacrifice me. I slept in the morning, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I slept, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if I could call a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me. They thought that I was mentally unstable in that environment and in that kind of work, and I needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. The narrator in his eyes was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were deep and eye-catching. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. Then? Download Zingwen Reading to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a slightly mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said was bragging. Haha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believed Lumien's story. He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, he said something about 30 years east of the Sarenzo River and 30 years right of the Sarenzo River. He just talks nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumien smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen Reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile, and seemed to find what had just happened interesting. Under the light of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleatless cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marseille boots. There were two small silver bells tied on her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijiu and the capital Trier. Lumien nodded to the three foreigners. "My name is Lumien Li, you can just call me Lumien." "Li." Leah blurted out. "Star text reading. What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, "Your last name is scary, I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is such a saying on the 5 seas, I would rather encounter those pirate generals and even kings than don't run into a man named Frank Lee." That guy's last name is also Li. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian. Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Kos frowned slightly and said, Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect the trend of Trier has spread here. Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumian said, oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed. Okay. Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, a glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart. Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumian's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumian added. Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Boy Who Cried. People who always lie will lose their credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked. Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star text reading. Brought back to the village? Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content, then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even the name Lumian was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumian drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Dove. Chapter 843, We don't follow the rules, we are the rules. At present, it seems that Caesar's ability still has some meaning to Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo will not treat Caesar like a family member, he will also give him some status. The fruit must be tested before delivery. Doflamingo has also seen those strange abilities before. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes someone who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and can continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the unusually cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital and keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital is colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor are not lit. It is dim everywhere. I can only rely on infiltration from the room to get out. The little light from the morgue helped me see my feet. The smell there was terrible. From time to time, dead bodies were brought in body bags, and we worked together to help them move into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies that need to be brought in or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't left suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be in charge during the day. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally hurts. One day, the movers brought in a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly left. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quiet lithe body bag was opened. He was an old man, his face was blue and white, and there were wrinkles everywhere. He looked scary under the very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black, I can't describe the specific appearance, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered, if I keep going like this, when I get old, will I be like him? I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these things don't find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw it away. This will sacrifice my life. I only slept for a morning, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I slept, I always dreamed of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if I could call a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me. They thought that I was mentally unstable in that environment and in that kind of work, and I needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. And then, the male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. The narrator in his eyes was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were deep and eye-catching. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. Then, download Zingwen to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a slightly mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said was bragging. Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believed Lumien's story. He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, he said something about being on the east side of the Serenzo River for 30 years and on the right side of the Serenzo River for 30 years. He just talks nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumien smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile, as if she only found what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips, and she was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijiu and the capital Trier. Lumian nodded to the 3 foreigners. "My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian." "Li." Leah blurted out. Star text reading. "What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, "Your last name is scary, I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is such a saying on the 5 seas, it is better to encounter those pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank. Li's people. That person's last name is also Li. Is he scary?" Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, "Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect that the trend of Trier has spread here." Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumian said, "Oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed." "Okay." Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, "A glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart." Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. "Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid." The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumian's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, "Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" "Because they don't know whether to believe what you said." The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly, "Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf is Coming, and people who always lie will lose their credibility." "Okay." Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "Is it okay?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumian didn't care. "Then have another glass of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. "Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk." Star text reading. "Brought back to the village?" Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even the name Lumian was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumian drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Dove. Chapter 844, Shameless People Are Invincible. Quinn spoke his final conclusion word by word, and his body, which had been trained by beatings for many years, also released a special aura. He did not have the domineering aura, but at this time, the round fat man who looked silly exuded a beastly aura, which made people feel dangerous. Experience 1. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the extremely cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital and keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital is colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor are not lit. It is very dim everywhere. I can only rely on the little light that penetrates from the room to help me see my feet. The smell there is terrible. From time to time, the dead were brought in body bags, and we helped to move them into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies to be brought in or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be in charge during the day. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally ache. One day, the movers brought in a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He is an old man with a pale and blue face, wrinkles everywhere, looks scary under very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, bluish black. I can't describe the specific appearance, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be like him when I get old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw them away. This will sacrifice my sleep for a morning, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, can be made up. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me, thinking that I was mentally unstable in that environment and in that kind of work, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. In his eyes, the narrator was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with an upright figure and slender limbs, also with short black hair and light blue eyes, but with deep facial features that could make people shine. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download Zingwen to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a bit of mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said is bragging. Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter stopped for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believe Lumian's story? He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, what about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River, 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River, just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers in the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumion with an undisguised smile, as if she only found what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips, and she was definitely a beauty in a country like Korta village. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijar and the capital Trier. Lumion nodded to the 3 foreigners. "My name is Lumion Li, you can just call me Lumion." "Li?" Lia blurted out. Zingwen reading. "What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumion asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is a saying circulating on the 5 seas, it is better to encounter those pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank Li. That person's last name is also Li. He is very scary. Yeah, are you scared?" Lumion asked. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good." He stopped the topic and said to Lumion, "Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumion was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect the trend of Trier has spread here." Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumion said, "Oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed." "Okay." Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, "A glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart." Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. "Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid." The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumion's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, "Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink." Lumion responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumion added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy?" "Because they don't know whether to believe what you said." The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly, "Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Boy Who Cried. People who always lie will lose their credibility." "Okay." Lumion shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, "Is it okay?" "No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks." Lumion didn't care. "Then have another glass of green fairy." Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. "Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk." Star text reading. "Brought back to the village?" Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even the name Lumion was given by Aurora. "I have forgotten what it was originally called." Lumion drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Dove. Chapter 845, That day, Quinn learned to share. When water is too clear, there will be no fish, when a person is too cautious, there will be no followers. At this time, Caesar has achieved a hidden achievement, when a person is too humble, he is invincible. In Quinn's cognition, Caesar knows what virtue his fruit is. Seeing this perfect ability user, he will definitely be puzzled. Then he can be proud to say to the other party, I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes a person who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and can continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the extremely cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital and keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital is colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor are not lit. It is very dim everywhere. I can only rely on the little light that penetrates from the room to help me see my feet. The smell there is very bad, and from time to time a dead body was brought in a body bag, and we helped move it into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there is a body that needs to be brought in or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be in charge during the day. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers brought in a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man with a blue and white face and wrinkles everywhere. He looked very dark under the light. It was scary. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black, I can't describe it specifically, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be like him when I get old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these things would not find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw them away. This will sacrifice my sleep for a morning, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, can be made up. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me, thinking that I was mentally unstable in that environment and in that kind of work, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. In his eyes, the narrator was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with an upright figure and slender limbs, also with short black hair and light blue eyes, but with deep facial features that could make people shine. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download Zingwen to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a bit of mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. What you just said is bragging. Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter stopped for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, Stranger, you actually believe Lumien's story, he tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, what about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River, 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River, just nonsense. Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers in the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile. You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly. After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone? Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah. The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile, and seemed to find what had just happened interesting. Under the light of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a country like Korta village. She wore a white pleatless cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marseille boots. There were two small silver bells tied on her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital of Bigor and the capital of Trier. Lumian nodded to the three foreigners. My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian. Li. Leah blurted out. Star text reading. What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, your last name is scary, I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is such a saying on the 5 seas, it is better to encounter those pirate generals and even kings than to meet a man named Frank Li. That person's last name is also Li. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian. Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect the trend of Trier has spread here. Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumian said, oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed. Okay. Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, a glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart. Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumian's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink. Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumian added. Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Boy Who Cried. People who always lie will lose their credibility. Okay. Lumian shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked. Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumian didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, How could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star text reading. Brought back to the village? Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even the name Lumion was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumion drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Dove. Chapter 846, CP9 Deceived. Neither of them is good words, but Quinn's title sounds much better than his. There is nothing that can be done about it. Quinn's current identity is a pirate, and he is a pirate who has long been famous. He has enough modifiers, but no one can say Caesar's identity in public. Don't worry about it, I'm a loser. I don't pay much attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high level of education. I'm alone in the city looking for my future. I've found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes someone who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 loaves of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the extremely cold winter wind. Finally, I found a job, keeping watch in the hospital, keeping watch for the morgue. The night in the hospital was colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit. It was very dim everywhere. I could only rely on the little light that penetrated from the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was very bad. From time to time, the dead were stuffed in body bags and sent in. We cooperated. I helped him move into the morgue. This is not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are corpses that need to be delivered or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of being in charge of the day in rotation. Now I always sleep when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak, and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers delivered a new corpse. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man with a blue and white face and wrinkles everywhere. He looked scary under very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and his clothes all of them were taken off, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black, I can't describe it specifically, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be like him when I get old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these things would not find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw them away. This will sacrifice my sleep for a morning, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I got it done. Put the body bag in and put it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me, thinking that I was mentally unstable in that kind of environment and that kind of work, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, his hair was pressed flat, and he had a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, not ugly, and lacking obvious features. In his eyes, the narrator was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with an upright figure and slender limbs, also with short black hair and light blue eyes, but with deep facial features that could make people shine. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed, then? Download Zingwen to read the latest chapters. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you." As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a bit of mischievous smile. The male guest was stunned for a moment. "What you just said is bragging." "Haha." A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter stopped for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believe Lumian's story? He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, what about 30 years on the east side of the Sarenzo River, 30 years on the right side of the Sarenzo River, just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers in the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile, "You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for Novel Weekly." After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. "It seems that she writes really well. Star reading. I'm sorry, I made you misunderstand." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone?" Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile, as if she only found what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips, and she was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijar and the capital Trier. Lumian nodded to the 3 foreigners. "My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian." "Li." Leah blurted out. Zingwen reading. "What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name?" Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain, "Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained, "Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is a saying circulating on the 5 seas, it is better to encounter those pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank Lee. That person's last name is also Lee. Is he scary?" Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good." He stopped the topic and said to Lumian, "Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want?" "A glass of green fairy." Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, "Star text reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect that the trend of Trier has spread here." Leah next to him added with a smile. Lumian said, "Oh. So the people of Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed." "Okay." Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, "A glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart." Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. "Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid." The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumian's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, "Foreigner, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink." Lumian responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumian added, "Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy. Because they don't know whether to believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Boy Who Cried. People who always lie will lose their credibility. Okay. Lumion shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked. Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumion didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre's face was full of smiles. Generous stranger, this kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left. You think, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Star text reading. Brought back to the village? Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a jingling sound. Pierre nodded. Star text reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Lee, and even the name Lumion was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumion drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Pigeon. Chapter 847, Quinn's Scam. There was no change in the upper body, but a fluffy tail appeared behind the buttocks, with black and white fur, and the lower limbs became the same structure as a beast. According to Caesar's own standards, this fruit was successful, and it was even a relatively good result. The things he made were originally random mutations. It was already a very good result that there was no animal head growing in the position of the buttocks, or that his head became the position of the animal's buttocks. Captain Spandine, this is. Although the changes in the lower body had a certain increase in physical strength, he found that he could no longer change back. Oh, that's right, there is a very small probability of obtaining perfect abilities, a high probability of failure, becoming an incapable person who can only laugh, and a small probability of obtaining imperfect power. There is nothing wrong with you like this. Listening to Spandin's words, Nero suddenly felt a breath running around in his body, and soon reached the edge of endurance. Puff! With a loud bang, a large amount of yellow gas filled the entire room, and a foul smell directly poured into Spandane's nose. The irritating gas rushed straight to the top of his head, making him faint directly. The gas was not caused by anger, but the ability brought by this fruit. At this time, Nero had become an incomplete skunk man. The huge noise also attracted other people, but the stench was daunting. It was not until the yellow smoke dissipated that someone pulled Spandam out. As for Nero, this ability made him feel ashamed to see people, and he had already climbed through the window and ran away. When Spandam woke up, a bad news also reached his ears. For some reason, the civilian staff of the entire department knew that Spandam was fainted by a fart. Among the leaders of CP9 in history, Spandam is definitely the most useless one, whether in terms of ability or strength. He has been embarrassed more than once or twice, but after doing this once, he still felt humiliated. Who is it? Which bastard let it out? Sorry, I let it out by accident, blah blah. A plump man explained the reason for the incident. He was plump in the literal sense, both in his head and body. Even his neck was hard to find, and there was an exaggerated zipper sewn on his mouth. This is one of the members of CP9, Otonashi Owl, a man with a level of confidentiality comparable to that of Sendaumaru. No matter what secrets come to him, they can't be kept. Even if there is a zipper on his mouth, it can't stop him from revealing secrets. Impulsive, often telling secrets when walking on the street, so he has no chance to participate in all the undercover missions. The spread of the reason for Spandam's coma is also directly related to him. Aulia guy. I can't help it, I accidentally let it slip, and you have your own problems, sir, who made you only have 9 Deo power, too weak, ba. The Deo power of the Navy soldiers holding weapons is 10, or the most. Ordinary soldiers who have not undergone special training. Spandam's 9 Deo power successfully lowered the lower limit of the world government's strength. Shut up. Zip up your zipper. Yo-yo-yi, I'm so sorry sir, this is all my fault, I will commit seppuku to apologize. The man with long pink hair and dressed like a kabuki actor took out a knife and stabbed it into his abdomen, but before the blade touched his abdomen, he used an iron block. Oh my, what a pity, he didn't die. Lion Wado, another member of CP9, likes to commit seppuku to apologize at any time, and then uses iron blocks when he does it. He is also one of the weird people under Spandane. Enough of you two. Sir, what do you want from us? Gabra stopped the weird behavior here. He is considered to be a person with a relatively normal personality among the CP9 present. Rob Lucci and others are carrying out a hidden mission in the Seven Waters City. Only the three of them are still here. Although Spandane was very angry, he still took out another fruit. Sir, this thingisn't it the one that Nero ate? Of course not, this thing cost me 100 million Baileys, which is much more expensive than his. This fruit is not a semi-finished product like Caesar, but one of the finished products made by Quinn. As a senior scapegoat, Quinn knows how to put the blame on himself. All the people in the beasts are perfect ability users, and those outside are all weird semi-finished products. Even a fool can see that this thing has been processed twice, so he wants to change this situation, so he made some special transactions. He gave several fruits that were completed by Arceus back to Doflamingo and asked him to sell them again at a high price. Caesar didn't know about this, only Quinn, Doflamingo and some senior executives of the beasts knew about it. After such an operation, the success of the ability became a probability problem. The beasts bought a lot and had a special screening method, so there were many successful people. Although it was not clear, it could always be thrown to Caesar. After so many years, it was rare to see someone who was willing to share the pot, and Quinn would never let him go. As for the whereabouts of those fruits, Arceus didn't care what these garbage were used for. He didn't like this thing in the first place. For him at present, the greatest significance of these artificial fruits was to set off a craze for overtime again within the beasts. A group of role kings who had originally quieted down started working again. Quinn used this method to offset the fees that should have been paid, and also made some extra money. Doflamingo also used these special fruits to gain a wider sales channel. Either spend money to buy expensive ones or gamble on your luck. For those who want to buy fruits with insufficient funds, this is a very special opportunity. In a sense, neither Beast nor Doflamingo lost money, and this incident is also called the Quinn scam, also known as Quinn's skill of sharing the pot. He gave Nero the fruit for experimentation, and Nero was not a formal member, so it was fine to do it casually, but Gabra and others were different. They couldn't be used as test subjects casually. Gabra, you are already a capable person, so Owl, waitery, who will take this fruit? If you want to be a middleman, credibility is the most important thing. As a middleman who walks between the black and white worlds, Doflamingo still has this credibility. Spandam thinks that the things he sells at a high price will not be fakes. Sir, you really didn't prepare this fruit to avenge me? Tisk, tisk. After discussion, Weiduo gave up the fruit and decided to let Owl eat it. Just looking at Spandam's smile, Owl felt very uncertain. Like Arceus' pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 848, The conditions of the Lone Hero mission have been triggered. How could it be, am I that kind of person? So you don't care if I told others that your Deo power is only 9? Tisk, tisk. You don't care if I told others that you were planning to embezzle public funds but were discovered, and finally relied on Sir Spandine to settle it. Tisk, tisk. You don't care. Enough. Spadam didn't have a big deal, he was just fainted by the smell, but if Owl continued to talk, he would really be angry to death. He jumped up from the bed, grabbed the zipper on the owl's mouth, and quickly pulled it up. It's up to you whether to eat it or not. Just tell me what your ability is after you eat it. Oh, you don't have to tell me. Anyway, it won't take more than a few minutes for the whole world to know what kind of ability you have. In order to prevent further exposure, Spandam left here neatly, leaving Gabra and the other two looking at each other in bewilderment. Hey, Owl, you'd better sell this thing. I tell you, this thing is super unpalatable, and there is a devil in it. If you eat it, you will explode directly when you touch other devil fruits. Gabra will not shout about seppuku every day, and will not reveal problems everywhere, but he is a liar king, and few of his words can make people believe him. Believe it. But, this is man-made, so there shouldn't be so many things. By the way, Gabra, I heard that you are pursuing Catherine, the waitress on Judicial Island. He didn't believe Gabra's nonsense, but swallowed the fruit in one gulp, and exposed Gabra's gossip. Yo-yo-yi, is that true? I heard that she is a woman with a very special appearance. Enough. Stop talking nonsense, take a look at what your ability is, you should be able to feel it soon. Gabra didn't want to be pulled out and whipped like Spondum, so he returned the topic to the ability. In general, the owl has obtained a very strange ability. The neck is very long, a bird, but it can't fly, but it can swim. The answer is penguin. Under the influence of the fruit ability, the owl obtained a strange bird fruit that can't swim. What specific abilities can be developed and what kind of applications can be made depends on the owl itself. Quinn's business is booming here, and Onigashima is also making new plans for the cotters who go out. Misuo and Tiger are still on their way to preach outside, but with the increase of real experience, the cult has also split into two parts. Among them, those whose beliefs are close to madness have reorganized into a small team. They have a strong reaction to any questioning voices and are no longer suitable for ordinary preaching, so they have become punishment knights alone. They will only come forward after they are sure that the other party insults and slanders their gods. Other people with calmer and gentler personalities have taken over the original missionary tasks, further improving the structural problems and reducing the possibility of conflicts. Lord Holy Beast, this is the situation in Misuo for now. Is there anything they need to pay special attention to? Let them talk to others more and don't fight over a disagreement. Some things can be discussed after they are explained clearly. Yes, I understand. In addition, it's still the problem of the Big Mom pirates. They want to buy a batch of Pokemon you created. It's the same as before. Just sell products. Wanguo is still a restricted area for Pokemon like Frosty. Whoever dares to let them pass will bear the consequences. Unless Charlotte Linland's food addiction is cured, don't even think about it. Pokemon was not meant to be sold as a commodity. Except for those Pokemon assigned by Arceus, the rest of them are those people who have obtained the recognition of Pokemon themselves. But for the pastry chefs in Wanguo, it's useless even if they get the recognition of Frosty. Big Mom has never given up on this, but she never said anything. No, Lord Holy Beast, this time they are interested in giants. Giant? Super strength? What is Kaido doing outside again? Arceus thought that Kaido was complaining about something again, but as the transaction information was brought to him, he found out that he was wrong. Charlotte Linland didn't want the giant Pokemon, but wanted the beasts to use their own technology to create a few giants to satisfy her collecting habit. Lola's escape from marriage has cut off the possibility of Charlotte Linland repairing her relationship with the giant country, but Charlotte Linland's dream of building a country with all races is still there, so she has this special idea. Since the beasts can create war monsters, it should be easy for them to create a giant. Reject them, the beasts don't have this kind of business. Arceus is not interested in that kind of thing, and doesn't want to do it, but his refusal gave others the opportunity to take advantage of it, such as Caesar. Because of Violet's ability, Caesar's idea of cheating funds from Doflamingo was shattered. Caesar didn't have Quinn's tempered domineering power, and was immune to Violet's mind reading. For this reason, Doflamingo also sent people to keep an eye on Caesar to prevent him from doing small tricks. Without funds, you can't spend money on wine and women. Under the temptation of desire, Caesar took the initiative to find Charlotte Linling after hearing about her request, and the reason for persuading Charlotte Linling was also very special. Swish, I can make things that Quinn can't make. My technology is better than his. It's just a giant medicine. As long as the funds are sufficient, I can definitely do it. Caesar's fruit was successfully sold to various forces with Quinn's secret help, and he also successfully took away part of the pot, so Caesar's reason is still convincing. Due to her own desire for the Titans, Charlotte Linland agreed to this request, and Caesar also opened his own Lone Hero's mission copy and had already met the prerequisite deceiving the Sea Emperor. Mom, I don't think that person is trustworthy. Katakuri expressed his opinion. The decision to reach a deal was made by Charlotte Linland. He had no right to change it, but he could retain his doubts. This was the right brought by his own ability. Well, that kid shouldn't dare to lie to me. If he dares to lie to me, I will let him know what horror is. Unfortunately, Kaido doesn't want to do such a thing. Charlotte Linland didn't know that Kaido didn't see what she proposed at all. It was another person who made the decision directly. Kaido was making a big move outside. He faithfully fulfilled what he said to Arceus at the beginning. If I do it, there will be nothing left on that island. At this time, at a naval experimental base, Kaido was sitting on the ruins and scanning the surrounding environment. The slate radar on his wrist did not respond at all, which made him feel worse. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 849, Jack's Upgrade Battle. Why this monster will appear here? Near the ruins are the remaining soldiers of the Navy. As a research institute, even if it is not as important as Punk Hazard, there are still some experimental facilities. These experimental facilities still retain some important data and need to be looked after by manpower. In addition, the cost of the laboratory is very high. Some future experiments may restart these facilities, so there are always people stationed here, and some experimental personnel are used to regularly maintain the facilities. Those who dare to attack the Navy are lawless pirates. This kind of people go to sea for their own desires, and wealth accounts for the vast majority of them. There is no treasure in the Institute, so pirates don't have to attack here. The cost of attacking the Navy is very high. Only sufficient benefits can prompt them to do such crazy things. Reputation is also part of the benefits for some pirates. Sometimes in order to become famous, they will do a lot of crazy things. They don't need to attack such unknown places. This kind of effort is not proportional to the benefits. Over the years, the garrison of this half-abandoned experimental base has become a good place to fish, but they have never encountered attacks in the first half of the Grand Line. They never thought that one day they would face the Sea Emperor of the New World. Although the facilities of the base are maintained on time, and guns and other things can be used normally, the only purpose of these weapons is to let Kaido feel the atmosphere of war. The shells hitting him are no different from tickling, or even worse than tickling. These people are like ants to Kaido. He doesn't care how many ants are crushed to death when destroying the ant nest, nor will he deliberately step on the escaped ants after achieving his goal, provided that these ants do not provoke him. The extreme difference in force has made them at a loss as to how to resist. Hey, that kid, tell me, where are the things that were originally here? In the ruins, Kaido saw some familiar facilities, such as a special groove. After roughly measuring it, Kaido felt that the thing could just place a stone slab. He was not just destroying. While dismantling the laboratory, he also discovered some facilities inside. It seems that the information he received was not all false, but he was late. It was sent to other places a few years ago. Looking at the spikes on the mace that were bigger than his head, the surviving researcher had no intention of resisting at all. He answered whatever Kaido said. After asking several surviving people in succession, Kaido lost interest and turned around and left the island. But he did not return to Onigashima immediately, but contacted Quinn. Brother Kaido. Quinn, how many experimental islands did you use at the beginning? This a lot, there are still many sites prepared by the world government and the Navy. Give me the address, I want to see where they transported the things to. According to Kaido's new information, there was indeed a stone slab here a few years ago, but it was moved away many years ago, but no one knows where it was moved to. Since there was no one here, he planned to search all the places Quinn knew first. After getting the specific location, Kaido began to wander randomly on the Grand Line. However, this time he did not show his destructive power, but explored everywhere with radar. The purpose of turning the island upside down was to make the fictional news in the newspaper become a reality, and then to find things more smoothly. He was just too lazy to use his brain in most cases, not brainless. Kaido was distracted by this matter and could not return to Onigashima for the time being. Let's not talk about the attitude of others. For Yamato, this is a very good thing. For her, Kaido would be entangled for a few years. On Onigashima, a battle has lasted for 4 days. It was midnight, but the battle still did not stop. In the more than 10 years since the replacement battle system of the beasts was established, this was the longest and most intense battle. Because this is not a simple battle, but Jack's upgrade battle. As long as he defeats Setsuna, it means that he has surpassed the number 0 at this time, and he has the qualifications to obtain a new disaster title. Boom! Jack's huge body fell to the ground, and his steel body smashed a deep pit on the ground, but his consciousness was still clear. He shook his head and stood up again. The physique of the fishman is really strong. I should say this, the physique of the fur people is a monster. Jack's battles often fall into protracted battles. It is not surprising to be knocked down. It won't take long for him to stand up again. After repeating this, the enemy's physical strength will be exhausted by him. But this time the position change battle is different. Although Setsuna is also panting and looks very exhausted, Jack's condition is not very good. This battle that has lasted for several days is nearing its end. It's almost the end. I heard from Brother Manderfesh that you and him are both very special. Yeah, it's almost the end. Setsuna looked up at the sky. The fur tribe is at its strongest on a full moon night. They don't need to rely on the power of the moonstone, they just need to look up at the moon to enter the state of the moon lion. This is also the biggest difference between her and Manderfesh. The combat power of the two in normal state is close to the current disaster level, and in the mega state, their combat power is a real disaster level, but it doesn't last long. Setsuna is better than Manderfesh is even more special. With the amplification of the moon lion and the superposition of mega, she can achieve the combat power of a disaster level explosion in a short period of time. The full moon is reflected in her eyes. The pupils of Shan Shan begin to shrink under the moonlight, and then completely turn red. Electric sounds are heard from time to time on the body surface, and the wave power also surrounds the body. The canine teeth become sharper, and bursts of low roars come from her mouth. And in her low roar, her hair begins to grow rapidly, flying behind her wantonly. At this time, she has turned into a very special pure white Lucario. Awoo! The wolf howl cuts through the night sky, and Jack's body continues to expand. He did not enter the form, but turned into a state of standing upright on both feet, turning into a supergiant king bronze elephant like a tall building. Because the king bronze elephant is only due to its ability, their hands and feet are still in a normal proportion, and have not become exaggerated short legs. With a heavy stomp of his right foot, a large number of metal spikes have covered the entire venue. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 850, Struggling Jack, Lost Cavendish. The king bronze elephant's supergiant skill, the supergiant steel formation, is generally speaking, a large-scale scattering of spikes, which can lay more steel spikes in the venue and cause higher damage to new enemies. But this is not a game. The supergiant steel formation has more functions. The most direct effect is to change. I am a loser. I hardly pay attention to whether the sun is shining or not, because I don't have time. My parents can't support me. I don't have a high degree of education. I am alone in the city looking for the future. I have found many jobs, but I haven't been hired. Maybe no one likes someone who is not good at speaking, not fond of communication, and has not shown enough ability. See the latest chapter content. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger made me unable to sleep at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance and could continue to live in that dark basement without going outside to endure the extremely cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job to keep watch in the hospital and keep watch for the morgue. Hospital. The night was colder than I thought. The wall lamps in the corridor were not lit. It was very dark everywhere. I could only rely on the little light that seeped out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell there was terrible. From time to time, dead people were sent in body bags. We worked together to help them move into the morgue. This is not a good job, but at least I can afford bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies that need to be sent or transported away for incineration. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be responsible for the day. Now I always go to bed when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, so that my body becomes I was a little weak, and my head would occasionally throb. One day, the movers brought a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him. After everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man with a blue and white face and wrinkles everywhere. He looked scary under the very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken off, leaving him with no cloth. The website content is updated slowly. I saw a strange mark on his chest, blue-black, I can't describe it specifically, the light was too dim at the time. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would be the same as him when I get old if I kept doing this. He said that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those responsible for these things would not find it troublesome and just find a river or a wasteland to throw them away. This will sacrifice my sleep for a morning, but fortunately, it will be Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I prepared the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to be dimmer after that day. Every time I went to bed, I would always dream of a thick fog. I had a premonition that something would happen soon, and that sooner or later something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me, but no one was willing to believe me, thinking that I was mentally abnormal in such an environment and such a job, and needed to see a doctor. A male guest sitting at the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair pressed flat, and a simple dark round hat at hand. He looked ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes. He was neither good-looking nor ugly, lacking obvious features. The narrator in his eyes was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a tall figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were deep and eye-catching. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. Then? Download Zingwen to read the latest chapter content. Then I will resign and return to the countryside, and come here to brag with you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, with a smile with a hint of mischief. The male guest was stunned for a moment. Are you bragging about what you just said? Ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, Stranger, you actually believe Lumian's story? He tells different stories every day. Yesterday he was still a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, he said something about being on the east side of the Sarenzo River for 30 years and on the right side of the Sarenzo River for 30 years. He just knows nonsense. Another tavern regular followed. They are all farmers from the large village of Cordu, wearing short jackets that are either black, grey or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumian supported the bar with both hands, stood up slowly, and said with a smile. You know, this is not a story I made up, it's all written by my sister. She likes writing stories the most, and she is also a columnist for a novel weekly. After that, he turned his body, spread his hands to the outsider, and smiled brightly. It seems that she writes really well. Zingwen reading. I'm sorry, I made you misunderstand. The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket was not angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. It's a very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone? Lumian smiled. The outsider nodded. My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions Valentine and Leah. The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. Zingwen reading. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and his not-so-big eyes were a little darker than the lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket and black trousers, and he had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked quite indifferent, and didn't look at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light grey hair tied into a complicated bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumian with an undisguised smile, as if she only found what had just happened interesting. Under the lighting of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips, and she was definitely a beauty in a country like Cordu village. She wore a white pleated cashmere tight skirt, a small off-white jacket and a pair of Marcel boots. 2 small silver bells were tied to her veil and boots. When she walked into the tavern just now, she jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching, and many men stared at her. In their eyes, this was a fashionable dress that could only be seen in big cities like the provincial capital Baijer and the capital Trier. Lumian nodded to the 3 foreigners. My name is Lumian Li, you can just call me Lumian. Li. Leah blurted out. Zingwen reading. What's wrong, is there any problem with my last name? Lumian asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain. Your last name is scary. I almost couldn't control my voice just now. Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained. Everyone who has come into contact with sailors and sea merchants knows that there is a saying circulating on the 5 seas. It is better to encounter those pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank Li. That person's last name is also Li. Is he scary? Lumian asked. Ryan shook his head. I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good. He stopped the topic and said to Lumian. Thank you for your story, it deserves a glass of wine, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumian was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, Zingwen reading. Green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause mental disorder and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect that the trend in Trier has spread here. Leah next to him smiled and added. Lumion said, oh. It turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough, there is no need to care about a little more harm, this kind of wine can make our spirits more relaxed. Okay. Ryan sat back in his seat and looked at the bartender, a glass of green fairy, and give me a glass of spicy heart. Spicy heart is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you the whole story of this kid. The thin middle-aged man who first exposed Lumion's daily storytelling shouted dissatisfiedly, Stranger, I can see that you still doubt the truth of that story. Pierre, you can do anything to get a free drink. Lumion responded loudly. Before Ryan made a decision, Lumion added. Why can't I tell it myself, so that I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf is Coming, and people who always lie will inevitably lose their credibility. Okay. Lumion shrugged his shoulders and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine to him. In front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked. Is it okay? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for these drinks. Lumion didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy, Ryan nodded. Pierre smiled immediately. Generous stranger. This kid is the most prankster in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and never left again. Think about it, before that, he was only 13 years old, how could he go to the hospital to be a corpse guard? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darich at the foot of the mountain, and it takes a whole afternoon to walk. Zingwen reading. Bring it back to the village. Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, making a tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. Zingwen reading to see the latest chapter content. Then, he followed Aurora's surname Li, and even the name Lumion was given by Aurora. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumion drank a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seems that he is not at all inferior or ashamed of his past being exposed like this. White Pigeon.